please welcome to the stage founder and CEO of Web Summit, Paddy Cosgrave.
Good morning. Wow, the early risers. Fair play to each and every one of you getting up so early and getting out here. Who here? Anyone in the audience from Brazil? It's a lot of people. Portugal? There's more Portuguese, but the Brazilians are louder. That's my assessment. I hope you've all dusted yourselves off after a night summit last night. We've lots to look forward to this morning across 18 stages across the venue. We'll be discussing everything from climate change to the metaverse, as well as looking at what social marketing trends to expect in 2023. But now it's time to join our very first session of the day. At a time when most companies are focused on software and hardware that takes up all your attention, Amazon wants you to interact with its technology only when you need it. In this session, Alexa head scientist Rohit Prasad explains how a philosophy of ambient intelligence is driving the development of AI that bends invisibly into our environment, helping you when you need it and disappearing when you don't. Please give an absolutely, you've got to give the biggest welcome. It's the first talk of the day. They've both flown in from the United States. I'm sure they're incredibly jet lagged, but please welcome in conversation with Nick Thompson of The Atlantic, Amazon's Alexa head scientist, Rohit Prasad.
Actions with Alexa grow by 30% over the past 12 months.
Well, you know it doesn't always work because the other day on Monday, he said, Alexa, can you make it Sunday?
Hike, right? Because it knows me and should tell me exactly what to do there. Or when it gives you, tells you that your thermostat is set as much higher temperature, whereas you're leaving, you should probably lower the temperature down. It's giving an advice to save energy. Similarly, certain customers, especially kids and elderly adults, are using Alexa in many different ways where it's really a companion. And for that, the AI has to engage in much longer form conversations versus single-turn requests. That's already happening. And this is where affect, in terms of understanding the emotional state and responding in the appropriate fashion, is super important. And
so how do you do that? How do you understand? You and I are talking.
Yep.
And if I talk like this, you have a pretty good sense. And if I talk like this, you've got kind of a different sense. How do you train Alexa on that? Because it's also, of course, my body posture when I make those remarks, and if I come forward. How is Alexa interpreting all of that?
Yeah, so that depends on what kind of sensors are available on the device. If it's only a microphone and no cameras, then all the cues for how you're responding to the AI or talking to the AI is dependent on audio cues, and your prosody changes, your intonation changes, how you emphasize words change. Let me give you a very concrete example. When I ask Alexa scores about my favorite teams, and if my team is winning, it should come back and tell me in a very enthusiastic voice that this team is winning. For instance, the New England Patriots for American football. I know I'm in Europe and you follow soccer a lot more. But the same thing, and if my team's losing, it should be, again, in not an upbeat fashion, should tell the scores. That's a simple approach of where we're already getting to experiment with not just how you spoke, but what are you asking about, or what are you talking to Alexa about? And that's very important.
Did Alexa tell you that I'm a Patriots fan? Is that like your subtle emotional manipulation? What do you KPI it on, right? So when you're running a test, and you're saying, we're going to experiment with this kind of answer versus this kind of answer, are you KPIing it on total number of engagements? Are you KPIing it on some metric of satisfaction? Are you KPIing it on like how much stuff people buy from Amazon that week? What is the KPI?
Yeah, there's several. There's no one size fits all for this because every particular experience is a little different. You talked about entertainment in terms of listening to music. If you liked the song Alexa played, you would listen to it for longer.
Yep.
So that's a great cue. And if you're interrupting, then definitely Alexa did something wrong. So we have a fairly sophisticated machine learning-based metric which tells us whether what we did for the customer, was it relevant or not. So think of it as a customer perceived satisfaction or defect rate. So that's an important KPI, to use your terminology. But that's not the only one. The amount of time you listen to music can be another one.
Yep.
And if we gave you, if you were ordering something as a product, did you actually buy it? The suggestion that Amazon made through Alexa, was it actually a good one for you? So all those are factors where those signals are incredibly important for Alexa to self-learn and make itself better for our customers.
Got it. All right, let's talk about the sensors you have. You mentioned the voice sensor, but in the future and even in the present, Alexa is not just measuring voice. It's like looking at sound waves. It's looking at vision. In fact, it's developing sensors that are superhuman. So what sensors do we have now that might surprise the audience, and what sensors will we have in the future that will definitely surprise the audience?
Yeah, sensors are incredibly important for our vision of ambient intelligence because it's all about sensing what's in the environment and then responding appropriately. And I want to go back a bit in terms of what's the most potent sensor in this case is the microphone. I mean, the first incarnation of ambient intelligence was the Amazon Echo. You could suddenly speak to the environment and the environment spoke back. So that's the most obvious one. But then the camera became a delighter. When I come home and there's a note from my family for me, if I've visually enrolled with Alexa, it shows me a sticky note relevant to me. So that's a pretty delightful experience where it says, like, my son has gone for tennis and you have to pick him up. So that's a very important aspect of a sticky note that is, again, power of ambient intelligence. There are a few other things, like ultrasound can help you tap with just a tap gesture, shut off your alarm if you don't want to speak to it. So these are the kind of things that I believe sensors, this will keep coming better and better as the number of sensors grows around our world. And Alexa would be an important AI that works on the background, connecting all these sensors, even anticipating your need to complete actions on your behalf.
Okay, let's talk about another thing that's going on right now. So this summer, you announced that Alexa would be able to take just a minute of voice from a relative or any person and then read in their voice. And you had a very emotional ad of a child listening to a story from their grandmother who'd recently passed away. And some people adore this feature, and it's scared the bejeebers out of others. So tell me about the feedback you've gotten and how you've adapted this feature.
Yeah, first of all, that was a scientific breakthrough we were describing. And the grandmother was alive in that one, so it's just not in the same vicinity. And it's an incredible technology.
It's crazy.
Well, I would say it's a scientific breakthrough that is helping us do many things faster. For instance, if Alexa needs to be a sportscaster and talk about like how a sportscaster would speak, then that is essentially a very good way. The same technology is helping us develop many different kind of voices. And in terms of the personal voice, it's been, lots of people have said that they would want that feature. But we have to think about what's the best use case. But that was a good demonstration for how you could take, just as you said, a minute of speech and produce high-quality voice.
Okay. Well, my children want to turn their Alexa into Snoop Dogg, so we'll see whether that works. Let's talk a little bit about what's coming in the future. What is the most complicated problem you're trying to solve right now that you're not certain you're going to be able to solve in the next 2 years?
Yeah, I think, as I mentioned, the roles that Alexa is expected for customers to be great at, the expectations are ever growing. And to meet that expectation, the only way to achieve this vision that I described of the trusted assistant, advisor, and companion is for Alexa to be great at many tasks in not a bespoke custom development of AI, which is a huge challenge. Just I mentioned the huge number of skills Alexa has. So you can't do this through bespoke AI, and we have to invest a lot in generalized intelligence, by which I mean that Alexa needs to learn about multiple tasks it needs to get done for customers simultaneously. And second, it has to self-learn and adapt with minimal input to the changing environment. And these are incredibly hard challenges to do. And lastly, as I mentioned, that with the ambient intelligence vision, Alexa needs to anticipate a lot more, automate a lot more what you do on a routine basis. If you wake up in the morning, turn off your alarm, ask for traffic, play your music like you were describing, can Alexa automate all those actions where you just say, Alexa, good morning, and then just does those automatically on your behalf? That's an incredibly hard challenge. So as we get more going on these, that's the kind of challenges that we have to solve. And it's already working because more than 30% of the interactions in the smart home control are now all Alexa initiated without an explicit voice request.
So it's not actually like following a flow chart. It's not, please do this, Alexa looks. It's more of a question that Alexa has not heard before, that Alexa is using generalized AI to respond to.
Yes, so when there are two aspects to it. So when you ask something that Alexa knows about, but it's coming out of sequence, as you said, it should maintain that context to answer it. But then there is other issues that happen where you refer to, let's say in your home, you have a thermostat or a light, and you call your light the reading light, but you've never said that this is my reading light. And if you said, Alexa, turn on the reading light, Alexa should come back and ask you, what's the reading light? So this is where it should also engage in a dialogue with you when it doesn't know about what exactly did you want. And this is how we as humans learn. So this human-like learning and interaction skills is super important.
So as Alexa becomes more intelligent and as it becomes more embedded in our life, and as we get sensors in every device, privacy becomes more important. The best way that I would feel less concerned about Alexa and privacy is if all the action was done locally, right? If instead of sending my voice command to an Amazon server somewhere, it actually just did it on the device. How much can we do locally now, and in the future, how much will we be able to do locally?
Yeah, think about like privacy and security, first of all, is paramount. I think we have to design experiences with customer trust in mind, and that's what we are doing. I don't think it's a trade-off. I don't think it's a limitation. It's actually a huge invention opportunity. And local processing, as you said, is one of them. And many use cases necessitate that if you are in a car, you can lose your connectivity often, and then Alexa should still function very well. And this is why we invested from very beginning on what we call the Alexa hybrid engine, where bulk of processing happens locally so that you can recognize speech on the device itself. Other use cases, which is again driven by both the seamlessness of conversations and privacy, as you mentioned, is you can say, Alexa, join the conversation, where you don't have to say the wake word Alexa on every turn. And for that, you can imagine that, of course, we have to process locally. And this is a delightful experiences that is available on our premium devices. For instance, the Echo Show 10, where the Alexa figures out who's talking to you, talking to it, and then also decides when to respond, just like we as humans do. Sometimes I'm referring to you, sometimes to someone else in the same house. So that is the kind of capability that Alexa already has, and that is where all the processing is happening locally for speech, and even the visuals, if you have a camera on the device, and only for the information that Alexa needs to process in the cloud, that it goes and does the processing in the cloud and brings back an answer instantaneously.
Got it. All right. So you've been working on Alexa for 8 years now. 8 years into the future, where will it be and what will it do? Will I have a sensor in my shoe and I'll tell it to tie my shoe and I won't have to bend down? Will it be, how deeply ingrained will it be in our lives in your ideal vision?
Yeah, as I mentioned, we do want this AI to be available everywhere and for everyone. And I'm incredibly optimistic about that future. And the way I think about ambient intelligence is that it should simplify your life, reduce the cognitive burden, so that it frees the time for you to spend with the people you want to spend time with and the experiences where you need to spend your time. So this is incredibly powerful, in my opinion. And I'm very optimistic that as the sensory world changes, where we have more sensors around us, on us as well in some cases, that this will be where the AI will be there everywhere for us. And I'm also humbled by the fact that it's not a technology just for the privileged. I hear stories from India where the Alexa devices are in remote rural villages where kids are interacting with them in schools where they don't have a computer with them, but they have an Echo Dot. And they can just learn about any topic with Alexa. So that, I feel like that gives me a ton of optimism that this will truly work for everyone everywhere.
And very quickly, put the people at ease who are worried that Alexa is going to turn into a generalized intelligence that's going to turn them all into paper clips and use them as batteries.
So to me, that's not the dystopian AI image that I have. I am very, as I mentioned with the story on the AI, that we have a very pragmatic view of AI and what needs to deliver. And if you put customers first, and put the right guardrails for that, I think we have a very optimistic future where the AI will be beneficial for everyone here.
Wonderful. Well, Alexa told me to end this interview on time, and we're right on it to the second. Thank you, Rohit. That was absolutely fascinating and wonderful to share the stage with you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rohit.
Thank you. Thank you. After you.
Please welcome to the stage, co-host of Rise and co-founder of Startups Hong Kong, Casey Lau.
All right. With over 2 million creators who earn more than $4 billion from over 180 million fans, OnlyFans has exploded over the past 2 years. To discuss how it happened and what's next, please welcome to the stage the CEO of OnlyFans, Amrapali Gan, in conversation with Yasmin Gagne of Fast Company.
Hi, everyone. Oh, I can hear myself. So there's a lot of you here. And before I ask Amy any questions, I actually want to start with asking something from the audience. Who here subscribes to OnlyFans? Raise your hand, make some noise. Okay,
we got a few.
We have some liars in this audience. That's what I'm hearing, right? Like,
but I assume you've all heard of OnlyFans, which is what I'm excited to share more about today.
So the reason you're probably all here is because the first thing that pops into mind when you say OnlyFans is adult content. What percentage of the creators on the site are adult content creators?
Well, first of all, it's an absolute pleasure to be here. And before we get into that, I want to take a step back and share what OnlyFans is. I think everyone's heard of the business. They have an idea of, they've heard of it. They have an idea of what might be there. But OnlyFans is a subscription social media platform. We launched in 2016, and it's really a place where creators are able to monetize content that they would normally be sharing for free on other social media platforms. And we've empowered creators to be able to have a safe place to connect with their community and share their content. And also our platform is for those 18 and over, so everyone on OnlyFans is an adult. And we don't categorize anyone on the platform. We are a content inclusive digital media platform, meaning you can have adult content, you can have cooking content. It's really up to each creator to be empowered to share content. And we don't categorize people. That's not up to us. That's not what we do. So again, it's for creators 18 and over, as long as they follow our terms of service, to have a safe place to connect with their community.
Now, I know you all don't accept everyone who applies for the site. How competitive is it to get on the site? And also, what are the criteria for getting accepted? Like, what is the vetting process?
So a lot of people think, like other platforms, you can kind of put in your name and email and sign up and suddenly start posting content. It is not like that for OnlyFans. It's actually quite a robust creator verification process, and safety is at the heart of our business, and that's something I'm very proud of. And looking at the creators who apply, this surprises so many people. We actually reject up to 60% of creators each month because they're not providing the right information or enough information. We're asking for potential creators to provide their first and last name, their date of birth, their email address, links to their social media profiles. They also have to provide a photo of their ID and then a selfie of them holding their ID next to them, as well as a third-party biometric face scan, and in the US, also a W-9 form. And most people get deterred by that, and that's good. We don't want to take that risk. We do not want bad actors on our platform.
Yeah, the minute you ask me to upload a tax form, I'm out. Like, it's too much work. I want to come back to safety in a second, but before that, I want to talk about the ways that OnlyFans basically helps compensate creators fairly. So it's a platform that really connects creators directly with audiences, but tell me more about how you think about all that.
Absolutely. So looking at the creators on our platform, we have over 2 million creators, and we say that's over 2 million small businesses on OnlyFans of creators that have a safe place to monetize content and connect with their community. Creators earn 80% of all earnings they achieve on the platform, which is absolutely incredible. For every $1 we make, creators are earning $4. We truly are a creator-first business, meaning we don't make money unless creators make money. So that's where I put creators first when it comes to thinking about the business and the future. Also, we recently reached a new milestone as a company. As of last week, we've paid out over $10 billion in creator earnings since being founded in 2016. And that's something, that shows the power of the creator economy and creators that have been able to use OnlyFans. And I really feel we're at just the beginning of what this platform can offer the creator economy.
So just to be clear, you guys take a 20% cut, and that's no matter how many subscribers.
Correct. It's a very simple 80-20 split business model, all in favor of the creator.
Now, there have been reports in the past that some of the content on the site may have put off potential investors. There have also been reports that you guys may go public, or may be trying to go public. Last year, things sort of were different at OnlyFans. It had a different CEO, and there was an announcement on the platform that it would shut off adult content. That obviously prompted an outcry from many creators on the platform. OnlyFans at the time cited the need to comply with policies of bank partners. What can you say about how you approach conversations with investors or bank partners when it comes to your content? And what can you say about potentially going public?
A lot of few questions there. First and foremost, there's been quite a few rumors out there. We are a privately held business. We are not looking to make any moves regarding IPO investment, things like that. And also, when it comes to third parties, anyone that's having a conversation with us, they know there's adult content on OnlyFans. That's not exactly a surprise in any sense. And when it comes to our creator community, they're, again, at the center of the business and everything we do, and I make an effort to connect with our community of creators. I have great relationships with many of our creators. I also have my own OnlyFans profile, which is where I'm able to receive messages from our community and take direct feedback around thoughts or things people may have about the platform.
How did you work to sort of regain trust with your community after that announcement was made and then rolled back?
Yeah, so last year we made that announcement, and what I learned from that, being with the organization, was just the sheer power and voice of our creator community. It's something that really, it affected me emotionally, just hearing the comments from our creators and how they felt about the platform. And that's why, as CEO, I make an effort to, really embrace all of our creators as, an inclusive platform where creators have a safe place, monetize their content. And I'm proud to be home to, a range of all different types of content creators.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. And you started out as OnlyFans' CMO before taking the helm of the company. So you know a little bit about marketing, I think. There was an article last week that made some pretty shocking claims about young children being exploited on OnlyFans. How can you ensure child safety and stop underage images from slipping through?
So first of all, safety is at the heart of our business. We are very strictly an 18 and over platform, and anyone that has claims or allegations or think they're seeing something, we want to know about it, and we want to address those directly. We have very robust content moderation that's in place, along with our age verification, our creator verification. We actually were praised by Ofcom, which is the UK communications regulator, because of our verification. That's something I'm very proud of. And looking at our content moderation, there's not something happening on OnlyFans that we don't see. There's no disappearing messages. Every single piece of content is moderated, and that's by a human. And that's something other platforms just they don't do. And we very much are allies when it comes to online safety. we don't know what the future of online safety looks like in the next 5 years, but what we can control is what's on the OnlyFans platform. We've gone so far as we actually made a $500,000 donation to the Child Rescue Coalition for the work and research that they're doing, because again, we're very much allies in making the internet a safer place, and that's where I strive to be a leader with our safety measures and controls on OnlyFans.
I want to ask a little bit more about the safety measures. You just mentioned that every piece of content is moderated by a human. Tell me more about how all that works, and tell me about the cyber security measures you have in place, to stop photos from leaking or, what have you.
So anytime someone uploads a piece of content to OnlyFans, or if someone makes the mistake thinking they can upload something bad or illegal, harmful, it is goes through an automated scan, and then that is then, if it's fine, if it's something that is flagged as being very bad, it then goes directly to a human. It does not make it onto the site at all, and we're able to review it. We're able to take action. We actively work with law enforcement. Again, because we care about the safety of everyone on the platform, every piece of content is reviewed by a human. So that's photos, videos, direct messages. And again, there's nothing there that's happening on the platform we're not seeing. So we know who everyone is, and we're also able to see everything that they're uploading. And if content is being leaked, we work with a DMCA team that's kind of able to help us get things taken down for our creators. Again, it's putting their safety and well-being at the heart of everything.
Related to that, you just took us through the process of getting on the platform, right? You got to upload the W-9. You got to do all your face. You got to do your face scans. But how do you make sure that people are uploading content consensually? You know what I mean?
So we have, so if you have someone else in your content, they are supposed to provide a release form, which again also shares their identification. We know that they are there consensually. Also, if you're collaborating with another creator, you're able to tag them in your content. A lot of our creator community really enjoys collaborating with each other, and they'll kind of shout each other out within their profiles, and we've found that it's really been a great way to foster community, that collaboration. For example, Lottie Moss, who might be here today, but she is speaking later, she's been able to make OnlyFans a safe place for her to share content and connect with her community.
I actually wanted to ask you, what are a few of your favorite content creators on the platform?
So Lottie is definitely one of them, as well as Lexi Pantera. She's an independent music artist. There's so many. I really like Chef Jojo, who we've worked with. He's the host of our show, This Is Fire, which is on OFTV. That's our streaming platform and app. And another creator I really like is Kazumi. She's an adult content creator, and she also was coincidentally a contestant on This Is Fire, and she'll be on season 2. OnlyFans has become this unique place where you're really finding so many different types of creators, and you don't see content unless you're subscribing to those creators. And I think that's another one of those big misconceptions. There's a creator, Jessamine, I recently started following, and she does yoga on the platform.
Oh, I follow her on Instagram.
Oh, there we go. Well, now you can subscribe to her OnlyFans.
Yeah. That's true. My last question for you is, and you just mentioned OFTV, so there's a big mix of content under the OnlyFans umbrella. Where do you see the company 5 years from now, and what are some of the things you're doing to grow the business?
Absolutely. So if you thought just the past few years of OnlyFans were exciting, just wait and see. There's a lot in store for us. I'm going to continue investing in safety. Again, it's at the heart of our business and a priority for myself. And OFTV, that's another platform that has been a place for creators to express themselves. And for those who don't know, OFTV is our free streaming platform and app available on Apple, Android, Roku, all of those places. And you're able to see the range of OnlyFans creators that are on the platform. And if you like their content, then you can then go and subscribe to them on OnlyFans. And we're doing more in the original content space with our creators. So you're going to see a lot in comedy. That's something, we have a big announcement coming soon there. We have our monthly comedy show called LMAOF. And there's so much that we're kind of excited to be sharing soon, so look out in that space. And looking at global growth, Latin America, Australia, a few key regions throughout the EU, there's a lot of more opportunities for us to continue to have a larger footprint. And really, as a creator-first business, and looking at the shifts of the creator economy, we've been a disruptor in the creator economy, and I'm very proud of that, and that's something that's going to continue. We've had incredible momentum the past few years, and again, if you thought the past few years are exciting, just wait and see what's next.
What are OnlyFans' current biggest regions? I know you all have come from all over the world to be here.
So we are in over 100 countries. We're very much a global business. We are a UK founded and based company, which a lot of people don't know. So that's something I'm also very proud of. We were named by the Financial Times as one of the 4 fastest growing companies in Europe. And I feel that we are continuing on this growth trajectory where, while we're a subscription-based business, that's, our creators are growing their communities. We're not seeing a slowdown in terms of new people coming on the platform, of creators and fans. We're in this unique time where anyone can be a creator if they're over 18 and follow our terms of service. But it's given everyone this opportunity to have a fan base, shares another part of them, and that's something I'm so proud of looking at the future.
Well, I think that's about all we have time for, and this was fire. Thank you so much, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
All right. Guillaume Pousaz made business history by turning Checkout.com into Europe's most valuable decacorn worth over $10 billion. Marcus Willig began Bolt by recruiting drivers on the streets of Tallinn and now has more than 100 million customers across 45 countries. But in an economic downturn, is there still a formula to scaling well from day one? Let's find out how these founders navigate an evolving digital economy. In conversation with CNBC's Karen Cho, please welcome the founders of Checkout.com and Bolt.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Nice to be back at Web Summit and Center Stage. Welcome. Gentlemen, terrific conversation we have lined up today as we talk about tech stocks that created last week, this time on an earnings reset. We've already had the valuation reset, but this time on earnings. Investors want profit, not cash burn. Very loud message. For anyone following in your wake, as we talk about all the startups here on the ground at Web Summit, it must be a much bigger moat now for your companies. What do you see in terms of a moat, Guillaume?
I think, in terms of a moat, if you build a business which you control, and if you have the free cash flow positive, you then ultimately can build against your mission. For checkout, we've been very frugal from the early days. We were very product and engineering focused. When we raised our Series A, notoriously, we had no marketing line. It was all about the product. And so I think the moat comes down to basically being able to execute against your mission and essentially control your destiny in terms of how you operate your relationship with your investors. And I think, you know, there's all these concepts about like blitz scaling, going really fast. I'm more, you know, I'm very Swiss in the ways. I like frugality. I like to be, you know, focusing on the sequence, building the best business possible, step by step. And essentially, when you operate against a total addressable market, which is e-commerce, and we are essentially underwriting the digital transformation of the world, that e-commerce is going to keep growing. It's about controlling what you're doing and doing it, you know, steady, step-by-step growth.
Are there fewer competitors behind you now, though, because of the economic conditions?
I think it's going to be, I mean, I cannot tell you what I don't have the crystal ball, so I don't know what the future is about. What's for sure is that the landscape of fundraising has changed. I was just seeing in my own company last year, you would put a PDF and have a $6 million seed almost instantly. So, you know, we focus on our business. I think we always say that all the time that you spend on your competitors is time you don't spend on your own business. We serve the world's largest tech companies. Our job is to do a good job for our companies, enable them to be successful, and I think we can talk about this after, but the idea is just focus on your own business. I think it's the most important.
I've got the two frugal tech guys in the room on stage with me because, Marcus, you are the same. But can I ask you the same question now? It's a very competitive space that you also operate in. Now, as we talk about cash-starved companies in this environment, is the moat growing?
Well, Bolt has always been quite different than most other companies in these online market space industries. So looking back, when I started the company, I was a 19-year-old kid. No funding, no experience, no network. And the first 4 years of the company, we were effectively forced to bootstrap. And we barely raised any external funding at all. So that really culture of frugality, being very mindful with how we spend our money has always been with us. And that's very different to how most companies operated. So actually, we really welcome this new era where the companies that succeed are not the ones where the CEO is a great hype man and a great storyteller, but actually where the company is really well operationally ran and really has their costs under control. And we're actually very excited to look forward what's going to happen now. Because when you look back in the ride-hailing space, there used to be dozens of competitors, and now there's a handful of them left. Similarly, you look at food delivery from restaurants, started off as a very crowded space. It's very consolidated now. Similarly with scooters, similarly now with fast grocery. So we are actually very excited to continue building for our customers. We think we're going to be one of the few companies that are going to remain in this space because we've always been having this cost efficiency at the heart and passing on all of those savings to our customers and our partners. So
winner-takes-all approach. How many players do you think will be left at the end of the day in your space?
Well, we can look at some of the most mature markets like US as an example, where unfortunately, there's only 2 players left on the ride-sharing side, and then similarly seems food delivery is trending there as well. So very clearly, these are spaces where you need to be very large in order to succeed and even survive. And that's, again, where cost efficiency plays a big role. So you can't operate this business at this mentality you had a few years ago, where there was always the next round around the corner, and you could rely on investors bailing you out. But you actually got to build a sustainable business. And that's what Bolt has always been about.
I want to talk a little bit about how business is tracking. When we saw from the sector last week as the earnings rolled in that some revenues were declining, even at big name FANG stocks. As we take a look at your business, Guillaume, and checkout.com, we know that there's been a volume of transactions in the crypto market in recent years. Crypto is down. People are still spending when it comes to revenge spending on the back of COVID. That could be changing with more aggressive rate hikes and possibly more from the Fed. What are you seeing in your business?
So we process hundreds of billions of dollars like globally, so we get a good sense of what's happening in the world. We obviously have share of wallet growing with customers, so you will have certain sectors. You mentioned crypto. Of course, this year is not as good as last year, but this was a small part of the overall business. And our business comes out of cohort growth, existing customers that are either growing or giving us more regions, and net new cohorts, which are the customers that we signed this year, and we're on a very good track in terms of signing new customers. What you do see, though, is that some of the historical cohorts are not growing as fast as they used to. There's a lot of tech companies you were mentioning are probably paying a bit more defense because the next round is not around the corner. And what you see also is you see a real switch between debit and credit in some regions. So some markets that had a lot of debit transaction are now people are going to credit. And I think the last thing that I could say that we've really seen from the data is that consumer spend in the US is still quite high. Like while in the UK, I mean, we all read the same news, the cost of energy, the inflation, the UK has been slowing down much faster than some of the other parts of the world. We don't see any slowdown in Asia, for instance, also.
Marcus, how is Bolt faring?
So for us, actually, over the last few years, as for many companies, we've actually been far more supply constrained than we've been demand constrained. So generally, and people here who've used the product have probably seen the same. The fares for rides and food delivery and all of the services have gone up tremendously because the consumer demand keeps on growing and there's not enough supply to meet it in terms of couriers and drivers and so on. And finally, we're actually now starting to see that gradually reverse, at least in the first countries. So coming from Estonia, we had the highest inflation in the European Union, nearly 25%. And you can imagine that obviously consumers are gradually pulling back on spend. And we actually see that in the short to medium term, this is going to lead to a bit more healthy balance because the prices were just outrageous in many of these markets for a very long time. And we think that in some ways, we're now transitioning back to a more normal state.
As you bring up the word health, I want to talk about valuations. A lot of people in the room thinking about if they grow a business, where do they get to, what sort of valuations they can be thinking of. And if I can start out with you, with Checkout.com, Guillaume. I mean, you raised money in 2021, that saw a valuation of $15 billion. By January this year, your business was valued at $40 billion. So 167% valuation jump in 12 months. Bolt, by comparison, $4.8 billion. 5 months ago, $8.4 billion for January this year. Huge numbers we're talking about. What do you think the valuation is today? Guillaume.
I think the valuation is an investor component. I'm a founder. I care about building. I care about my net revenue growth, and I care about my margin. Like how much am I generating out of the business, and what margin do I operate against? What is my OPEX? Valuation is something for investors who care about entry point and exit point. And the multiples last year are not the same multiples than this year. But I think this is for somebody who cares about his time series when he enters and when he exits. I'm a founder, I'm a holder. I care about building products that my customers love, they want to use, that they talk about to other customers. And we care about our mission, which is to enable businesses in their communities to thrive in the digital economy. So it's not, we can look at the public markets. The valuations are mostly half than where they were last year. But I would almost tell you that I don't care at all because I care about where my revenue is going, and that's what matters. Valuations might go back up next year, and you're going to ask me why that happened. And I would not have the answer. I would say you should ask the investors.
Marcus?
Likewise, ultimately, again, what especially the management teams in these companies are thinking about, if they're good teams, is the company going to do well? And eventually, what we always see is that as long as the company keeps on performing, revenues grow, costs are under control, profits are going to follow, investors are going to follow with evaluations as well. So we're not overly worried about the short-term dynamics here because we're not in a position where we would even need to go out to the market and fundraise.
So you don't think we're in a new normal, though, that there's been a massive reset and everything that we saw over the last 12, 18 months or longer is just gone? That is it. It was a moment in time. It is gone now.
So again, I mean, I don't have a crystal ball, and I wish I had, because otherwise I'd probably be a hedge fund. But the reality is that right now, what we've seen in the last few years was a cost of money that was zero. So that's, through history, very rare, if you just study economic history. Now we have a cost of money that is high and is going to keep going higher. I have many of those hedge funds in my cap table. I have, sovereigns. I have just a lot of people who are very smart, know about this, and we talk about it quite often. And right now, I don't think anyone knows where the floor is on the upper hand. And I think we need to reach the floor on the upper hand to then decide, and start predicting where is going to be the lower end, which is going to be the long-term residual cost of capital. Most investors do evaluation still to this day based on a DCF, a discounted cash flow. And to do that, you need to know what is the residual floor on the downside. Is it 2%? Is it 4%? I wish I knew. I don't. But again, I think this is a question, for it's the true entrepreneurs, the ones who are there to stay, to build category-defining companies, something that is bigger than themselves, don't really care about these metrics. This is something for the person who care about entry and exit, because obviously it has a huge impact on your return.
What's the link to the IPO story? Because when it comes to Bolt, no urgency, more than enough money in private markets. That's what you've said recently. So as you look at the torturous journey out there on the public markets right now, what's the pathway to an IPO?
Bolt has always taken the view that we're in no rush to go public. We have enough funding to last for as long as we want. We have been profitable in the past, and we're on a path to be back there already next year as well. So we're not the company that is or too much worried about whether we'll need to raise funding in the private markets or in the public markets anytime soon. But again, what we're focused on is how do we actually grow the business in the current environment? How do we serve our customers better, keep prices low in the environment where they're more mindful than ever about prices, and how do we keep our costs under control? And then eventually, if we do well, we think that fundraising opportunities are going to be opening up again.
Guillaume, with everything that's going on right now, does that influence your timeline at all when you said a couple of years before you get there?
Yeah, I think we care very much. I mean, we hired a CFO who was in a very big public company. Most of my C-levels were in public companies before, and I built an executive team that has this, experience, pattern recognition on how to operate, and it's about closing your books within a quarter, 2 days of the end of the quarter, build a good business. Being a public company forces you to be a, very well-operated business, and so we see this, like the frugality of the early days as, just a forcing factor to build a better business and a more, long-term sustainable business. The markets are what they are, and right now there's not much IPOs, in the public markets. I have raised my Series A in May of 2019. So I don't really have any pressure from anyone to go public. And it's not even like the cycle of the funds. I think what people care about, especially long-term shareholders, is that you create a business that's going to compound revenues for a very long period of time. And again, we operate against e-commerce. There's essentially 3 modern players, the one that have the moat next to the, thanks to the best technology. But we still have a small share of e-commerce. Most of it is sitting with banks, with incumbents, with the Barclays, B of A, JP Morgans of the world. And my bet is that we will beat them in the long term. I mean, they stand 0 chance against us.
Let's talk a little bit further about growth, because we've spoken about the economic environment, but what about the digital environment? A couple of big terms have been used a lot lately. Super apps. I mean, Elon Musk is talking about it. Google is talking about it. Plenty of others as well. Web3, the metaverse, all big terms. How does Bolt play in a world of super apps?
First of all, it's a term that nowadays doesn't mean anything. I think that it's been overused and then just stretched to anything that's really useful any longer. How we think about it, though, is that very clearly, more cities around the world are realizing that we have too much cars. We need to transition away from private cars into actually cities that are livable. And that means that we need to move away from that to public and then shared transportation. And that's what Bolt is about. And what we realized long ago is that it's not only going to be ride-hailing that's going to be doing this transition. I think ride-hailing is going to play a role. You will need to have an ability to get the car on demand, but that's going to be a minority of all trips in the city. I think that there's going to be a massive wave of shift. People just transition away from private car ownership to use e-bikes, to use scooters, whether they're shared or owned, mopeds, etc., light electric vehicles. That's what we think is going to be a massive transition. So how we think about being a super app is that we need to have all of those transport options really conveniently available, make them affordable, and Bolt is the leader by far in that across Europe and across Africa. So that's how we think about what it means to be a super app. It doesn't mean that you just add random products there for really no reason and hoping that you get some cost synergies or revenue synergies, adding a product that makes no sense in the context of what you're otherwise building.
Guillaume, what do these terms mean to you in your growth story?
I think, the best way to correlate super app, which is a B2C term, so towards consumer, and the B2B is the platform play, which is that essentially, it's about being more than a single product company, to be a multi-product company and ultimately start leveraging multiple revenue touch points with your customers to basically be able to subsidize the margin from one place to another and build better retention, better love from your customers from you because they're buying more products. And we at Checkout, I don't know if it's a super app, but we have a real strategy of being a platform. It's about reinventing how people interact with financial services. It's about moving money in, moving money out, doing treasury, CFO suite, issuing cards. There's a lot of things that come to beyond the payments play, and you could say that it's a super app for business. We see our word is the word platform. The word super app was coined out of Asia, where admittedly they went really far. And we process for most of the largest tech Chinese companies, so both Ant and Tencent. And truth is, you go into the Ant dashboard as a consumer, you have 80 different products at this point. You can do everything from planting a tree to getting an insurance. There's literally everything. And the truth is, these are just companies who've expanded their suite of product. This is the goal of any good entrepreneur, is to have multiple products into the suite, having more value to the customers, being business or individuals, and just creating a better business in the long term.
Do you think regulators will crack down on a super app at some point? We spoke about China. There's already pushback in China from a super app model.
So these are difficult questions. What I will say is that, because I don't really know, you have different levels of, you have different appetite for regulation in different parts of the world. What we do see now globally is that if tech companies tend to become too powerful, the regulators become quite active. In China, you had basically a duopoly between two big companies. So Pinduoduo, joined, and another customer of Checkout. But the truth is, Ant and Tencent are so powerful, then the regulator comes in because it threatens the banks and the traditional incumbents that still have a role to play. I was here a few years ago talking that banks have a role to play, and I deeply believe this. The banks are not disappearing.
Marcus, a final word on regulation from your industry, because you are facing legal challenges about how workers are treated in the gig economy, whether they're on staff on the books or whether they are contract workers. What can you say about the looming changes and hurdles?
Well, regulation is obviously a massive topic for us on many levels. So one again is mentioned. This is overall even geopolitics of do cities across Europe really want Russian or Chinese or other companies to own the data about where everybody lives and where they go? And we've already seen that many European countries have taken action against that. That's one level. Another is transport regulation. So do cities actually want to retain the status quo being car dependent, or are they moving to shared transport? And third one, as you mentioned, is employment. And on that one, we very clearly see that vast majority of our drivers and couriers want to retain the existing model. So every time you run these surveys, the vast majority of them are self-employed, they pay taxes, they're happy with the status quo, they don't want to switch. So we don't necessarily understand why a small vocal minority should force the other drivers to move to a new model.
Marcus, Guillaume, there's so much more to talk to you about. We're going to have to do it on CNBC, so stop by the Squawk Box studio. Thank you so much for joining us here at Center Stage at Web Summit.
Thank you very much, Karen.
All right, now it's a great honor to welcome Her Majesty Queen Rania Al Abdullah of Jordan to Web Summit, yes, to reflect on the growing global refugee crisis and how tech can help bring dignity to people's lives. Please welcome Her Majesty Queen of Jordan, Rania Al Abdullah.
Thank you, Casey, and thank you all. In the early days of the World Wide Web, someone once said, give a person a fish and you feed them for a day. Teach them how to use the internet, and they won't bother you for weeks. At the time, it made me laugh, but today it feels more prophetic than we knew. Our devotion to our devices isn't just fondness or habit. We're hooked. The moment we wake, we check the headlines. We scroll through our feed before we go to sleep. We're spending at least 7 hours a day online, and our use just keeps on rising. Over the past year, according to one report, the daily average of time spent online went up by 4 minutes per day. 4 more minutes. Doesn't sound like much, but I've been thinking about what it means. Over a year, 4 minutes a day adds up to 1 whole day per person, which, when spread across every internet user in the world, means more than 5 billion additional days of internet use in 2022. 5 billion days plowed back into our computers. The number boggles the mind. And it makes me think of something the novelist Annie Dillard once wrote. How we spend our days is, of course, how we spend our lives. I'm not a technologist, but I believe that the aim of technology is to make our lives better than they were. And I wonder, if someone told us we'd have 1 extra day per year, would we conclude that the best thing we can do for our families, for our communities, for our world, was to take those extra 24 hours and invest them back into our screens? I am concerned that we're undervaluing the most precious currency of all, our time. I am concerned that even as virtual reality improves by the day, we're neglecting the needs of our actual reality, and our mental health is suffering too. So I want us to think symbolically about how to reclaim those 4 minutes. I'd like to propose 4 steps we can take to invest those minutes wisely. Because the way I see it, for all the excitement surrounding emerging technologies, when you consider the challenges facing us in our fast-paced, complex world, from climate change to conflict, infectious disease, political polarization, and more, the real progress we need is not better machines, but for all of us to be better humans. In May, for example, the UN Refugee Agency shared a milestone it called staggering. The number of forcibly displaced people had passed 100 million. Those numbers may seem too overwhelming to grasp, but they aren't numbers. They are people like us, people with hopes and worries and dreams and families they love. In 2017, I visited the camp in Bangladesh where hundreds of thousands of Rohingya Muslims had fled genocide in Myanmar. Genocide aggravated by hate speech online. One image I'll never be able to forget was a skinny little boy, legs out, barefoot, sitting on the ground, hunched over at the waist. In his mouth was a plastic straw. He was trying to drink water from the mud. As you may know, UNHCR is the agency that cares for refugees worldwide. Their entire budget for this year is about $10 billion. Meanwhile, Meta's revenue for just the first quarter was nearly 3 times that amount. Is that the right allocation of resources? As a human family, our priorities are skewed if we are valuing VR, Instagram, and likes over the life of a refugee child. And it isn't just that child's life that is diminished, but our own lives as well. In our interconnected world, where we cannot shield ourselves from others' suffering, our community, our village, and our neighborhood have grown, whether we wanted them to or not. And we need to be looking out for one another if we want peace and stability for ourselves. That's why I believe we should invest our first minute toward mobilizing collective compassion, and not in a selective or sporadic way, but as a matter of practice. It's time to upgrade our own operating system as a human family, starting from the conviction that every human being has equal worth. The world's response to the crisis in Ukraine, where more than 7.2 million people have fled violence since the end of February, has shown us that we can do so much when our hearts are joined as one. And yet, it's hard to ignore the difference in generosity, tone, and urgency between the welcome extended to Ukrainian refugees and those fleeing devastation in countries like Syria, South Sudan, or Myanmar. It's hard not to wonder if skin color and religion affect the global community's humanitarian instincts, and whether the impulse is to lend a helping hand or look away. Prejudice and intolerance are often at the root of conflict in the first place. Addressing that prejudice isn't an algorithm's job. It's up to us. If we can't overcome our inherent biases, how can we hope to create AI that doesn't have bias baked in? So, minute number 1 goes to boosting compassion without discrimination. Let's invest our second minute in building a common concept of truth. These days, it's all too easy to restrict our news diets to narrowly customized content. Content that feeds what we already think, that confirms what we already believe, and that reinforces instead of challenges the assumptions we already hold. But when we limit our exposure this way, we limit our perspective, which undermines our openness to inquiry and debate. Like the old joke goes, my mind is made up, don't confuse me with the facts. Yet, if we are not willing to contemplate facts that contradict our own opinions, how will we make sound decisions for ourselves, for our families, for our governance? Meanwhile, the speed with which misinformation is spread has undermined our trust. And a media ecosystem that elevates simple lies over complex truths, and where clicks reward conflict over credibility, will only make things worse. Somehow, we've got to renew our tolerance for nuance, complexity, and detail. Insisting that everything is either black or white can actually obscure the path forward. I've often said that one of the most important things we can do to make our world a better place is to take a moment to look at things from the other side's point of view. Not that we're suddenly going to agree with their position or vice versa, but opening our minds might open up some space for common ground. There isn't one right way to do the right thing or get the right results. There's always a third way. And finding that path shouldn't have to feel like a sacrifice or a compromise. Sometimes it's about taking the best of both options to create something new both sides can believe in. So, investing in compassion and common truth is essential, but those steps will not be enough. We also need to ensure we're equipped to act on our own values. And that's why minute 3 should go to reclaiming our human agency. Because more and more, we're depending on our devices not simply for distraction, but for direction. Our GPS tells us what route to take. Our texting platforms prompt us what to write. Our shopping apps point us toward what we should buy. We barely have time to think before we act. But the more we delegate decision-making to AI, the fewer choices we're making for ourselves. Intentionally or not, we're giving up our own process of reflection and discernment. And that's a risk. In a world of complexity, we need our human powers to be fine-tuned so that we can decide among imperfect options and adjust to unexpected demands. So, what would it look like to reclaim our human agency? Where do we begin? For myself, I'm trying to be more mindful of the trade-offs underway and to notice the moments when enhancing convenience means relinquishing critical thoughts. To keep our mental muscles strong, we need to do the difficult work of weighing and making choices. We need to be willing to forego the algorithm and figure things out for ourselves. Which brings me to the last minute. And my request for this one is very simple. Invest your time in the people you love. Life is precious and always too short. The Twitter feed will never end. There will always be one more TikTok. But time only moves in one direction, and we can't take it back. I lost my father earlier this year. I miss him every day. What I wouldn't give for one more moment with him. So let's take those 4 daily minutes back. Let's put them somewhere that counts. Compassion, truth, human agency, and time well spent with those we love. And let's look too at how technology can reinforce those objectives, not simply by pulling us back to our screens, but genuinely helping us build better lives. Imagine if social media no longer eroded our attention, but instead helped us stay focused on the problems we're trying to solve. Imagine if recommendation algorithms stopped sending us more of the same, and instead found ways to open our minds and expose us to new ideas. Imagine if the greatest strength of AI was not in making decisions for us, but rather in helping us be more discerning in the choices we make for ourselves. And imagine if instead of devoting 5 billion more days to the internet, each of us invested our time in those we love. One thing all of us want is to live profound lives with little regret. As people grow older and look back at their lives, very few would tell you they wish they had spent more time in front of their screens or behind their desks. But most wish they had spent more time with the people they care about. Our lives are given texture and meaning not by technology, but by each other. And I'm very grateful to be spending these 25 minutes with you. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Frederick Blayton of CNN.
First of all, thank you very much, Your Majesty. Second of all, I see I'm the only guy wearing a tie, I think, in the entire building here.
Not to
and with
take
a
it
paper
off.
notebook. We're going to have a quick chat about what Her Majesty said, because I think it's very important, and I think it's something that moves all of us forward. But there's 3 things in our fireside chat before we get going that I want to sort of make the foundation of things. First of all, Her Majesty Queen Rania is the real deal. Among any correspondent who goes to war or anywhere else, I've been to every war, and she's been there first. And she's been on the ground. She goes where it hurts and where people are hurting, and that's why everything that she says we take very seriously. Second of all, you and I, we've been to a lot of these places where refugees suffer, where people have almost nothing. And I think in the past years, in the past maybe 10 years, the biggest game changer for people who are fleeing is you folks. It's been tech. It's been people hooking up to where they can go, how they can be safe, how they can integrate into societies. And I believe, and this is my first question, that the only way to come to terms with the streams of refugees that are going to be coming will be tech, won't it?
Right, right. You know, I think it's kind of almost a shameful paradox that we live in an age of convenience and instant gratification, and yet we're witnessing such human hardship. But on the flip side, we're also living in an age where the impossible is not just possible, but it's also probable. So most of you here in this room are very comfortable imagining unimaginable technological advancements and making them happen. And so I think our world really needs its fair share and deserves its fair share of that imagination. particularly the most vulnerable of us. And to be fair, the tech sector has worked hard in designing and scaling programs that support refugees. And it's very important to remember that when a person becomes a refugee, it's not just their home that they lose, but they become, they lose the people and the places that constitute their entire ecosystem. So they become disconnected from every aspect of their prior life. And digital platforms can really help reconnect them to essential information, services, resources, and just as important, a sense of community through online learning and skilling, employment matching, translation apps, mobile fund transfers. So all these things are incredibly important. But there is a word of caution. The Migration Policy Institute warned that out of 170 tech solutions that were developed for refugees in 2015 and 2016, the vast majority had become defunct by 2018. So technology can be a lifeline for refugees, and it can't be just a fad. We need to sustain our attention and be consistent in trying to help the refugees. But there's a lot of room for innovation. For example, Jordan is the first country where the UN was able to deliver a humanitarian aid using the iris scan payment system. So in Jordan, the refugees are able to buy food literally at the blink of an eye. And that very same system now is being used to support Ukrainian refugees. The biggest selling point for technology is the fact that it transcends borders at a time when our world, unfortunately, keeps erecting them. And I'm not talking about geographic borders only. Refugees on a daily basis, as you know, face legal, cultural, linguistic, economic barriers. And you all can develop solutions that can help overcome those barriers. And for that, millions around the world would be eternally grateful.
That's one of the things I was very inspired by a quote that I read from you that said, people inherently are good, and they want to do the right thing if nobody is telling them to be fearful of the other.
Right.
How can that be combated, especially in these times where we have polarization, economic problems around the world?
Look, fear has always been an effective political tool, especially in times when people are anxious and uncertain about their futures, and this is the time that we live in. Polarizing and populist leaders will try to validate that anxiety about a world that is changing at a dizzying pace by pointing at easy targets. The enemy is always over there. It's the refugee, it's the migrant, it's the Muslim, it's globalization. People are inherently good. It's just that we never make good decisions when we're fearful. And when you're scared, the suspicion starts to get the upper hand over sympathy.
And you've been to so many refugee camps, people seeking shelter. I have as well. I find every time I speak to someone there, I feel this could be my neighbor. I would have no issues with that person being my neighbor.
Yeah.
And yet, in where I live in Berlin, there's a refugee shelter right next door. I've never been there.
Well, the thing is, you probably feel that way because you've exposed yourself to so many people from different walks of life. It is frighteningly simple for the human mind to tune off the suffering of others, particularly when they do not seem to be like us, or when they have names that we find difficult to pronounce. Studies have shown that we are instinctively more attuned to the pain of those who are like us. The suffering of people who seem different don't elicit the same emotional or mental reaction. And that kind of choosy compassion, that selective kind of empathy, has real tragic geopolitical consequences because it's a blind spot in our humanity. It determines where we look and what we see. So, for example, if you were following the news as the Ukraine war was unfolding, you'd be forgiven to assume that it's been decades since our world has witnessed such conflict, but it hasn't. Depending on what definition you use, today there are about 30 countries currently at war in our world. How many of these conflicts make it to the headlines or stay there for more than a day? How many of those civilian populations are getting the support they need? It's all too easy to look away, but that would be a grave mistake because injustice somewhere has a way of diminishing us all everywhere. And you can be sure that when there's turmoil in one country, instability will reverberate way beyond its borders. And so, it's really up to us to. We can't be responsible, in a sense, for our subconscious bias, but we are held liable when we allow these biases to dictate policy. The good news is that compassion isn't a finite resource. It's a muscle. The more you exercise it, the stronger it gets. And I think, it takes an effort, a conscious effort for us to overcome our implicit biases, but it is possible to turn selective empathy into universal empathy. Like I said, when you expose yourself to people from different walks of life, it becomes easier for you to put yourself in their shoes.
So a lot of that is communicating with folks to try and alleviate those biases. Because, I mean, one of the things that we can't rely on in this is politicians. We have to do it ourselves, right?
We absolutely have to do it ourselves, and I think we all have to challenge ourselves. I mean, I personally, make an effort, throughout my adult life to not judge or make assumptions about others. And, as I said, it's more about getting out of your comfort zone. One thing I've learned is that we make assumptions about ourselves just as much as we make assumptions about other people. The narratives and the labels we assign to others, we do it to ourselves. And we constantly reinforce it by an internal dialogue that constantly is telling you, I am this, I am not that. I like this, I don't like that. I'm good at this, I'm bad at that. But, those kinds of assumptions that we make about ourselves end up becoming barriers that hold us back and that limit the space in which we move and the choices we make. So we constantly have to explore and expand the edges of our comfort zone, because it's only when you step out of your comfort zone that you really feel alive and exhilarated. And so, you have to challenge yourself to go to people that you may not think you would get along with, or to go to places, or to lend a helping hand, even though that's not the field in which you work in, because that's where you will come to life, and that's where you will grow and feel exhilarated.
And for you guys to help us make those connections. And I think it's interesting that all this is happening in Europe, a lot of it is happening in Europe, where you have aging societies that would actually benefit from skilled people who come here, who need young people to come here.
Right. I think as our world has to move beyond trying to control the movement of people into trying to figure out how to manage it, because I think it's just part of our world. And more refugee crises are in the horizon as our world continues to heat up. As the climate issue is going to probably displace upwards of 200 million people by 2050. And there still isn't a single organization in our world that's overseeing the movement of people globally, and that needs to change. We need to have a unified vision and a policy as to how to deal with the movement of people, because it's part of our world, and we need to figure out ways of how to deal with it. Obviously, if we could avert these crises in the first place, that would be great. But climate change, unfortunately, too many policies remain unimplemented. Too many pledges remain on paper. It's easy to convene in conferences and come up with great wish lists, but until we come up with binding to-do lists that include a reduction of greenhouse emissions, et cetera, then we're going to continue to face massive refugee crises in the future.
And finally, we're running out of time, but I could do this for another hour or two. Since we are at this very important summit, the fact of the matter is there's not going to be more money for refugees, most probably. The institutions are the same. How important is tech in trying to maximize the funds that are there and trying to maximize the effort that is there and really help refugees to get going in the countries that they go to?
Well, just like in other aspects of our world, the tech has given us new tools that did not exist in the past. So a refugee's life can be multiple times better than 10, 15 years ago because of some of the emerging technologies and solutions that are coming out to make their lives better. So as I said, tech does transcend borders, and also it can be easily scaled. And it's easy to come up with a solution that helps 50 people, but it's the solutions that you want that can help millions of people that really make the transformation that we were looking for. So I think tech has the possibility to change the whole experience for refugees, to really help governments in dealing with the refugees, because governments will adopt these technologies. But like I said before, it's important for the investment to be sustained. It can't be a fad, you know. We can't just, because what happens sometimes is when there's a crisis and there's an influx of refugees, the world's attention is focused on them. But that seems to last for a very short period of time before people move on to the next thing. And so people may, you know, dip their toes in it, but it's not enough. You need to be there for the long term, because it's what happens to refugees over the long term that really determines the trajectory of their lives. It's not the initial aid that comes in, although that's important to keep them alive. You know, food, medicine, shelter is very important, but then what quality of life will they have afterwards? And, you know, the average time that a refugee spends in another country is above 30 years. Yeah. So, you know, it's a long-term issue.
Queen Rania Al-Abdas, thank you so much for coming and speaking to us.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Okay, not enough climate-related information is being translated from English into local languages, preventing people around the world from truly understanding the perils of climate change. This only hurts those who need access to the information most. Through the power of language, Climate Cardinals founder Sofia Chiani is helping people understand what's happening in their planet. Please welcome to the stage Sofia Chiani.
Hi, my name is Sofia Chiani, and I'm a 20-year-old Iranian-American climate activist. I work with the UN on their youth advisory group on climate change, and I'm currently a junior at Stanford studying climate policy. I want to talk to you all about my journey as a youth climate activist, some of the major things that the youth climate movement has been able to accomplish, and how I think that you and everyone can contribute by becoming a climate activist. So when we look at the gravity of the youth climate movement, throughout high school, I was working with Fridays for Future, Extinction Rebellion, Zero Hour, some of the largest grassroots climate organizations in the world. And when I was a junior in high school, when I was just 17, I went viral for staging a hunger strike in Nancy Pelosi's office. And you can see that headline. I was the 17-year-old who skipped class. I skipped my econ quiz because I felt that it was so important to use my voice to highlight the issue of the climate crisis and the fact that our nation's politicians were calling the Green New Deal a Green New Dream. And so throughout high school, I was engaged with these different grassroots climate organizations, really with the goal of making sure that we were getting the general public to pay attention. And most significantly, we really were able to change the world by getting over 6 million people out into the streets to strike in 2019. And that was particularly significant because it was the first time that we had seen this international mobilization of people coming together to strike for climate. And this is akin to the civil rights movement, the women's suffrage era, where we see that nonviolent civil disobedience is going to be key if we're going to get nations to actually take action on climate and to understand that this is an emergency. But it's been several years since we were able to galvanize these people in a global movement, and the pandemic really did stall a lot of our momentum. Young people went from striking in the streets to being cooped up inside and not being able to have the same impact. And now we're just a few days away, actually, from COP27, which is when our world's leaders are going to congregate together in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt to take collective action towards the world's climate goals as agreed upon in the Paris Climate Agreement. So I'm going to be heading to Egypt right after this, even though I should technically be at Stanford right now attending class. And yet we see that so often, because our political leaders lack courage, the issue of climate, the burden has fallen on the shoulders of young people like me to take up the mantle of change and to use our voices to raise awareness about this critical issue. And so we need to move forward. We need stakeholders. We need civil society, political leaders to come together to see how can we actually make a difference. Years and years have passed. This is the 27th COP, and yet we are still missing the mark and are not on track to meet staying below 1.5 degrees of warming. And the biggest thing that I now, through my work as a climate activist, have learned is I think we need to move people from apathy to action. So just a few years ago, 40% of adults in the world had never heard of climate change. And we've made enormous strides since then. The Yale Center for Climate Communications has found around 70% of people in the US now believe in climate change, and general climate literacy and enthusiasm is increasing. But I think that the critical step that we are now missing is that we need to move people from being apathetic towards the climate crisis, so recognizing that the issue of climate is a big deal, but not necessarily not knowing what they can do about it, feeling the sense of being overwhelmed and powerless and not understanding how they can contribute, and actually explaining to people what it is that they can do. And I think that this can take a number of different forms. I look at my peers at Stanford and see some of them are working on engineering more sustainable textiles. Others are creating more efficient solar panels. So everyone can make a difference. It's just about taking that first step towards action, which is when it started for me. So this is an issue that's very personal to me because of my experience growing up visiting Iran when I was just 12 years old, when I realized that pollution was hospitalizing thousands of people, and that the Middle East was really suffering on the front lines of a climate crisis, with temperatures there rising more than twice the global average. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that climate change is really a human rights issue, which was something that I realized when I was visiting Iran, because I realized that the crisis of drought, water mismanagement in the issue, it all was disproportionately impacting women, children. 80% of people who are climate refugees actually are women, and people of color, because of issues like environmental racism, are actually facing the brunt of the climate crisis. And so from an early age, I really became aware to the fact that I had to look at climate as an intersectional issue, and I also realized that there was a lack of climate resources available in Farsi, which is Iran's native language, and so it was hard for me to communicate with my relatives about the issue, and it really highlighted the fact that the people who are being worst impacted by the climate crisis often lack access to the resources they need to make sense of this disaster that is impacting their communities. And of course, I also can't fail to mention that in Iran right now, there really is a human rights revolution that's happening, that's being led by young women. And you can see the UN Human Rights Council talking about how it's developing nations, the poorer countries, that are facing the brunt of the climate crisis, which is why it's so important for us at COP to really champion this $100 billion climate pledge for rich nations to pay for poorer nations and developing nations. For example, Africa, where right now they are facing the brunt of the world's climate crisis in terms of drought and how it's impacting people there, but then they actually are one of the least emitting countries. So there is this imbalance where it is an obligation for countries like the US to contribute funding towards this $100 billion climate pledge. And I took all of my learnings throughout high school, my experience in Iran, to ultimately, in my senior year of high school, start Climate Cardinals, which is an international youth-led nonprofit that works to make climate education more accessible to people who don't speak English. And so we launched with a viral TikTok video, and we're able to recruit over 9,000 student volunteers across 40 countries. And we've now translated over 500,000 words of climate resources into over 100 languages. And so something that initially just started out as me and my mom translating climate resources into Farsi so that I could teach my relatives about climate change in Iran has now turned into a global movement of thousands of young people from over 40 countries coming together because they care so much about the issue of climate and want to make sure that everyone everywhere can access the resources they need to make a difference. Gen Z is the future. We are the future of the climate movement. We are future political leaders. And I think it's very important also to mention that social media has played such a crucial role in all of my activism and my advocacy. And I did this talk at Wired with Sylvia Earle, who's a hero of mine. And we talked about how the future of climate activism is going to be intergenerational. And it's also going to rely on factors like TikTok to help us get the message out there. From my childhood bedroom in the pandemic, I was able to spark a global movement only because of the power of social media. And it's going to be something that's going to be critical as we continue to think critically about the role that tech can play in furthering social movements. And now I work with the United Nations as a youth advisor to the UN Secretary General, really highlighting the importance of how Gen Z can work with political leaders to make an impact by leveraging the skills that we've learned in terms of social media, as well as our holistic intersectional approach towards why climate justice is so important. And I highlight this as an example because it really is the first instance of any international political body integrating young people at the highest levels of decision making. And it is a model that I hope is continued to iterate upon in the future. So I urge all of you to step up for Gen Z, to stand up for sustainability. Young people are increasingly suffering from climate anxiety, where because the climate crisis continues to get worse and we aren't seeing progress made towards these climate goals, 83% of Gen Zers are incredibly concerned about the planet's health. And with the midterms coming up in the United States, I want to also use this as an opportunity to urge you all to vote. Ultimately, the way that we're going to make change happen is through systemic processes. When we look at the countries, companies that are disproportionately contributing to the climate crisis, 100 companies are responsible for just 71% of the world's industrial emissions. And so ultimately, as much as you or I do, it's really important to hold these companies, to hold these corporations accountable. And I think that tech can play a huge role in all of this in terms of bringing together policymakers, people from the private sector, leaders to champion young people and to ensure that we all are coming together to work on solving the most existential crisis currently facing humanity. So we need to stand up and change the world together, and let's use tech to do it. Thank you.
You see that? Okay. Ukraine is an example of true heroism in the struggle for freedom and independence. In this talk, boxing's heavyweight champion of the world, Oleksandr Usyk, joins Maxim Liashko, CEO of Power Match Tech, to discuss how they built their successful strategies in business and sports and share their experiences in how to act in a crisis. Please welcome Anna Ganpolska and Maxim Liashko. Okay, that's the people that are on stage. So now, please welcome Ukrainian professional boxer and world champion in 2 weight classics, Olympic champion Oleksandr Usyk.
Greetings. Let me start by thanking the Web Summit team for the privilege of holding this motivational panel in Ukrainian. On behalf of all Ukrainians, I want to express gratitude for this exceptional opportunity. It's a clear sign that the Web Summit resolved to support Ukraine's struggle against acts of aggression and genocide committed by Russia. The voice of Ukrainian freedom should and shall be heard worldwide. Thank you. And now, let's see how many people in the audience speak Ukrainian. Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава!
Олександре, я хотіла би спочатку запитати тебе про твій шлях із початку повномасштабного вторгнення. Розкажи, будь ласка, яким він був для тебе? Я знаю, що ти знаходився не в Україні, був у відрядженні і вже наступного дня повернувся.
Oleksandr, first of all, I would like to ask you about the way you've gone since the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. I know that in the beginning you were away on business, and how was it for you?
Всім доброго вечора. Дякую всім присутнім. Дякую всім нашим українцям, які зараз тут є.
Good morning to everyone. I welcome all the present and all the Ukrainians that are here, and I know you're here.
Так, коли почалась повномасштабна війна, я був в Лондоні, я був в відрядженні, і в 4:30 ранку мені дружина подзвонила і сказала, що почалося.
Yes, at the first day of the full-scale war, I was in London, and at 5 a.m. my wife called me and told me that the war has begun.
Я зразу зрозумів, що в Україну я почитав новини, коли почали стріляти вже по аеропортах, я розумію, що літаки не полетять в Україну.
And I started looking for the news, and when I read that they started shelling the airports, I understood that the airplanes were not going to fly to Ukraine.
Я змінив білети на Польщу, бо летів туди, з Польщі вже я дзвонив друзям, які зустрічали мене, я 2-4 машинами добирався. Складно на кордоні було, тому що багато людей хотіло виїхати, паніка, стріляють, але ми повернулися. Ну, я думаю, що я десь сутки повертався, і коли я вже був біля воріт свого дому, не дивлячись на те, що на Україну летіли бомби, я вже був спокійний, що я вдома.
And yes, I started to change my plans. I changed the tickets to fly to Poland, and I started calling my friends, and we arranged 2 or 4 maybe cars. It took me 24 hours to get home, and it was hard to cross the border because many people were in panic, fleeing from the country. But in the end, I was at my doorstep. Despite of the bombing, I was at home.
Багато людей мені задають питання, чому я не виїду з України, чи чому я туди повернувся. Тому що це мій дім, а дім кидати не можна.
Many people ask me why have I came back and why won't I go away? But it's my home, and you don't just leave your home in travel.
Там моя родина, там мої діти, і там все те, що дав мені Господь.
And this is where my family is. This is where my children were born, and this is where everything God gave me is.
Thank you.
Як ти почав свою особисту боротьбу?
And how did your personal fight start?
Моя особиста боротьба почалась з того, що була група людей, друзі, ми зібралися в групу людей і захищали свій периметр, де ми живемо. Тобто я пішов в тероборону захищати країну від мародерів та від агресорів, які до нас йшли.
So my personal fight started with a group of friends. We gathered to protect our neighborhood from looters and from sabotage groups. This is how it started for me.
Я взагалі забув про бокс, але я тренувався кожного дня. В мене повинен був бути навесні матч-реванш з Ентоні Джошуа. Але я вирішив, що я ніякого матч-реванша не буду робити. І перший місяць, який відбулася війна, я був в Києві і намагався якось допомагати тим людям, які потребують тієї допомоги.
At the beginning, I forgot about boxing, though I kept on training, and though I had a fight programmed for spring with Anthony Joshua, I canceled it because I understood that my place was in Kyiv, protecting the people and giving help for those that needed it.
Я хотів вивезти родину, щоб мені було більш легше, тому що в мене 3 дітей, дружина, і я хотів їх вивезти десь, щоб не думати то, що безпека, але дружина мені сказала: я нікуди не поїду, це мій дім, і мені тут буде краще, і взагалі я нічого не боюсь, дай мені зброю.
And when first I wanted to evacuate my family because I have 3 kids, but when I talked to my wife, she told me, no, I'm not going anywhere because this is where my home is. I will stay here and fight for it.
Потім я поїхав в госпіталь до наших хлопців, які попривозили з передка, з лінії фронту, поранених, де хто з них був без кінцівок, рук, ніг, і десь багато хлопців, 50, 60, 100, я не пам'ятаю скільки, вони кажуть, що чуєш, Олександр, будь ласка, поїдь, підготуйся і виграй Джошуа другий раз, тому що нам потрібна дуже сильна перемога. Я дивився в ці очі воїнів, і я думаю, слухай, що я як одна єдиниця в армії можу зробити? Нічого. А тут я буду казати, таким чином, якщо я погоджуся на реванш, то таким чином я більш допоможу країні і своєму народу.
And then I went to a military hospital where the fighters from the front line came. They were wounded, some of them lost their legs and arms, and they told me, listen, Oleksandr, you need to fight, you need to win against Joshua because we need this inspirational victory for us. And I thought for myself then, in the army, I would be just one more fighter, whilst fighting boxing, I can take the message to the world.
По сьогоднішній день ми вже є проєкти, які ми відбудовуємо в селі Мощун. З нуля взагалі будинків немає, їх знищили. Ми відбудовуємо для людей. United 24 є амбасадором, яким ми співпрацюємо. І зараз моя задача на якомога більше допомогти своїй країні.
And now I'm participating in different projects. For instance, I'm an ambassador for United 24, and we are rebuilding the houses in the village of Moshun, which was completely destroyed. And I'm trying to get as much help as possible for my country.
З 10 числа минулого місяця кожен день прилітає в міста України шахіди, якісь бомби, камікадзе і все таке. І в нас нема світла в країні, дуже багато світла нема. Тобто агресор просто знущається з людей. Нема світла, нема води, там нічого не можеш не підігріти, не помитися. Але український народ – це і є світло, яке світить на весь світ.
And from the beginning, since the beginning, since the 10th of October, every day Ukraine is bombed and shelled by drones, by missiles, and there are blackouts every day in every city of Ukraine. It's really hard to be without water, without light. You can't cook, you can't wash yourself. But Ukrainians themselves, they are the light that shines around the world.
Я хотіла би звернутися до Максима. та запитати, скажи, будь ласка, бізнесу зараз теж дуже нелегко. Це боротьба ще й на економічному фронті. Скажи, будь ласка, як та коли ти зрозумів, який внесок може внести ваша компанія у цю боротьбу?
Now I would like to address Maxime and to ask, the business is also facing difficulties right now. When and how did you realize what can be the contribution your business can make for the country?
Всім ще раз доброго дня. Хочу ще раз подякувати Web Summit за цю виключну можливість провести цю розмову українською мовою в знак того, щоб звернути увагу на те, що жодна країна-агресор не може обмежувати свободу або можливість використовувати рідну мову.
And first of all, good morning to everyone. I would like to thank the Web Summit for this exceptional opportunity to speak Ukrainian here on the main stage, because this needs to be a sign that there is no aggressor that can take the freedom from people and take the right to speak their own language.
Щодо бізнесу, ти знаєш, так сталося, що за одну добу до вторгнення Росії на територію України була зустріч бізнесу з президентом України, паном Зеленським, де, в принципі, основний меседж був такий, що для бізнесу тоді не було мови про те, що війна буде завтра або щось схоже на це, але був основний меседж про те, що які б складнощі не були, для бізнесу важливо витримати економічний фронт.
So it happened so that 24 hours before the invasion, we had a meeting of the business representatives with the President Zelensky. And though we weren't talking about war, no one thought about it, the message was that it's important for business to keep on, to stay strong and resilient in the economical front.
І у зв'язку з тим, що було багато новин про можливу війну, на той час це ще все була можлива війна, в нас не було такого уявлення про масштаб війни, який відбувається прямо зараз, але певні підготовчі дії ми, звісно, проводили, як і більшість компаній в Україні. Але, звісно, початок війни був неочікуваний саме для нас, я скажу так, в тому форматі ми не очікували цю війну. І головне завдання перших днів і тижнів було, в принципі, забезпечити хоч якусь базову безпеку для співробітників і їх родин. І цим займалася всі компанії.
And though we were following the news, and at that time the invasion was just imminent, we couldn't imagine the scale of the invasion that was going to happen, and we took some preparations, but still it was unexpected for us. And the first days and first weeks of the war were dedicated to guarantee the basic securities for our employees and for their families.
І, звісно, всі міжнародні компанії, така як і наша компанія Перемач-Тек, працюючи у світі, акумулюють всі можливі ресурси для того, щоб їх перенаправити на підтримку людей в Україні, співробітників в Україні, армії і держави взагалом.
And like all the international companies, Perimach-Tech is working internationally to channel all the resources, all the funds we have, all the means we have to support our people, our economy and our country.
Так, і хоч ми відчуваємо досить значну підтримку, в тому числі іншого міжнародного бізнесу для компаній в Україні, хочу звернути вашу увагу на те, що закликаю вас використовувати той досвід, який зараз мають українські компанії, маленькі, середні, всі великі. Це унікальний досвід, яким чином можуть виконуватися завдання в надзвичайно кризовому становищі. Зараз нація володіє, в принципі, унікальними знаннями щодо того, яким чином можна будувати бізнес-процеси поряд з тим, щоб фактично вирішувати первинні побутові проблеми.
And although we all feel the significant support from international business community, I am appealing for you to take the experience we have, the unique experience that Ukrainian small, medium and large companies have of functioning in these emergency situations. It's really a unique know-how, how to function, to keep on working in such an environment, along with supporting the basic needs.
І, в принципі, закликала шукати таких бізнес-партнерів в Україні для того, щоб ваш бізнес також отримав цей досвід, І, в принципі, дуже мало ситуацій, коли українські компанії не виконують ті зобов'язання. Звісно, багато компаній, які в шалених проблемах, але саме IT-індустрія, IT-спеціалісти і все, що може працювати онлайн, працює, і ці команди, ці люди доставляють ті замовлення і продукти, які вони обіцяли своїм замовникам.
And so I invite you to search for business partners in Ukraine, among the Ukrainian companies, because apart from this unique experience, you can be sure that despite of all the difficulties that Ukrainian businesses are facing in this environment, they still complying with their obligations, they still deliver the products and the services, especially with regards to IT companies and whatever can function online. It keeps on working and keeps on delivering the services and products.
Yeah.
Чи ти зміг для себе сформулювати 3 правила тезово, які би ти міг озвучити та порадити для виживання та перемоги у бізнесі?
And can you please formulate the 3 key rules, key principles that you could advise for the business survival in such an emergency situation?
Я б не став їх там рахувати чи ранжувати, я просто хочу звернути увагу на такі обставини, що зараз Україна показує надзвичайний рівень волонтерської допомоги, коли функції бізнесу, родин, держави, армії, вони суцільно змішані. Кожен намагається зробити допомогу в кожній сфері. Але поряд з цим люди знайшли в собі, і компанії знайшли в собі чітке уявлення, яким чином розділяти це. Може чимось схоже на побудову армії, коли кожен департамент в бізнесі має свої завдання саме зараз. Ми їх зробили досить короткостроковими, але вони мають виконуватися, незважаючи на те, що відбувається. І люди надзвичайні здібності показують для того, щоб це виконувати. І оцей принцип загальної допомоги і волонтерства, він поширюється, він спочатку буде допомога держави армії, але він поширюється і в бізнесі між собою, як і в родинах між собою. Оце такий унікальна така хвиля допомоги, яка, в принципі, природно виникла, як ті хвилі, які є тут поруч з Лісабоном в Назаре, які в певний проміжок року з'являються надзвичайно великими. Отак це хвиля волонтерства, яка зараз охопила Україну, і допомагає компаніям і державі, і армії існувати. І саме я вас закликаю, приєднуйтесь до цього так само, щоб підтримувати цю хвилю і надати нові сили, нові можливості для підтримки і держави, і армії, і бізнесу в Україні.
I wouldn't counterarrange these points, but still I would like to talk about the unique volunteer movement that was born in Ukraine these days. This is when the businesses, the families, the army and state needs are united and mixed, and still, and this is where businesses enter. Still they are really clearly divided between the short-term and clear tasks, and all our employers show extreme capacities to fulfill these tasks and to perform in these circumstances. And this unique way of aid, which was born naturally, like the big waves of Nazaré here in Portugal, I would like to ask you to join it and to feel it yourselves.
Олександре, ти як справжній голос української перемоги, будь ласка, заряди нас сьогодні, всю аудиторію, на перемогу.
Alexander, you are the real voice of Ukrainian victory. Please inspire us for the victory today.
Скажу деякі свої правила, по яким я живу вже багато років. Це, звичайно, моя віра в Бога та вдячність йому за те, що в мене є, і те, що я маю.
I would like to share some rules that I follow in my life, and first of them is a faith in God and a gratitude to Him for whatever He gave me in my life.
Наступне – це моя родина, це моя дружина і це мої діти. Вони мене дуже сильно мотивують, і коли я просинаюсь о 5-й ранки і заходжу подивитися, як вони сплять, то коли я йду там на пробіжку чи на якусь спортивну зарядку, то я посміхаюсь, коли я подивився, дитина спить, я посміхнувся і пішов. Я йду робити важку роботу з посмішкою та вдячністю.
And the second one is my family, my wife and my children. When I wake up at 5 a.m. and see them sleeping sound before going to jogging or to some training, it makes me smile while I work hardly.
В нас все виходить в житті, якщо ми боремось. Бізнес, життя, спорт і все остальне. Якщо ми боремось, якщо нам важко, а ми все одно переступаємо через це важко, йдемо до кінця з посмішкою, з радістю. І я не жаліюся на життя і не засуджую нікого. Тобто я намагаюсь не то, що нікого, а я намагаюся нікого не засуджувати за якісь їх дії. Я просто намагаюсь жити так, як я хочу і так, як я бачу.
And this feeling, this joy, it allows us to live our life the right way. I myself, I keep on fighting every day, and I keep on smiling, and I never judge anyone for anything they do. I just keep on fighting, keep on going, and I keep on living my life the way I see it.
Багато людей скажуть, ти ж спортсмен, боксер, ти типа жорсткий і все таке. Я навіть своїх опонентів б'ю з любов'ю та посмішкою.
And many people, one should ask, but you're an athlete, you're a boxer, you're a tough guy. And I will answer, I even beat my opponents with love.
Я не маю якоїсь такої хижої ненависті чи злості якоїсь. В мене вона спортивна.
I don't feel a savage hate or anger. It's a sports anger.
Любіть друг друга, посміхайтесь і слава Україні.
Love each other, smile and glory to Ukraine.
Дякуємо.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please stand.
Thank you so much.
Бити барабани, сурміть, що є сили, неподільний край наш.
Artificial intelligence could be one of humanity's most useful inventions, but when will it hit critical mass? Next, we'll hear from DeepMind's Chief Business Officer, joining us to explore how the company's technology has been taken out of the lab setting and applied to solve transformational, real-world problems. Please welcome to the stage Colin Murdoch.
Good morning. My name's Colin Murdoch. It's my job to take DeepMind's amazing AI out of the lab and put it to good use in the world. Over the next 15 minutes or so, I'd like to tell you about what I think are some incredible breakthroughs in fundamental AI research, which we're applying to transformational problems in the real world, in areas like health, sustainability, and others. And I'd also like to try and answer the really important question: how do we make sure we're building an AI-enabled future that's safe, ethical, and inclusive? For those of you that don't know DeepMind, our mission is to solve intelligence, to advance science, and to benefit humanity. And our early AI research focused on games, like the classic Atari computer games you maybe played as a child, or maybe you still do, or the board games like chess and Go, because these were the perfect proving ground to develop and test our AI algorithms. And they drove huge breakthroughs in fundamental AI research, which we're now applying to transformational challenges in the real world. And I'd like to talk you through just a few ideas of what this looks like. And the first of those is what we call the protein folding problem. And in a moment, I'm going to show you a video. And in the video, you'll hear from John Malt, who's an expert in protein folding at the University of Maryland, and a number of members of the DeepMind team. They'll tell you a bit more about what protein folding is and why it's important.
We've discovered more about the world than any other civilization before us. But we have been stuck on this one problem. How do proteins fold up? How do proteins go from a string of amino acids to a compact shape that acts as a machine and drives life?
When you find out about proteins, it is very exciting.
You could think of them as little biological nanomachines.
They are essentially the fundamental building blocks that power everything living on this planet.
If we can reliably predict protein structures using AI, that could change the way we understand the natural world.
So as you heard in the video, proteins are the building blocks of life. And if we can understand their three-dimensional structure, we can begin to do incredible things, like helping to advance research into antibiotic resistance, or find treatments for diseases, or even begin to clear plastics from our oceans. The challenge is, finding the 3D structure of a protein is really hard. It takes years of painstaking work and millions of dollars of specialist equipment to find the structure of just one protein. In fact, as a rule of thumb, you would spend an entire PhD trying to find the structure of just one protein. And that's why scientists have been working on this protein folding problem. How do you take a 1D sequence of amino acids that's coded for in our DNA and work out the three-dimensional structure? In our bodies, this happens in seconds, spontaneously. So in theory, that amino acid sequence has all the information you need to determine the 3D structure. In practice, there are over 10 to the 300. That's way more combinations than there are atoms in the universe for that amino acid to fold, which is why we've been focusing on the protein folding problem. And I'm really proud to share that an amazing team at DeepMind produced a model called AlphaFold in November 2020, and it was recognized as a solution to the protein folding challenge, at least a decade ahead of when people thought it might be possible. A truly mind-blowing advancement. And we've taken that algorithm, and we're now able to determine the structure of a protein in minutes. We've literally gone from years to minutes. And we've been able to take that algorithm and create a database now of 200 million protein structures. I think that's just about every protein structure known to science. And we've released that to the world. That's been accessed over 500,000 times already, and has been cited over 2,000 times. This is also driving impact in the world. There's a great team in Colorado that are now using AlphaFold structure predictions to advance their research into antibiotic resistance. That's a hugely, hugely important problem. There's another team at the Center for Enzyme Innovation that are using these predictions to speed up their research into plastic-eating enzymes that I really hope one day can help clean up all the junk plastic from our landfills. And we've also released and created a new business called Isomorphic Labs, which I'm really excited about, that I launched from DeepMind earlier this year. And Isomorphic Labs' mission is to advance drug discovery using AI. It takes about 10 years from the start of the process to getting a drug into the market, and billions of dollars of investment. And the sad thing is, most drugs actually fail when they get into clinical trials and try and help the patients, which is why I'm really, really excited about Isomorphic Labs, working with partners across the industry to reimagine how drugs can be discovered with AI. For me, AlphaFold is an incredible example and what we call a root node challenge at DeepMind, because if you can solve the root node, it unleashes huge potential downstream impact. But let me tell you about another problem we've been working on at DeepMind now. For years, scientists have dreamt of cleaner and greener energy sources. And of course, one very important type of energy is nuclear fusion, the energy that powers the stars in our universe. And nuclear fusion works by smashing together atoms of hydrogen at very high pressures and very high temperatures. So they fuse together, and in doing so, release huge amounts of energy that can be used, for example, to turn water into steam, to turn turbines and generate electricity. Now, back here on Earth, scientists tried to recreate these mini-stars in nuclear fusion reactors. And one very important type is a tokamak. It's about a 6-meter wide donut-shaped thing. And inside the tokamak, scientists try to create these plasmas of hydrogen at temperatures hotter than the core of our sun. Of course, they're very unstable and very erratic, these plasmas. And so around the outside of the tokamak are really strong magnets that interact with this plasma thousands of times per second to try and control it. This is exactly the sort of challenge we like to take on at DeepMind. Much like the games I mentioned earlier, but the game this time is controlling the plasma in a nuclear fusion reactor. So an amazing team at DeepMind, inspired by the work we did on games like Chess and Go, used a technique called deep reinforcement learning and simulation to create an AI-powered controller that interacts with that plasma 10,000 times per second. And we collaborated with an amazing organization called EPFL as part of this work. And they have their very own nuclear fusion reactor. And they extremely kindly let us deploy our controller live on their nuclear fusion reactor. Of course, we were very careful when we did that. And the great news is it worked really well. We were able to stabilize the plasma. And better than that, we were able to sculpt the plasma in a way that meant we were able to make the fusion reaction more efficient. So for me, another incredible example of how AI is making a huge difference on really important problems. As well as problems in science, part of my job is to be a bridge between the lab and the business world. And so that's why at DeepMind, we've built what I think about as one of the world's biggest and most powerful libraries of AI solutions. And on our parent company, Alphabet, that includes Google, I think about this marketplace of hundreds, if not thousands, of AI-ready problems we can apply our solutions to. So together, we work to build really useful products and services for people all around the world, ultimately enriching the lives of billions of people. One good example is Android. Android cell phones are used by over 1 billion people every day. And one of the most commonly requested features is, can you make my battery last longer? Now, compared to maybe nuclear fusion and protein folding, that doesn't sound so important. But as well as the everyday convenience, having battery when you really need it, when it really matters, maybe in an emergency, and that could literally be a lifesaver. And our team at DeepMind built an AI model that's able to predict which apps you'll use next and which you maybe won't. And Android can use that information to adapt to your personal usage preference so that you have the battery when you really need it. And I think whether we apply this technology to cell phones or to data centers, where we've also massively reduced the amount of energy to keep them cool, I think it's going to be really important as we optimize our infrastructure for a more sustainable future. Now I'd like to return to the question I asked at the beginning, which is, how do we make sure we're building an AI-enabled future which is safe, ethical, and inclusive? Because for me, the great promise of AI also requires great care, because we're planning for success. We're planning for an AI-enabled future, which means we need to think about now how that's going to work. It's really too big and too important to move fast and break things, which is why pioneering responsibly is at the heart of what we do at DeepMind. And let me give you an example. Review is a key part of our work. AlphaFold, the amazing algorithm I mentioned earlier, when we were developing that, we consulted with over 30 external experts in areas from biosecurity, biology, research, and others to really make sure we were understanding the benefits whilst mitigating any potential risks. And as we've rolled that out, we've worked with amazing not-for-profits and other organizations so we can really understand the downstream impact on a case-by-case basis. As well as review, one other area that I think a lot about, and I would encourage you to think about too, is how do we make sure that the people developing and applying AI represents broader society? And one way you can do that is by investing in education and community efforts. For example, at DeepMind, we've spent and invested over 50 million in scholarships and sponsorships with amazing organizations like Women in Machine Learning and the African Deep Learning Endeavor. That's Africa's biggest machine learning community. So I think in summary, it takes a really strong, focused, and dedicated community like you all to make sure we're delivering a safe, ethical, and inclusive AI-enabled future. Like the incredible new James Webb Telescope, I believe AI has the potential to allow us to see farther into the future than ever before. And as we all gaze into that future, we have to ask ourselves, how do we maximize the benefit of AI for society? Because we've already had huge breakthroughs in fundamental AI research, which are having massive impact on really important areas like health, like sustainability, and others. And I'm confident, I really believe, there are even bigger breakthroughs on the horizon. And their impact is going to be absolutely enormous. Which is why, as we meet here today, I have great hope for our future. Thank you.
The prevailing startup wisdom of the last few years has been growth at all costs. As long as the company continues to scale, the rest will take care of itself. However, recent months have seen this notion shattered, and now the focus is on profitability and capital efficiency. In this session, leading VCs reflect on how we got here and discuss how founders can shift gears in the new era. Please welcome to the center stage PJ Parson from North Zone, Sarah Gal from Conviction, and Fred Destin from Stride VC in conversation with Xinhua News Agency's Martina Fuchs.
Bom dia, Lisboa. Good day, everyone. It's great to see such a full house. We have a very, very important topic to discuss, scale versus profitability. Let me ask an opening question to all of my three members on this panel today. In 60 Swiss seconds, which are actually 59 seconds, to be honest, what is more important, scale or profitability? If I can start with you, Fred.
I think the debate is poorly framed because scale versus growth, profit versus growth are choices, they're pathways. And if you're a founder, what you really care about is sustainability. And sustainability, at the end of the day, is all about free cash flow and unit economics. And there are different paths that you can take to get to the same outcome. So I think it's more of an ideological debate than a good substantive framework to think about the problem.
Sarah, in the past, we always wanted to scale first, right? But in this current environment, which is so tough, people seem to want to make money fast, really fast profitability. What's more important in your opinion?
I'll take a simpler stance than Fred. Scale remains the lifeblood of startups. Without rapid compounding growth, you're irrelevant on the global stage. And so the changing economic environment of the last year or so has really made startups rethink, return on investment versus money being free, but scale is still primary.
I would totally agree with that. And the fact is that venture capital is not the path for all startups. For the ones that really want to build big outcomes, I think scale is paramount. And I think there is a little bit of a, we're fooling ourselves going on in the industry when we think we can both create massive scale and grow profitably at the same time. That's just not possible with many, many business models.
We see a huge shift in this dichotomy as well, isn't it? Sarah, if I could start with the first real question now to you. You just left Greylock to start your own business, Conviction Capital. You raised $101 million, so congratulations on that in this very difficult, challenging market environment. You focused on AI companies, right? So how difficult is it for you in this circumstance, in this world that we live in today to raise funding?
Compare it to, but I have renewed empathy for entrepreneurs because fundraising is never that much fun, right? You want to get to the business of building your business. But the thesis of the fund is pretty simple. It is that we are going to build more intelligent software over the next decade, more data-driven software, and that many different advances that are happening right now in the power of machine learning models. We just heard from DeepMind. Data and the cost of compute going down. And I think that story is one that is going to have horizontal applicability across a lot of problem domains. The macro environment is challenging, and I'm biased here, but as a significant LP in my own fund, I'd say I think it's a really good environment to be an early stage investor. I think it's going to be a good vintage.
Fred, would you agree with that? Because we have, for example, the IMF, the global lender, predicting that global growth has slowed down in 2021 to 6% this year, about 3.2%, and then next year further slow down to about 2.7%. What's the fundraising environment and your outlook like for the next couple of months?
So PJ and I, we're one of the and this crisis is particularly complicated and sticky because it's like energy, climate, supply chain, and I don't think we've seen the impact yet. If people have their energy bill go from that, we fully internalize that. So I think the market's going to be awful. The good news for founders is that
don't soften the blow, Fred.
Well, it's better to be prepared, right? But as founders, we are highly adaptable organisms. We thrive on chaos. Actually, we can leverage what Sarah is investing in with super detailed analytics, real-time intelligence. And so we have these quite unique tools to thrive on chaos. So I think it's going to be slower, more painful. Prepare yourself to run a marathon, and you don't know how long it's going to be. But startups are uniquely positioned to thrive and survive. And there is a wall of cash on our side that's waiting to be deployed. PJ here got $1 billion fresh money, so
absolutely, PJ. You did raise quite a lot of money most recently. I believe that you made about $1 billion. Got that for a new fund. It's your largest fund to date, about twice the size of your previous one with a North Zone. But would you agree with Fred here that this is a different kind of beast, this COVID-19 pandemic, and are we going to see a bloodbath?
So first, I think it's important to set in context and compare to the prior crises also that we have like a digital shift that is still going on where we're sort of basically decommissioning a big part of the industry and also how the societies run and how we live. And at the same time, we have a sustainability shift where we are decommissioning old, dirty stuff in favor of cheaper and better stuff for the environment. And that shift is sort of happening within this context, which means that there's a lot of capital available for those who can prove traction and to address these mega trends, so to speak. I don't think that we have seen any shortage of entrepreneurial activity, even in these troubled times. And also, it's a very strong time to start recruiting from a pool of talent that may have been laid off from Google or from Facebook or any of the big platform companies that are now focusing on profitability. And you get people who knows what great looks like, and they want to go at it again. And there is, as Fred said, a wall of capital and new tools to be deployed. And so pretty much every company we look at, they are killing it left, right, and center compared to the incumbents.
We have 3 VCs here on this panel. PJ and Fred, you're both from Europe, and Sarah is based in the US. Do you think that a lot of VCs will actually survive this crisis, Sarah? Will there be more activity, as PJ says, or will the big fish eat the small?
So I have a basic framework for this, which is in times of abundance, you have more experimentation. And in times of scarcity, you have more consolidation, right? And this is now a time of relative scarcity when you look at LPs. Congratulations on your fund, but LPs, the people who back venture capitalists, are in a bad place right now, right? They've seen their portfolios take a really serious hit. They're looking at what's happening in the global markets. They're less risk on than they were a few years ago. And what I think that means is a lot of the experimentation that has not worked out over, or is more questionable over the last few years. So let's say venture managers, fund managers who understand less about investing, or venture managers who expanded into a growth fund and then ended up with mediocre returns, or who came in from different asset classes, I think that they will struggle. Because any student of economics understands it is very hard, it should be very hard to generate massive returns. I think on the other hand, venture as an industry is indexed to technology, right? And I'm again biased here, but technology is the engine of productivity and growth for the world. And so if that is becoming a bigger part of our lives, venture as an asset class should also become bigger. So I think you'll see both dynamics happen.
In our pre-chat, Fred, when we spoke last week, you mentioned that the real successful startups are going to be those who can craft a story, who are real storytellers, who have something to sell in terms of story. You mentioned, for example, Be Real, the French startup, the photo sharing app, which raised some 60 million euros in funding earlier this year. What will be the secret for them?
So if we take the Be Real examples interesting, or we can take YouTube if we want a better known example. So if you're building YouTube or Be Real, you have to grow. So YouTube, for example, cannot monetize if it doesn't have hundreds of millions of users. Similarly, it has to build a video delivery infrastructure that makes their costs fixed instead of paying for bandwidth. So that's an example of a company where a profit-first approach is completely useless. It will not lead to sustainability. So that's a good example of growth is the way by which you achieve sustainability. And my point on the narratives was if you can go to capital markets and you can explain that story credibly, it is our business to fund founders through these gaps. And whether you're building YouTube or you're building a SaaS company, these are 5 to 7 year projects that take anywhere between $50 and $200 million in capital. And as PJ said, it is difficult to escape gravity when you're building growth companies. So I think the quality of the story you're able to tell financial markets is becoming even more important. And all of our startups need these beautiful narratives that people can get behind.
PJ, you joined North Zone in 2004, so you have quite a lot of experience already. It seems like, scaling versus profitability, this whole measurement has changed a little bit, this dichotomy. It really depends on a case-by-case scenario. Or when can you say nowadays, this is a trade-off, this is where we go from scaling to profitability?
Yeah, so I think the key for any entrepreneur is to make sure that they are masters of their own destinies. And if you are too reliant on capital markets that become shaky like they are today, you need to make decisions that you don't want to make in order to achieve those goals that you have. And 2 years ago or a year ago, you could basically cook up a really exciting growth story and you would get capital to go with that. Today, you have to substantiate so much more in order to get the same amount of capital and probably also to a lower valuation. I think the key question then is that if you are along the way, say that you have raised Series A or so, you need to know when you can basically turn over to more optimizing for profitability rather than for further growth. And if the markets further deteriorate, that becomes an even more important decision. But if they improve, then perhaps you can step on the accelerator again and grow further. Having that strategic degree of freedom is really key, and that's what most great entrepreneurs, have in them from the beginning.
Like you, Fred, jump in.
Yeah, I was going to say, if we look at the collective responsibility of the ecosystem in creating crises, so it's both founders and VCs, it's that when we price companies, say we've seen $3 million Series A companies priced at 200 to 400 million, right? We've seen a bunch of these deals come through. We're then putting these startups on these insane hyperspeed treadmills where they have to grow into that valuation. Now we're skewing behavior because of the price that we collectively agreed to put on the companies. And I think we go back to this, what is a reasonable rate of growth, both in your company and your valuation, that a company can achieve without vaporizing cash? And I think that's what I'd love for us to get back to, which is this, we're building based on first principles, not with the valuation tail wagging the operational dog.
Sarah, now with your brand new fund, Conviction Capital, what excites you the most? Which startups, which ventures do you want to invest in? Maybe there is something for the audience here as well.
Yeah, I've been lucky in my career as an investor thus far to be part of companies solving problems in a really wide range of domains, largely in B2B. But as we were discussing backstage, a lot of these companies are taking much more innovative and sometimes consumer-like initial growth paths, right? And one thing that I've personally spent a lot of time on is understanding the modern enterprise that looks like a Figma or a Datadog. These are companies where you're driving toward community or user-led adoption, and to the point of this panel, you're not profitable for a long time. You might not be generating revenue for a long time because you're focused on adoption first.
And a lot of iconic businesses, also YouTube and others, they first of all were like really scaling, and then became profitable, isn't it?
Right, and some of these are just, it's kind of the opposite of the lean startup in that the MVP of the business that's feasible for Figma or YouTube is quite a large product, right? They're just ambitious businesses. And so I think one of the fun things that I'm building expertise in is how to predict that and then how to take very long-term oriented bets. And then broadly, some of the domains that I'm interested in the application of machine learning include just operational enterprise efficiency, different types of vertical software. I recently did a legal SaaS company that is doing document understanding and document generation with large language models. But the problem domains that AI applies to today are massive.
You mentioned predictability, which used to be something that we all relied on in macroeconomics and finance and business and so on. It's a very philosophical question. So, PJ, are things still predictable?
Well, I don't think we rely on predictability in the venture space. It's that chaos that Fred mentioned that is sort of the lifeblood of what entrepreneurs go at, and they create businesses out of that dynamics and find change vectors to really capitalize on. So I would say that stability is probably the enemy, or lack of stability is probably the enemy of the incumbent space, which basically are the enemies of ours as well. If we're really
I completely agree, and I think there are a lot more. I'm one of these like new fans, but I think there are a lot more fans of F1 than there used to be. But the story of F1, in terms of like being able to advance as a team, is if it's raining and the conditions are terrible, anyone can win, right? If it's a sunny, clean track, Mercedes wins, right? Because they built the fastest engine. They can do the same thing every time. And so I'm an optimist by nature, but I think to your point, in a environment of chaos when it's raining out, and more positively, when you have such step change functions in the underlying technology like machine learning, the companies that are more agile and can take more risk are more likely to win.
I love it that the Americans have discovered F1 after 30 years.
But we have
Formula
E yesterday. I was just at my first Formula E race in Monaco this summer, which was even more exciting because you can't hear them and then just speed next to you. You obviously, PJ, were an early investor in some of these incredible startups and unicorns like Spotify, also Avito or Price Runner, but obviously you also listen to your gut feeling, isn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's and I think you can just find so much in the pitch deck or in the conversations about CAC to LTV ratios and all that stuff. What really boils down is to if there is this like A+ quality to the founder team that has this capability to really move mountains, to convince other really top quality people to join their path, even if they're much smaller than they would normally be.
Would you agree with that, Fred?
I mean, I think if I look back at my own decision making, it's like within 3 minutes or 5, I'll know if I want to fund you. Within 15, I'll probably know if I want to fund your business. And then if the next morning I'm still obsessing about it and it's not out of my brain, then I'm in. And then I'll rationalize my way back because I learned over time to be disciplined. But it is an act of faith, at a deep level, because you're a conviction investor, I'm a conviction investor, so are you. And conviction, at the end of the day, comes from our gut. Now, we'll inform our gut feeling, but it is very much jumping over the edge with a management team. And I think people sometimes forget. They think we're machines, but we are fucking loving machines and caring machines and mission-driven machines.
I love that.
That's why Sarah's new fund is called Conviction Capital. So if you have to boil it down to one decisive factor, what would you name it? Is it like a human connection? Is it the financial situation? What makes you decide for that specific startup in the end?
For me?
Yes.
It is a unique insight or view on the world delivered by people that raise my energy.
Very good. We don't have much time left, just about 60 Swiss seconds or 59. So in the last moment that we have, Fred, tell me, looking into the crystal ball, which will be the #1 topic dominating the VC industry in 2023?
That is a tough question. I'm going to pass it on to Sarah.
Sarah? The war in Ukraine, recession.
I feel like many mature funds are going to be managing a portfolio full of pain next year.
Portfolio full of pain.
I would agree to that, but it's like a massive bifurcation with the winners and the losers, where winners will continue to attract a lot of capital at high valuations and grow like crazy because there's this underlying undercurrent of change that is happening and that's continuing to happen despite these challenging sort of equity markets.
And I think it's going to be beautiful for emerging managers because dislocation in the industry creates daylight. And I think we're going to see the likes of Sarah and a bunch of emerging managers come in with great product for founders. So I'm actually excited about, breaking the status quo and continuing to unravel and break up and reinvent the venture industry.
We'll end it with this optimistic note. Fred Destin from Stride.vc, Sarah Guo from Conviction, and PJ Parson from North Zone. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Hands up if you've watched a TED Talk. Every hand in the audience should be up, right? The main TED event is held in Vancouver every year, and this year Elon Musk was there as he announced his Twitter bid. And our next guest talked to him on stage in one of the best interviews that I've ever seen. After interviewing so many thought leaders, his brand is synonymous with ideas worth spreading. Now to share his own ideas with the Web Summit audience, please welcome TED curator Chris Anderson.
Hello, hello. Well, look at you. I'm here today because I've been persuaded that the single most important issue that we all face is actually the future of the internet. So I want us to dream together about that. But I should warn you that my dreams of late have got a little dark. For example, there's a scene from a movie that I can't get out of my head. It's that dinner party in Alien when, and sorry, I need a clicker. I didn't bring the clicker with me. Clicker. Thank you. It's that scene, it's that dinner party in Alien when John Hurt's chest bursts open and reveals this disgusting alien and it's been incubating inside him. I mean, it's hard to imagine anything more horrifying than an alien growing inside you, right? But I have some bad news for you. This is actually happening to you right now, to all of us, actually. I don't know if you'd like to see him. Like some of the speakers this week, I've enlisted the aid of the AI painting program, DALL-E, to help with my visuals. So, DALL-E, can you show us a teenage version of Jabba the Hutt? And there we go. This is the little critter that's inside us. I call him Jabby because he's pre-Jabba, but also because he's constantly jabbing us with insistent demands on our time and attention. Now, I'm not saying that there's literally this sort of ancient lizard brain inside of us. What I'm saying is that a huge part of our mental activity can be legitimately described as lizard-like. It's what the great psychologist Danny Kahneman calls System 1 thinking. I mean, it's fast. It operates often so fast we're not even conscious of it. Jabby is directly wired to our muscles, can respond in an instant at any sign of danger, for example. But it's also driven by primal urges like fear and anger and greed and lust. Now, when I showed this image to my better half, she said, "He looks cute," which was a little troubling, actually. But the point is that there's actually nothing wrong with Jabby per se. Jabby gives us lots of time-efficient decision-making. It brings to our lives a lot of pleasure, a lot of excitement, but can also get us into all kinds of trouble. And pretty much every story of violence or addiction or of wanton cruelty has Jabby right at its heart. And so if we give Jabby too much license over our lives, he will grow and take over and end up looking a lot less cute, darling. Now, happily, there's more to us than just Jabby. Would you like to see what our wiser selves look like? Well, maybe like this. So this is Yodel. Yodel is a mashup between a young Yoda and his female equivalent Yaddle. And also, on a good day, Yodel can make our hearts sing. Now, Yodel is our reflective self. It's what Kahneman calls System 2 thinking. This is the slower-acting, conscious attempt to oversee System 1. So it's Yodel who fights procrastination and tries to organize our lives to be productive and fulfilling and generous. Just need a sip of water for 1 minute. So when you think of humans as containing these two systems, it completely changes how you think of any design effort. I mean, if you're going to design to optimize for user experience, the question becomes, obviously, which user are you optimizing for? I mean, everything hangs on that question. And I think you can frame the story of human progress as the gradual collective empowerment of Yodel over Jabby, for example, through education, through the rule of law, through the widespread acceptance of moral codes. This is how we've converted a Hobbesian world into a world actually worth living in. And I became convinced 10 years ago that the internet was the most powerful accelerant imaginable to continue this process. I mean, you had all of human knowledge available at the click of a button. You had visibility of people on the other side of the planet. What better way could there be to increase and expand our circles of empathy and to give the sense that we're all connected? Now, my optimism was fueled by the experience I had at TED. When I took over TED in 2001, it was an annual conference in California, and I saw my job as to try to figure out a way of releasing some of the inspiration and knowledge that happened there to the world at large. And I was struggling to do it. We tried to put TED on TV. Everyone laughed. Talking heads so boring. And then in 2006, along came online video. And we did this experiment where we just put 6 of our talks up on the internet. To our surprise and delight, they went viral. And suddenly we had thousands of people offering to translate TED into other languages. You know, as a nonprofit, we felt this huge dilemma because it felt like we now needed to give away all of TED's best content to the world. But then wouldn't that destroy our conference? Why would people pay to come to a conference when the content was available for free? We did it anyway, and to our delight, far from killing the conference, it massively increased demand for it. We got all these offers of translation help. And suddenly it seemed to me that what the internet was saying to us was that it wanted this strategy of radical generosity. Give away the most bold thing you can imagine giving away and be absolutely amazed at what comes back. We tried the next step. We tried to give away our brand. We allowed thousands of organizers around the world to put on their own TED events under the moniker TEDx. And within a few years, it was extraordinary. Like 50,000 plus people were working for us unpaid. There were 3,000 TEDx events around the world, leading to tens of thousands of new videos. I mean, yes, there were some embarrassing moments, but overall, the expansion of spreading ideas was just extraordinary. It was the internet that did this. You can see why I assumed, why I deeply, passionately believed that the internet was inevitably going to bring the world closer together. And then, with this sort of growing, sickening realization, I realized I was wrong. Actually, far from bringing the world closer together, the internet seemed to be increasing division in a truly horrible way. What the hell happened? Well, the answer usually given to that question is something like this. The tech companies got too big, they got greedy, they got too powerful. They decided that they could exploit their users any which way, no matter if it created these horrible partisan divides. I think that's actually missing the main story here. At heart, I don't think this was mostly a cynical plot. I think it was a screw-up of absolutely gargantuan proportions. And I think artificial intelligence may have played a starring role. Here's how I would frame the story. Many of you will remember that horrifying thought experiment that Nick Bostrom gave us when he was trying to explain the dangers of artificial intelligence. You know, he said, imagine something anodyne, like a paperclip factory that was run by a super smart AI, and then just told to maximize output. Well, what could go wrong? Well, what could go wrong is that the AI could gradually, not knowing when enough was enough, start to utilize any nearby resource and turn it into paperclips, including ultimately humans. So I believe that this nightmare story has actually come true. Instead of building a paperclip factory, we built an attention factory. We instructed our AI algorithms to maximize attention because that was the path to maximizing advertising revenues, but also because who wouldn't want to maximize engagement with their services? It felt like the right thing to do. What our AIs discovered was something powerful but horrifying. What they discovered was that the way to maximize attention is not to engage with Yodel, it's to feed Jabby. You know, one of Jabby's superpowers is to respond instantly to any threat. If it sees danger, it will act. So if you can present Jabby with a world that seems dangerous, you will own his attention. How might you do that? Well, how about giving him a news feed where you amplify the voices of those who see the world that way? If you can do that, he's going to sit there all day happily clicking the like button and maybe firing off angry messages of his own in response. Those messages, in turn, inflaming other Jabbies out there. Yodel never gets a look in. So this is the social media world that we've built. I don't think anyone intended it. I think it came out of a naive read on human nature and the power of these AIs. But it's created this terrifying, self-fueling cycle. And if we don't stop that cycle spinning, pretty soon the aliens are going to burst out of us and tear down everything that we've built. So obviously, this is the thing we have to fix. This is actually the most important problem we have to fix, the single most important problem. If we don't fix this problem, we can't fix any other problem. And I mean that quite seriously. Like, I'm passionate about the climate issue. And I actually believe that from an economic and business point of view, there is a pathway to solving that problem, largely. But that solution depends on people cooperating with each other at massive scale. And the internet is destroying our ability to cooperate with each other. If we can't cooperate and trust at some level, we cannot do anything at scale. So we have to fix this. Now, the platforms have actually put in quite a significant effort to try to fix it. But their main focus has been to think about content moderation, i.e. to rein in the worst abuses, the worst examples of sort of inflammatory content. But I mean, come on, that is putting a Band-Aid on the symptom. It is not addressing the underlying cause. You know, hello, okay, here's the strategy. We're going to turn everyone into lizards, and then we're going to identify those who are most lizard-like and obnoxious, and we're going to try and moderate their more obnoxious behavior. This is stupid. You know, it would be so much smarter to simply take away the incentive for the bad behavior in the first place. So how do we do that? Well, there are a lot of people thinking about how to do it. Here are a couple of fantastic resources that I'd encourage you to look at. You'll need to apply what they say to your own work. And I'd like to offer 4 humble suggestions to help you get started in doing that. What these have in common is that they are all attempts to shift power from Jabby to Yodel. So, idea 1. When we think about time, the time that people are spending on our sites, let's shift from perpetual to pause. Every instinct we have is we've got to keep people engaged, got to keep people engaged. We don't want them to click away, keep them. And hence things like doom scrolling and all these other strategies we have to sustain engagement. No, let's build in some timeouts. All of us have been taught by our parents that if we start getting angry, count to 10 before you act. We've got to give people the chance to count to 10. That's the time it takes for Yodel to elbow Jabby out of the way. Twitter tried something like this. They suggested to people who were about to tweet with something inflammatory, saying, just, are you sure? Are you sure you want to tweet using this language? Just that step reduced those numbers of tweets by 30%. Idea 2, mindset matters. Can we shift from conviction to curiosity? Conviction is Jabby's realm. Jabby doesn't ask questions. Yodel is the one who is curious. If we can create a sense of intrigue, we will bring Yodel to the control. So instead of just observing experience, why not ask people questions? Ask people questions. Even simple questions like, would you like more of this or less of this? May be enough to bring Yodel to the controls. Idea 3, the medium we use in so much of the internet is text. But short text messages, it's a very efficient way of communicating, but it's impersonal. It's a modern invention. Voice has been with us as a communication device for hundreds of thousands of years. It's part of ancient biological systems. It taps much more directly into systems like empathy or reflectiveness. So can we do something with that? I mean, if you have a site and you see people are getting angry with each other, you could just encourage them to stay on the site and engage in ever more nasty flame wars. Or, here's a thought, give them a chance to talk with each other. Idea 4, visibility. This may be the most important thing of all. Let's shift from threats to treats. There is so much amazing stuff on the internet, but it's mostly, it's invisible. It gets drowned out by the other stuff. Because we're up against a fundamental cognitive bias here. Evil is compelling. Good is boring. Or at least that's what Jabba whispers to us every day. Good does not have to be boring. What can you do to make good compelling? Like, can you find those hidden gems of knowledge on your site that with a bit of unearthing can amaze and delight people? What can you do to celebrate, if you like, the bolder expressions of goodness? Wonder, imagination, courage, laughter, passion, vision. These things are there. They just need to be given a chance to breathe and to be seen. Everything can go viral on the internet, and when it does, it is so beautiful. During the start of the pandemic, this woman, Catherine Barrett, posted a picture on Facebook. It was a picture of a box of tissues that someone had placed in her apartment building, along with a little message that said, if someone needs a cry, I know these are hard times, if someone needs a cry, please take one. Catherine was moved by this, and she posted the picture and invited other people to share similar stories, just simple human kindness. She called her group the Kindness Pandemic. It exploded. It took off. More than 500,000 people joined. It's still going today. If you go on there and read some of those stories, I suspect your own tears may start to flow. So look, I have not given up on the internet. I mean, humans are resilient. We're clever. When we screw up, we usually find a way of reflecting and trying to make amends. We can do this. It's not an easy task, and it's going to take a lot of people. Some of you here may say, actually, in this case, the business model of the internet is going to make it impossible to make any changes. I say no. I don't think that is true. It is true that there are strong short-term incentives on the big companies to optimize for attention because of ad revenue. But it's also true that they know that if they continue to act in a way that is seen not to be in the public good, one, the politicians are going to come for them. Two, their own users who they depend on, their own employees who they depend on, their best employees, will leave in droves. They will be destroyed. So the platforms actually are making significant efforts to do their part. There is progress being made. We should celebrate that progress. We should continue to hold them accountable. But this journey is going to be about much more than just the big platforms. It is all of us. It's everyone here. It's every startup. It's every coder. It's every designer. It's every marketer. We need to build a different kind of internet. We need to build one that is based on a proper understanding of human nature and of the moment that we're in. I mean, if there's one thing I would love you to take away from this, it's this. It's don't optimize your design for users, whatever that means. Optimize for users' reflective selves. Don't work for Jabby. That's too easy. Work for Yodel. Everything hangs on that. It's harder to do, but if you do it, you will ultimately create people who are happier, more satisfied with what you've built, and you'll be contributing to saving the internet and therefore saving the planet. I mean, look, there's always going to be evil in some dark corner of the internet. We can't completely clean it up. But what I think we can do is decisively shift the direction that it is taking us from a little bit down, in danger of going steeply down, to up. Everything that is on the internet has the potential to go viral. With a determined effort, we can create something that is self-fueling. Now, to do this is going to take thousands of builders to get to work and to get to work urgently. But guess what? There are thousands of us here in Lisbon this week. If enough of us acted together, we could do something truly amazing. My question for you is, do you have the courage to stand up and be part of this march? Will you play your part in this? I mean, will you? If enough of us do this, I really believe that we can slowly but surely reclaim the internet, reclaim this dream of an internet that is making the planet better, not worse. We can create an internet that we can all be proud of. Come join this. Jettison Jabby. Yell for Yodel. Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage, co-host of Collision and Managing Director of Techstars Toronto, Sunil Sharma.
Okay. All right, let's just move quickly. We're going to move on to the next section, which includes the most exciting hand-picked startups who are attending Web Summit. Our first startup is developing a platform to streamline the global hiring process, which will make international employment much, much easier. And all the way from Singapore, please welcome Sagar Khatri.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sagar. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Multiplier. I'm from Singapore. Very happy to be here. So Multiplier essentially is a global employment platform that helps companies employ talent globally without having to set up your legal entity or worry about payroll, benefits, taxes, and so on and so forth. So our idea is very clear. You find the talent, and we can help you employ them in 150 countries. Our value proposition to our customers is very clear. Employ anyone, anywhere, in 3 clicks and 30 seconds. Right? Today, we are a global company. We are ourselves 300 people across 35 countries, a fully remote and distributed team of 55 nationalities. We work with customers in roughly...
We can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
To go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
We've seen ideas grow. We've seen communities come together. We've seen the rules challenged. And the world changed. The connections forged. The achievements made. Looking back, it's an incredible story.
Rooms like this are full of people that see technology's potential to improve lives.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many doers, more people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
We are all growing. That's what makes the Web Summit such a good place.
One way that democracy dies is that people believe that their vote doesn't count.
The status quo does not have to win.
We're living in an era where facts are under assault.
Every human being deserves the dignity of the truth.
People are courageous, and they should never have to decide between their careers or their freedom.
Do not be silent. We are the change that we have been waiting for.
Activism comes in all different shapes and sizes.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
It's a long journey, and we are just at the beginning.
It begins here at Web Summit.
I don't think there's anything like Collision. Gathering point for entrepreneurs and founders.
Forward-thinking, creative, ambitious.
A place where entrepreneurs can all collaborate, changing the future.
There is room for everyone to succeed.
Technology is great, but it's about people.
Collision has a very important role to play in bringing people together across sectors.
Welcome to the Q&A and Experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's making me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
Like the internet, where you can navigate between different pages and worlds and have somewhat a consistent experience. And that is a positive future for the metaverse. And for the open metaverse to really have a chance, there need to be standards and protocols and services that link together those virtual worlds we all are going to spend a lot of time in. And that is why we're building ReadyPayMe, to enable people to connect the virtual worlds and to push the world towards a more open metaverse. If any of that resonates with you, we're definitely hiring in the US and in Europe, so please find me later. Thank you so much.
All right. So next up, we have Kasafari. It's the all-in-one real estate platform to win clients and to invest at scale. Please welcome Mila Suharev.
Do you know that Lisbon became the most expensive capital city in Southern Europe this year, while Barcelona didn't recover from the massive drop in property prices since 2017. Do you know what are the prices for housing in your location? Are they going to increase or decrease next year? We started Kasafari to bring transparency and solve chaos in real estate by building an ecosystem. Real estate is the biggest industry in the world. It's 3 times bigger than all economies combined. Yet it's stuck in analog times and has been the slowest industry to innovate. Why? Now imagine a broken glass. It's scattered, messy, fragmented, so is real estate. Chaos and no transparency, data pollution, spread over thousands of sources. What does it mean? In Europe, every property can be sold by 2, 10, 20, 50 brokers with different prices at the same time. To understand what's happening on the market, we need to have a clear view. For this, we built a proprietary, scalable data technology, and our data is growing exponentially. Demand for a very efficient ecosystem is currently driving our expansion to multiple countries across the entire Europe. What are we doing? We are indexing, cleaning, aggregating fragmented market data and are organizing it into the applications and APIs for real estate professionals. We are backed by the biggest names in technology and real estate investments, and with a stellar team of 250 highly skilled data scientists, software engineers, real estate transaction management, marketing professionals from 20 countries. Our goal, power and accelerate every real estate transaction in Europe and make housing accessible for everyone. How? Well, there are many ways we can innovate in real estate. And the more we evolve together with the industry step by step, the more we uncover more opportunities. And we believe the future is ready now. We are already changing the way we bring local communities back to Lisbon city center. Hold on for more news. Thank you.
Oh, well done, Mila. OK, next up is Paul Anthony from Primer. They are building the next big no-code automation platform for payments. From London, England, please welcome Paul Anthony.
Hi there. My name is Paul Anthony, and I'm co-founder and head of product and engineering at Primer. So the reason why Primer exists is because if you've ever implemented payments, well, first of all, it'll be an absolute nightmare. It takes way longer than you thought it was going to take. But as you get bigger as a company, you need to expand your payment stack, and you wind up using many different payment service providers and payment methods and fraud providers. And this can even extend to shipping and logistics tools and payout services and so on and so forth. So my previous experience was at Braintree and PayPal, and I worked with PayPal's much, much larger merchants across the globe. And some of these folks have hundreds of people in their payments teams, basically doing these integrations and of course, trying to create the best possible payment experience for their users. So that's really difficult to do if you think about it, because as you expand your payment stack, you come to realize that, well, the only people that really build payment integrations and checkouts and payment experiences are payment companies. But of course, those payment companies are just nodes in a mesh of products and services that you're using across the payment stack. And this pain is absolutely huge. It can prevent businesses from reaching more customers, from going to new markets, and it can also really choke companies when it comes to facilitating and managing payments, which is how they make money. So with Primer, we've created the world's first unified payment infrastructure, which basically decouples all of
We can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
35,000 people coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
We've seen ideas grow. We've seen communities come together. We've seen the rules challenged. And the world changed. The connections forged. The achievements made. Looking back, it's an incredible story.
Rooms like this are full of people that see technology's potential to improve lives.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many doers, more people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
We are all growing. That's what makes the Web Summit such a good place.
One way that democracy dies is that people believe that their vote doesn't count.
The status quo does not have to win.
We're living in an era where facts are under assault.
Every human being deserves the dignity of the truth.
People are courageous, and they should never have to decide between their careers or their freedom.
Do not be silent. We are the change that we have been waiting for.
Activism comes in all different shapes and sizes.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
It's a long journey, and we're just at the beginning.
It begins here at Web Summit.
I don't think there's anything like Collision, gathering point for entrepreneurs and founders.
Forward-thinking, creative, ambitious.
A place where entrepreneurs can all collaborate, changing the future.
There is room for everyone to succeed.
Technology is great, but it's about people.
Collision has a very important role to play in bringing people together across sectors.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's making me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much.
We can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
We've seen ideas grow. We've seen communities come together. We've seen the rules challenged. And the world changed. The connections forged. The achievements made. Looking back, it's an incredible story.
Rooms like this are full of people that see technology's potential to improve lives.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many doers, more people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
We are all growing. That's what makes the Web Summit such a good place.
One way that democracy dies is that people believe that their vote doesn't count.
The status quo does not have to win.
We're living in an era where facts are under assault.
Every human being deserves the dignity of the truth.
People are courageous, and they should never have to decide between their careers or their freedom.
Do not be silent. We are the change that we have been waiting for.
Activism comes in all different shapes and sizes.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
It's a long journey, and we're just at the beginning.
It begins here at Web Summit.
I don't think there's anything like Collision, gathering point for entrepreneurs and founders.
Forward-thinking, creative, ambitious.
A place where entrepreneurs can all collaborate, changing the future.
There is room for everyone to succeed.
Technology is great, but it's about people.
Collision has a very important role to play in bringing people together across sectors.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's making me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
We can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
We've seen ideas grow. We've seen communities come together. We've seen the rules challenged. and the world changed. The connections forged, the achievements made. Looking back, it's an incredible story.
Rooms like this are full of people that see technology's potential to improve lives.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many doers, more people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
We are all growing. That's what makes the Web Summit such a good place.
One way that democracy dies is that people believe that their vote doesn't count.
The status quo does not have to win.
We're living in an era where facts are under assault.
Every human being deserves the dignity of the truth.
People are courageous, and they should never have to decide between their careers or their freedom.
Do not be silent. We are the change that we have been waiting for.
Activism comes in all different shapes and sizes.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
It's a long journey, and we are just at the beginning.
It begins here at Web Summit.
I don't think there's anything like Collision, gathering point for entrepreneurs and founders.
Forward-thinking, creative, ambitious.
A place where entrepreneurs can all collaborate, changing the future.
There is room for everyone to succeed.
Technology is great, but it's about people.
Collision has a very important role to play in bringing people together across sectors.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's make me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
We can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
Are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
We've seen ideas grow. We've seen communities come together. We've seen the rules challenged. And the world changed. The connections forged. The achievements made. Looking back, it's an incredible story.
Rooms like this are full of people that see technology's potential to improve lives.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many doers, more people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
We are all growing. That's what makes the Web Summit such a good place.
One way that democracy dies is that people believe that their vote doesn't count.
The status quo does not have to win.
We're living in an era where facts are under assault.
Every human being deserves the dignity of the truth.
People are courageous, and they should never have to decide between their careers or their freedom.
Do not be silent. We are the change that we have been waiting for.
Activism comes in all different shapes and sizes.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
It's a long journey, and we're just at the beginning.
It begins here at Web Summit.
I don't think there's anything like Collision, gathering point for entrepreneurs and founders.
Forward-thinking, creative, ambitious.
A place where entrepreneurs can all collaborate, changing the future.
There is room for everyone to succeed.
Technology is great, but it's about people.
Collision has a very important role to play in bringing people together across sectors.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's make me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
We can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
Are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
We've seen ideas grow. We've seen communities come together. We've seen the rules challenged. and the world changed. The connections forged, the achievements made. Looking back, it's an incredible story.
Rooms like this are full of people that see technology's potential to improve lives.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many doers, more people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
We are all growing. That's what makes the Web Summit such a good place.
One way that democracy dies is that people believe that their vote doesn't count.
The status quo does not have to win.
We're living in an era where facts are under assault.
Every human being deserves the dignity of the truth.
People are courageous, and they should never have to decide between their careers or their freedom.
Do not be silent. We are the change that we have been waiting for.
Activism comes in all different shapes and sizes.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
It's a long journey, and we're just at the beginning.
It begins here at Web Summit.
I don't think there's anything like Collision, gathering point for entrepreneurs and founders.
Forward-thinking, creative, ambitious.
A place where entrepreneurs can all collaborate, changing the future.
There is room for everyone to succeed.
Technology is great, but it's about people.
Collision has a very important role to play in bringing people together across sectors.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's make me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
We can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
Welcome to the stage. Presenter at RTP, Filomena Kautela.
Hello! Yes! Portuguese people that know me! Hello everyone, welcome back. I hope you had a wonderful lunch. My name is Filomena Kautela, as the voiceover said. Yeah, I will be a host for tonight, and I will be quiet because they already told me, shut up, do what's written, and don't do anything else. So that's what I will try to do. It's a pleasure to be here. Welcome to Web Summit. Have a seat. We have a tremendous afternoon with amazing guests for you tonight. This afternoon, we will hear from the founders of mythical creatures. Yes, such as unicorns and definitely some social media stars, as myself. I'm not, but if you want to follow me, I will thank you personally. It's at Filomena Kautela, Filomena Kautela, something like that, right? It's Mina, if you want to say hi when you go. Thank you for laughing. You're amazing. Okay, so we will get some tips, some very important tips, definitely, on where to invest next from top VCs. And recent market trends have brought into question the status of a special breed of, I love this, the special breed of hyper-growth startup. We are obviously talking about the unicorn. So how do you build a unicorn in this market? And more importantly, how do you successfully scale one? I think everyone wants to know this at this time. So with the recent raises of $135 and $400 million, respectively, founders of Monte Carlo and Miro are perfectly positioned to answer all these questions. Please welcome on stage, in conversation with Yahoo Finance Editor-in-Chief Andy Sewer, the co-founder and CEO of digital reliability platform Monte Carlo, Bar Moses, and the founder and CEO of visual collaboration platform Miro, Andrey Khushid. Please welcome them on stage. Big round of applause. Make some noise to Web Summit. Come on. Yeah. That's it.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. That was a great introduction. I'm Andy Sewer from Yahoo Finance, and I'm so delighted to be joined by two remarkable CEOs who are in charge of two incredible startups. To my immediate right is Bar Moses, and to her right is Andrey Khushid. So, guys, it's great to see you here. Thanks so much for joining us.
Great to be here.
Great to be here.
Mike's work.
Yes.
Awesome.
We're good.
We are very good indeed. Bar, why don't I start off with you, and you can tell us a little bit about your story and what Monte Carlo is all about.
Yeah, for sure. So Monte Carlo is the creator of the data observability category. That means that we work with companies like GitLab, PepsiCo, Checkout.com, and Slice, and actually help them make sure that their data is accurate and reliable. So my personal story, I'm responsible for data teams and working with organizations that use data. And 10 years ago, we sort of said we use data, but we didn't really. And in the last few years, I think data organizations are actually using data to make decisions, to power their products, to power their applications. And so the integrity of that data is really important. But for me, making sure that the data was accurate was really hard. And I was looking at our engineering counterparts, and they had amazing solutions to do it. But data teams were flying blind. And so we started Monte Carlo and the data observability category to help organizations actually use trusted and reliable data.
That's a great part. And by the way, of course, both of these companies are unicorns and then some. And we'll get into that. Also, two really cool names, Monte Carlo and Miro, and we'll get into that a little bit later. So Andrey, tell us your story a little bit.
Sure, yeah, happy to be here. I'm the founder of Miro. Miro is a visual collaboration platform. And we are kind of empower teams to create the next big thing. I'm sure a lot of you know about Miro and hopefully use it, so I'll keep it short. We're serving 99% of Fortune 100 companies across the world, and we allow people to communicate their ideas visually, so to better understand each other. That's what we're doing.
Great. Bar, so what inspired you to found a company? I mean, that's a huge step. You're obviously a talented person. You could have just had a career, but you wanted to go out there and do your own thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at the data industry at large, has really accelerated in the last couple of years. So companies with the like of Snowflake, Databricks, posting $1 billion in revenue these past year and higher than that. And so as a result, or organizations are using data and investing in best-in-class infrastructure to actually store and process and analyze their data. But the data itself is wrong. I'll give you a hopefully relevant example that I was experienced. So in 2016, actually, Netflix was down because of bad data, because of duplicate data. It was down for 45 minutes, which is a full episode of your favorite show.
Orange is the New Black.
Exactly. Selling Sunset, whatever you'd like. More recent example, Unity, a gaming company, actually posted that one data downtime, bad data issue cost them $100 million. Just one single issue. And so bad data is prevalent everywhere. However, data is actually becoming more integral to businesses. And so when I was thinking about sort of a problem that could really help organizations worldwide, that felt like one that was really personal to my experience and one where we could really make an impact on our customers' lives.
And so you had to learn all the startup stuff and the funding and all that. How did you learn that kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, as a founder CEO, you're obviously sort of taking on managing and building lots of functions that you've never done before. And so asking lots of questions, being curious, and then remembering that the answer lies with your customers. I think there's sort of an inclination to think that we know the answers, but honestly, our customers know the answer more than anything. And so when in doubt, ask your customers.
And so, Andrey, same kind of question to you. I mean, Bar, you're from Israel, studied in Stanford, the Bay Area. What about yourself? How did you get to become a founder?
Yeah, I created my first company when I was 18 years old. It was creative agency. And I was running a creative agency, and I thought that, yeah, it's a great business, but every time you need to do something again and again for every new customer. So it's not scalable, it's not repeatable. And I had customers across the world. Like, we had customers in different locations, and the only way to communicate was coming to their offices. So I thought, like, if we can bring something like a physical whiteboard into a browser and start communicating with them in a visual way, like through the distance, maybe that can speed up communication, get us to a better understanding of each other, and so on. So that was a very simple idea of taking a whiteboard and bringing it into a browser. And we learned so many things along the journey. We started with a kind of visual social network, in a way, and we iterated toward visual collaboration platform that serves very complex workflows inside big organizations. And yeah, it's like the whole kind of journey was around our customers and understanding what they really need and iterating toward that. So can't agree more with Bart on this.
So maybe now's a good time for you to explain why Miro, the name of the company, and then we'll get to Monte Carlo.
Yeah, we were a real-time board for several years, and it was boring, literal name, and we decided to change it one day. We were inspired by Juan Miro.
The artist.
An artist, yeah, a famous Spanish artist. And the reason why we were inspired, because if you look at his art, it's simple shapes, simple colors. And if you look at Miro boards, like, it's the same. And we want every person who is using Miro to be an artist, in a way. So you have to explain your ideas. You have to structure your thoughts. You have to do brain dump in your own way, as artists do. So that's what inspired us. And that's why we went with this Miro name, which I'm really lucky to have.
Yeah, one of the greatest artists of the 20th century. Really amazing. OK, so James Bond, Monte Carlo, come on. Bar.
Yeah, so my background is in math and stats. I was born and raised in Israel, moved to the Bay Area, California, and work with Monte Carlo simulations. For folks who are unfamiliar, Monte Carlo simulation is basically a way to predict an outcome when you don't have a full model of the problem. And so instead, what you do is you run many simulations of the problem and use that to predict the outcome. A good example is the elections. Actually, there's a website called 538. They use Monte Carlo simulations in order to predict that outcome. And so my background sort of, work with Monte Carlo simulations, and decided to name the company after that, sort of for data folks globally. And it did also help that many of us are actually Formula One fans, and so we have to make our way to Monte Carlo at some point.
Oh, awesome. Okay, and so then there's the speed element of F1.
Oh, for sure.
Right.
Very focused on what we call speed and focus as a company. And so, where we spend our time when we spare our energy in terms of kind of the priorities and how fast can we actually help customers solve a real problem is something that we spend a lot of time on.
All right, let's maybe get to where the rubber meets the road. Oh, pun intended. Okay, sorry about that. Where the rubber meets the road in this interview, and that is, let's talk about valuations and the environment. And obviously, valuations have gone down, at least in the public markets and equities. And I'm wondering, what your thinking on that is, Bar, from where you stand in terms of the rounds that you've raised previously and what the environment looks like right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think, look, if you're a founder in this business wanting to build, a really massive company, one that, we're creating a category, and we want to create a company that, makes, is long-lasting and creates a big impact in the world. And so, by definition, you're in it for the long run, and that means that you will run into turbulent times at some point. And I think actually during these times, it's more important than ever to double down on your core and your focus, which is your customers at the end of the day. So it's a good reminder for all of us. I mean, I think in terms of data, I think the last few years have been really strong for the data industry. And in particular, we're still very bullish long-term on data across the industry, talking to folks, even folks who are experiencing layoffs or other challenges are still doubling down on data. With data teams, data engineering, data analysts, data scientists, investing in more data sources, relying on data more heavily. And so we continue to see those investments happen, and I feel strongly that that will continue in the future as well, as data becomes even more important for companies.
Let me ask you a follow-up, Bar. And you're from the Bay Area now. You're living in the Bay Area. Have you experienced or felt a change in the mood, or what's going on right now in Silicon Valley?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I think there's definitely sort of what you see in the news, right, and sort of what everyone is reading. There's definitely sort of that aspect. But where we focus most of our time is with our customers. And so, our customers more than ever need to make sure that they're actually using data as a competitive advantage in these markets, right? And so leaning into what works and how do you leverage the data that you have to gain an advantage. And so we're seeing more and more of our customers do that. And so we spend more time with our customers being focused on that, actually. And so I think sort of tuning out all of the noise and sort of focusing in on that. We hear a lot from folks who are continuing to power a lot of their applications. I'll give you an example. JetBlue is a customer. JetBlue is sort of an airline that uses data to actually power the connections that sort of folks maybe have had here on their way to travel and make sure that your luggage is arriving on time. And so, powering that use case has still become important even in this market. We want to make sure that everyone is getting their luggage here when on their way back.
Well, for all of us who are traveling all over the place, the airlines are definitely not experiencing a slowdown. I mean, so demand there. Andrey, what about yourself? I know you must field a lot of phone calls from VCs and from companies that want to buy your company. What is the environment like right now for you?
Yeah, we, from day one, were building a company that is profitable. And when we were raising round A, round B, round C, we were break-even or profitable as a company. So it never was a case to kind of feed the gap in our cash flow, but it's just like to have more money to experiment, to grow more aggressively, to go faster. So for us, all these rounds and valuations were just like what the market priced us, like what investors were giving us as a price. So for me, like from day one, it was never a priority to build a company with a high valuation. For me, from day one, the priority is to build a company that creates value for customers, that serve customers in the best way, that solves real big world problems. And then valuation is a function of that. Like you get it, you don't get it, doesn't matter. Like it's a matter of markets. But What matters is like how your customers kind of feel working with you. Do they get value? Do you increase the value you're serving? So that's what matters for me. So yeah, I mean, like in this time, like for all of us, I think the key focus is, again, like focus on customers and build value and think long term, like what the value you continuously can deliver.
But what about your employees? Have they raised questions like, oh, Andrey, like we're not going to get an exit here now, oh, you know, or what's the latest financing, and has that changed at all?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think, yeah, some people ask about that, but we are lucky we're not a public company. So people in the public companies really ask those questions every day. Like, no one knows what our valuation is today. Like, because valuation for private company is around or it's an exit. But again, like we are operating like long term. So we think how we can, where we should be in 5, 10 years from now as a company. And like markets would change several times. Through this period. So what we try to communicate to our team is that let's focus on building value. Let's focus on serving customers in the best way. Let's focus on winning against competition. Let's do that, and then eventually it will bring us somewhere, as it happened to us last 11 years.
Right. Bar, I want to switch over to you. You seem like a very organized person. You're a commander in the Air Force in Israel, so definitely, you know, like to keep things chop, I would imagine. And so, but have you made mistakes, things that you would look to do differently than you look back at now?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, looking back, so we started the company a little over 3 years ago. You know, as a first-time founder, you definitely make plenty of mistakes. That's sort of like the day-to-day of starting a company. And also the day-to-day is really hard and challenging, right? Like everything sort of feels hard. But I think you know, some of the things that I've learned along the way, you know, the first sort of goes back to what we discussed earlier in terms of what you know or what you've done before. And oftentimes there's this kind of like inclination to go out and ask for a lot of advice and get a lot of opinions from advisors or investors or sort of other folks. And what I've learned is that actually, like, you should not listen to any advice that folks give you. I actually think, you know, you can, for any questions that you have, you can probably have like 5 people that will tell you one thing and then 5 people that will tell you the exact opposite based on their sort of experience. And so, you know, as a founder CEO, what I've learned is to really sort of look at the data that you have and what your customers tell you. At the end of the day, like that's where the answers lie. And actually not listening to advice at all has been really helpful. You know, I think maybe the second big learning is, as I mentioned, like sometimes it feels like everything is incredibly hard, right? Like getting your first customer is hard, your first employee, your first investment, all of those things. But actually hard is, you know, it's all in your head. And once you get that perspective and sort of lean into that and actually sort of learn to love that, we actually ingrained it in our values as a company. So one of our values is called Beat the Odds, which sort of speaks to, you know, just by waking up every morning and showing up and trying to do something that's incredibly hard. It's why we're here. It's what keeps us going.
Bar is a technical person, a STEM person. Andrey, you not so much. Similar kind of things. What mistakes did you make? In other words, so you had to manage a lot of technical people, coders, product managers, product and engineering. How do you do that?
Yeah, I had to learn. Like, so it's the same. So I never managed like go-to-market teams. I never managed financial operations. I never managed technical teams. So I'm kind of manager by education, and I had to learn all these things. And I think you have to rely on the right people. You have to figure out who are the right people. And if you build 0 to 1 stage in something, you have to bring people who know how to build 0 to 1. If you scale 1 to infinite, you have to bring people who know how to do it. I have a sense on design. I have a sense on the product. So this is where I have some gut feel and like intuition. And I play with a lot of products myself. I speak with a lot of founders. That's where I think there are some strengths is. But beyond that, you have to bring the team that is like capable to run the business, to build the business, to scale the business with you. And I'm a big believer in the team sport. One of our core values is play as a team to win the world. And we come together as a team to solve big complex problems. And my role is to facilitate the team, to facilitate people who know the answers and to come up with the solutions together.
Just a little bit of time left, Bar. You guys both kind of run virtual companies. How's that going right now? Last question to you, Bar.
I love what Andrey said on sort of the team winning. I think that's such a core part at Monte Carlo as well, and especially during these times, like rallying together as a team, creating that magic as a startup. That's sort of what I get really excited and energized about, when we can come together and make our customers extremely happy. At the end of the day, I'm focused on making our customers happy and making our team happy. And you're right, in a remote world, that looks different, right? You can't sort of have that one-on-one interaction. But we actually started the company remote to begin with, and so we really thought about sort of from day one, like how do we create that culture? How do we make it so that folks are excited to come to work? And I think there's sort of a couple of things that help that. One is making a real impact on our customers. And the second is working with amazing people who want to work on these challenges. And so we try to bring that to life as much as possible. And has spent a lot of sort of intentional time building a culture that rewards that and highlights those sort of areas in our mission and what gets us going. And then, the other part of this is I think folks do want to come back in person these days. And I mean, we are here in person, which is awesome. And so we do allow folks to build offices locally. So we actually have folks in Dublin, London, Tel Aviv, Uruguay, San Francisco, and New York. And so I do believe sort of the world will end up being a combination of that.
Great. Well, we're going to have to leave it at that. Some really insightful and, dare I say, inspiring words from these two unicorns. They're out there to be built. Please join me in thanking Bar Moses and Andrey Khushid.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Andy, Bar, and Andrey. Hello again, everyone. Stay with us because right now we are talking about something that really interests me, and I believe interests everyone here at Web Summit. We're talking about the metaverse. So for close to a decade, the company Improbable has pushed the boundaries of virtual worlds infrastructure, developing a deep understanding of the games and entertainment ecosystems and the markets drivers behind them. So our next speaker, I think we can say he reveals the truth about the metaverse, exploring what it takes to build one and how it will change society. So please join me and welcome on stage the co-founder and CEO of Improbable, Mr. Herman Narula. Herman.
Wow, what an audience here. Kind of wish we could have done this event in the metaverse now. Might be a little bit more relaxing. But I think what I wanted to start by saying today is how tragic so much of the dialogue around the metaverse is. You hear about Facebook's continuing struggles. You see the press talk about how wasteful and pointless the whole thing is. And it can make you wonder if it is indeed worth pursuing, worth building, worth creating. And the purpose of my talk today is to hopefully show you a glimpse of what a good, functioning, and valuable metaverse might look like, but also to make the case for a practical metaverse manifesto. A set of key principles that if we follow, we can unlock not only enormous value from a business perspective, but actually build something that might create value for people at large. The number one problem in all conversations about the metaverse and about virtual worlds in general is they stumble at the topic of experiences. What experiences are actually worthwhile experiencing, enjoying, interacting with in a metaversal context? Facebook has pushed the notion that this is about VR and kind of eerie-looking legless avatars moving through office spaces. And I think for many of us who grew up thinking of other realities in virtual worlds, that's a pretty joyless way of spending the incredible opportunity that this represents. So I want to start this talk by just showing you a glimpse of what can happen when you dispense with that and start working on totally different scales of problem. What we've been doing at Improbable for the last 10 years is conquering the challenges of scale. How do you allow thousands of people to interact in rich virtual environments? And what kind of value can you create if you do that? So I want to start by showing you a little video clip here, which will hopefully pop up in a second.
Now, you're probably all wondering, what is this? This is an experimental community space where we can bring players together at massive scale.
I can't get over this chat. Look at my frame rate, man. There's 1,500 player models being rendered now.
Look at what's going on and how well this game is running right now.
Oh, look at that! What? 3, 2, 1, and go.
This is so cooler than any event I've done.
Now, I happen to know that we've got some streamers running around here. Backends TV.
Oh no, that's me.
Come to me right now.
Oh no.
And everyone else get off the lake. We're going to spawn something.
I wonder what's going to happen.
Oh shit! This is cool as hell!
I think they're ready. I think they're ready and they're prepared. There's so many of you. Give us a giant love heart, Alexa. Sure. All right, y'all. Jump around, have fun, have a party.
So what you're seeing here is maybe a little different to what you would have seen when previously looking at glimpses of the metaverse. Instead of just 100 people in a space, here we're able to do up to 20,000 people all over the world congregating in a rich virtual environment, talking with their own voices, interacting potentially not just with the crowd, but with a performer who could be a celebrity or a sports star or a speaker, engaging with that audience in ways that would be challenging in the real world. And why I show you this is not because I think the metaverse will solely consist of massive experiences like this, but this is what's missing. Examples of things that are actually going to be valuable, passionate experiences that people want to be part of. And this doesn't have to just be a set of assertions. Within psychology, there is a field called self-determination theory. And it teaches us that the reason people engage in video games, the reason they engage in any optional experiences, their intrinsic motivations, are because they want fulfillment. They want fulfillment either in the feeling of getting better at something, which is competence, or the feeling of making meaningful choices, which is autonomy, or the feeling of meaning something to other people. And as a simple rule of thumb, if you're not giving people greater fulfillment than the other options available to them, they're not going to engage in these experiences. And for the metaverse to really unlock the kind of transcendent value that can exist in these new realities, we have to focus on building better experiences. And in the end, that boils down to one number. This number is called operations per second. And it's kind of been my curse and my goal to make this number bigger over the last 10 years. To put it in perspective, why this number matters, when you're dealing with a rich virtual environment, the limit of its potential is how much information you can actually exchange within the world. So a game of Fortnite handles about 10,000 operations per second. That means they can handle about 100 players. This system, which is called M², can handle about 10 billion messages a second. And even that doesn't quite reach the levels we would like it to in order to support the scale and potential of a truly valuable metaverse. But moving beyond experience, I guess the question becomes, who's it for? Like, what businesses, what companies are going to engage with this opportunity? I don't think it's going to be video games. And the reason I don't think that is partly because I'm biased and I see where the customer demand is coming from, but also because there's a far greater opportunity than the already saturated computer game space. And that is looking at every brand, every sports league, every celebrity, every IP and property that has huge global reach, but very limited engagement and monetization on a per-user basis. Think for a moment about all of the fans of a football club like Manchester United that exist around the world and never come to games, can't really buy tickets, can't really engage with their passion for the sport, or their interactions with players any more than just the basics of watching it on TV. If you could activate that global audience in real spaces where fans could hang out en masse with each other, with the opposing team, with their favorite players, you can transform that business. And the same formula applies to brand after brand, industry after industry. That is the real opportunity. It's the delta between the world of ideas and culture that lives in our heads and the quantity of engagement and monetization that we really achieve through it. And the big winners here are going to be content creators, celebrities, people with massive social followings, YouTube creators, people who have reach, audience, and distribution, but lack the means of engaging that audience and monetizing that audience in rich ways. And this kind of takes me on to the most important element in going from experience to business, Web3. Now, I know that crypto, Web3, and digital assets get kind of a bad rap, and have done recently. But as a person building in the space who was quite skeptical about it before, I see it as the only means to efficiently monetize and share value in a metaverse. A metaverse is a network of related experiences, many of which could not live alone, could not be fun by themselves. They require the possibility of other experiences to exist in the space. And sharing value between those experiences is actually really challenging. How do I take the T-shirt that I got at a concert or a K-pop event, as I showed you up there, and bring that into an experience like a sporting match? How do you manage that? How do you keep track of ownership? How do you keep track of which company, which entitlement, which contractual element of currency or payment needs to be resolved? Really, Web3 presents the only plausible near-term solution to being able to manage the economy of the metaverse. A lot of this shouldn't seem so unfamiliar, because we already live in a world dominated by the unreal. We already live in a world in which things like sport, fashion, culture, politics intrude on what we think of as the real world and enhance, improve, and modify it, and enable experiences that are often really meaningful to people, really important to them, despite not really being real. The metaverse is just an extension of this idea. It's the expansion of our culture into three-dimensional space, into virtual experiences that can enhance and improve the fulfillment that we can reach. I think the final critical kind of piece of the puzzle in building a practical metaverse beyond the experience and the economics is understanding how to let different groups collaborate to create value. We're used to a really outdated, broken model of building web-scale businesses, the tyrannical model of a single company kind of owning the user, dominating the space, and dictating what happens within a metaverse or within any web platform. And this isn't just immoral and bad for the world in ways that I don't need to explain to this audience. It's also just bad business. And it's bad business for a simple reason. If you are the most successful creator of content on a closed platform like Roblox or Fortnite or YouTube, you will never build an IPO-able business. Doesn't matter how much money you make. The platform risk of your company being wholly dependent on the whims of another business minimize the long-term value that you can create in your equity. And that's a fundamental stumbling block in enabling a metaverse which will be populated by businesses created by many parties. So we need to move to a model which is more like a collective, more like a commons, in which the key infrastructure of a metaverse can be invested in by many companies, and where the value doesn't live at the platform level, it lives at the application level. And that's what we're trying to do with our creation of M Squared, which is not going to be a platform owned by our company, but actually a network which can be contributed to by many parties, of which we will only own a small part. And that's quite a radical departure from the typical kind of Web 2 model, and vital if you want to attract investment, if you want to attract businesses to be part of an ecosystem that's bigger than yourself. I want to kind of finish this talk by talking a little bit about the future. We think often in terms of the economic haves and have-nots in our society, and that's a very useful lens to think about the world. But we don't think often enough about fulfillment. I mentioned earlier in the talk self-determination theory and the need for people to have fulfilling experiences. What I didn't talk about is what happens if you take those experiences away. If people don't have fulfilling experiences in their lives, their mental health suffers. They participate less in society. They disengage from the communities around them. They don't feel like people for whom society has much to offer. And you can see the turmoil, the challenges, and the individual heartache that that creates. Think of really awful, unfulfilling jobs. And I'm sure some of you can relate, to those experiences where you don't feel like you're growing, where you don't feel like you're having value added to your life. That's a real problem. And if we're going to build a world which provides ever more fulfilling and wondrous experiences, ever more opportunities for employment, ever more opportunities to be seen and be heard and matter on a global stage, we're going to need to move beyond the limits of what we can achieve just by making more stuff and building more spaces. We're going to need, especially as automation becomes more of a threat to people's livelihoods, new opportunities for value creation. So in the short term, I see the metaverse as an incredible economic opportunity, and not for video games companies, but for everybody else who wants to create fulfilling experiences to engage their audiences. I see it as the primary use case for digital assets, for ownership on the internet. That is necessary to underpin the metaverse. But over the long term, I think it could become an engine of fulfilling experiences, of important growth, of vital social extension and participation to lots of people. You won't see that in visions of the metaverse generated by a few large companies. You won't see that without all of the ingredients coming together and unlocking what will be, in my view, the next step in our society. And if you'd like to learn more about this, I have written a book called Virtual Society, all about this topic. Thank you guys very much for listening.
Passar por mim? Estás mesmo a pedi-las, não é? Vamos assim?
Hello again. Thank you so much, Herman. That was absolutely fascinating. So now we are talking about customer experience. And, I don't know if you, some people here are Portuguese. Can the Portuguese people make some noise so I can see how many? Okay. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. So these are the people that know who barely who I am. So last year I went to see you guys there, and they tell me, well, you can't do this year. So just stay still, read what's in the teleprompter, and shut up about everything else. Someone is laughing here backstage. But they can't do anything. They can't pick me up and throw me off stage right now, right? So if we are talking about customer experience, I thought it's good to know because you are our customers right now. So what I was thinking was, Sa, can you help me with some music, please? Can you help me, Sa? Yeah. So let's just see how the customers are feeling right now. So can this side, can this side make some noise, please? Sir, who are you? Victor, do you want some free publicity right now? No, I won't give it to you. But he was the one who stood up, so he was amazing. You're the best. Love to meet you, Victor. Can this side make some noise right now? Yes, yes, yes. You don't have to take off your shirt, sir. That's fine. But thank you for this customer experience. This was very good. So I won't do this anymore, and I will have some more news about this experience, and to you, Victor, on my next introduction. But right now, we really have to talk about customer experience because our next guest is absolutely fascinating, and I really want you to meet him if you don't know him already. So customer experience can really be a vague concept, as we all know. So what does it mean today? What does it mean, customer experience? What is it today in our days? And how can you design it to help build huge global brands? This is one of the questions. So join me and join leading experts as they discuss the key ingredients in making a seamless, intuitive customer experience and debate what the hot trends of 2023 are going to be. I reckon it will be me. What an idiotic thing to say. So backstage, we have our next guest really ready. So please welcome on stage Dan Milmo of The Guardian Milmo of The Guardian and Parag Parep from IKEA, and from First Passwords, Jeff Scheiner. Round of applause, please. Thank you. For our next guest.
Good afternoon, everyone, or rather, good afternoon, customers. Hello and welcome to this afternoon's session about leading with customer experience. It's a catch-all term, but as we all know, it's a really important one, particularly, I'm sure, for a lot of you in this audience, but also in the context of the general economic situation that we're going into. Here to discuss this with us are two fantastic panelists, Parag Parek, the CTO and Chief Digital Officer at IKEA Retail, and Jeff Scheiner, the Chief Executive of 1Password. Welcome, guys. Parag, if I can start with you, let's just start thrashing out the concept of what customer experience is to you. As the intro says, a bit of a vague concept, but you're in a really interesting space here because you are the CTO of a company that is a renowned bricks and mortar retailer, but has got a growing digital business.
Yeah. At IKEA, we talk about creating people and plant positive impact for the many people. We are all about better homes, better lives, and better planet by being more affordable, accessible, and sustainable for the many people. I use a term, the genie is out of the bottle. And by that I mean, in the past, brands decided how and where they wanted to engage with their customers. This is no longer the case. The customers are deciding how and when they engage and in which meaningful way. And for brands, it's important to be able to show up in those moments that matter, where the customer wants to engage. And that's been the big shift also we have been doing at IKEA, from our traditional retail to being a seamless omnichannel experience. And just to give you some numbers, Dan, we have moved from being a 2% business online in 2016 to 1/4 of our business, 25% of the business has gone online and in an omnichannel way, connecting seamlessly our stores and our online experience in just a matter of 5 years.
Okay, and just to follow up on that, how have you adapted the internal company culture to that? Because still, I'm slightly obsessed with this idea that IKEA is something that a lot of people associate with big warehouses, big stores. How have you helped bring the culture along in terms of adapting to this digital customer experience?
I think two things have helped along the way. One, of course, the customer behavior has changed. So when we went into 2016, 2017, it became a necessity for us to adapt to an omnichannel experience. And that was probably the starting point of us kicking off one of our biggest transformation journey in our 80 years of presence. But also along the way, what happened is COVID, while it has all the difficult implications that it brought along, in 2020, our business completely shifted to being 100% online. And that was fundamentally different, and that helped also transition from an organization perspective that we will be shifting. We'll be moving differently. And that was no longer it's a discussion, is it physical, is it online? But it's absolutely about making that transition to an omnichannel experience.
Yeah, and obviously that's a very important context to what we're discussing here. Is obviously the terrible tragedy of COVID has also led to a sort of step change in consumer behavior and their adaptation to that new reality, which has been very and is very digital. Jeff, 1Password, if I can use the word baggage, none of the baggage that IKEA could bring in terms of you don't have a bricks and mortar business to look after. So customer experience for you as a pure tech business, how is it? How do you define it? How do you monitor it and update it?
Yeah, I think if you think of it from a pure technology perspective, we have to provide a very, what we call human-centric approach to business. And when we think of what that means, if you think of most of the tech tools that are out there, they're not the goal of what you're trying to accomplish. They're there to help you achieve the goal of what you're trying to accomplish. And 1Password's the same. Whether you're trying to shop online, whether you're trying to log into things, you want a tool like 1Password to keep you safe, to make it easy to log in. And so we have to understand the customer experiences, understand what they're trying to do, and relate to that and implement that. So for instance, if you're trying to go shopping, you're trying to fill out some information, we want to get in with 1Password, we want to fill out the information you're trying to fill out, and we want to get out of your way. We want to enable you. I think the other side of it is, if you think of tools, it's how to be approachable. Security can be very intimidating for people. And so how do we relate to people in a purely online way, such that they trust you, such that they understand and how to believe in you? Now, we can and do look at things like NPS and the different reviews and ratings that we get. But I think the biggest indication to me of success is when our customers turn into advocates. And for many years, for 14 years, we had no marketing, no sales. All of our customers led to new customers, and we ended up with millions of users and tens of thousands of businesses just by word of mouth of our customer. That's really interesting, because obviously IKEA, big brand, I mean, it's already there, but with 1Password, you manage and organize and secure people's passwords. How do you build that brand? It seems to be, so it's word of mouth, it's quite unobtrusive almost, and that's a very interesting approach to brand building in an incredibly competitive environment, right? It is. I mean, first of all, it's transparency. It's being very transparent about what you're doing. For instance, our security model is right there, front and center on our website for everybody to see. It's all about, again, relating to the human. So a good example for us is security can often be sold through fear. Oh, all of these horrible things are going to happen unless you go and use our tool. That's not a very human approach. And so one of the things that we've done, even just last week, we had a partnership for a commercial with Ryan Reynolds, so that we can approach security with humor and show people how we can keep them secure, but in a way that's not filled with fear. Yeah, Ryan Reynolds, definitely not an unobtrusive branding exercise. That's right. And Canadian. Yeah, good get. Parag, so let's talk about a really interesting tech customer experience at IKEA. Recently you launched an AI-powered interactive experience. Really fascinating. Can you talk us through that? And then I've got a question to come up after that.
Absolutely. This June, in the US, we launched what we call IKEA Creative, which brings our years of life at home experience and the knowledge around it together with what tech has to offer, and really give a very different experience of how customers can imagine life at home. Allow them to plan, test, try, and improvise. We have a small video which gives you an idea what working with IKEA Creative looks like. Let's roll. The sound was missing.
All right, sorry, was I supposed to do the sound dub? Sorry, I didn't. It's fine. We get the idea. So just as a follow-up question on that, AI, Web3, where next for IKEA? Because I know obviously a buzzword in this conference is metaverse. Are you looking into those areas? Is that going to be the next frontier of customer experience for people like IKEA, particularly in retail fronting businesses?
I think IKEA Creative is one of our first attempts at trying to do this. In the online world, somehow the experience has been very two-dimensional to how we approach it, versus when you are in the store and experiencing into the store. So with IKEA Creative, we are shifting the needle to say we'll move from a two-dimensional catalogs to a three-dimensional approach. And I think metaverse will play a big role in terms of that experience and bringing the transition and seeing how we bring the physical experience into the online world. So I really believe this is where metaverse will transition the physical to the online world. And I think that would be an interesting space to watch out.
Yeah, I guess as the sort of layman's definition of the metaverse, that combination of the physical, as in physical retail, and the virtual in terms of what you're doing at IKEA. I'd be fascinated to see how that evolves. Now, Jeff, just in terms of your earlier answer, you mentioned fear. I think it's good for us to get into the idea of emotion in customer experience. Now, I presume you have would-be customers approaching you saying, I need your service because I've just had a terrible situation with my passwords, they've been breached. Can you please help me out? I presume you're dealing with a customer there whose initial experience personally is one of embarrassment. How do you deal with that at 1Password? How do you get your staff to sort of accommodate people when they're in that frame of mind?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Many people come to us and they're at a point in time where they've had something pretty negative happen to them, and they are afraid and they are embarrassed. I think the most important thing to do in almost any customer, especially customer support or customer inquiry position, is to be empathetic. If you lead with empathy and relate to the human being that you're talking to, it can go a long way, and sit there and say it's okay, this does happen, but also help offer peace of mind in terms of how this can be okay, how we can make things better as we move forward.
And in terms of your customer-facing staff, do you have a special interview process for them when you to sort of note that sort of approach? If you want them to sort of have that empathy, do you have very specific ways in which you interview staff for jobs, etc.?
Yes, we go through quite an elaborate interview process. Now, I should state, we do all of the customer support inside. It's a large part of our business. About 20% of our staff are there for customer support. Again,
out of a workforce of how much?
About 900.
Okay.
So about 900. We've got about 20%, almost 200 people now supporting our customer. Again, our philosophy: build a good product, support the heck out of your customers. But it goes beyond just customer support. You need everybody at the company to understand what potential customers are facing. And there's a number of different approaches we've taken. One of the things that we did for a long time, we had every single person in the company, myself, everybody, on Mondays do what we called CS, or Customer Support Monday, where we helped customers in various ways. It could be direct help through forums or answering their tickets. It could be through just understanding what are the top issues that they're facing. But it's important that as a company, not just your customer support staff, that as a company you understand what customers and potential customers are facing, what problems they're seeing, and what problems they're trying to solve.
Okay, so I'm mindful we're running out of time. Just going to ask the gloomy question. Tighter economic times are coming. They're here, really. Parag, how do you adapt to that at IKEA in your role?
Super interesting question, and you are right. It's a difficult time ahead. We speak a lot about affordability, and the wallets will be all the more thinner for the many people as we go into the winter. So we really focus on first to say, how do we bring low prices to our products and start introducing them and provide accessibility to low price products for our customers as we go into the winter. One of the big challenges this winter is, of course, going to be about energy and the energy prices. So starting this October, we are speaking to our customers about how ideas about how we can help with saving energy and what are our products and how can they help with regards to saving energy as we go into the winter. The campaign was launched in October, and you will see us speaking a lot about that, helping our customers through the difficult winter times. And of course, we also feel that through the winters, for those customers, they still have their big dreams. How do we help them financially? What are the possibilities of leveraging financial services, buy now, pay later, and some of these services are what we'll be investing and accelerating into to make sure we can help the many customers and the many people around the world through the difficult times ahead.
Right, interesting point. Jeff, so supporting customers in tougher economic times, is that a focus for you over the next few months?
Very much so. I mean, security is not something that it's not optional. And so people and businesses, tough times are ahead, still need to make sure that they're secure when they're online. And so we train our folks to, again, be empathetic first and foremost, and to work with the customer. What are things we can do? We're not going to just remove their ability to stay secure just because they're struggling from a financial perspective.
Okay. Right. Final question. Let's end on the listicle question. Top trends in customer experience for 2023. Jeff.
Yeah, I think the biggest trend that we're starting to really recognize coming true is that customers are more and more understanding and demanding privacy and want to know where their data is going and how it's being used. When we look at it from a 1Password point of view, first of all, we have zero access to anything in your 1Password vault, which makes it easier. But even from a marketing point of view, we take very significant steps to limit what we use. And that may cost us some from an economic opportunity perspective, but I think it will pay itself back over time as people expect and demand that more and more.
Yeah, data, big subject, absolutely. Parag, your top trends.
I would agree with Jeff to say corporates need to raise the level of how they are building the trust with their customers. So as IKEA, we have our data promise, and we always talk about making sure that we are very strict about how and where we leverage data. And this is where, as corporates, we are working very closely with different commissions to make sure we set the framework and we help make sure that we can earn the trust and live up to the trust from the customers. Of course, two other trends I see very clearly in FY23, linked into what we spoke earlier, with some of the challenges in the winters ahead. Affordability for the many people is going to be at the heart of FY23. Brands will need to see how they help the many people around the world. And last but not the least, climate change is one of the most difficult changes, existential changes we face as a planet and as a community. As IKEA, we have a commitment that by 2030, we will raise the ambition and be climate positive. And we are working very hard towards that goal. And I think FY23 will be making very good steps towards that goal of 2030.
Okay, well, I think those are two good words to finish on, trust and climate change, two very key things for everyone here, both within the arena and beyond. Thank you very much to Parag and to Jeff for a fantastic talk, and enjoy the rest of the summit. Thank you, everyone.
I think yours is pretty.
Mana's on stage. Queres ir para a frente?
Thank you so much, everyone. Oh, a picture. Hello. Good? OK, so I can tell you that our next panel is one of the most interesting panels we have here today. And I would advise you to stay because we have a tremendous guest. So let's just do it like this. What does a Republican campaigner and former acting White House Chief of Staff of Donald Trump, an athlete star and a health and fitness influencer have in common? Well, I can think of some things, but I think the most important thing is they all have millions and millions of followers across their social media accounts, and they all have to balance the impact of that on their real life while producing content at scale. So, our next panel, we have in a conversation with Vice's Sabrati D, Casey Ho, Mick Mulvaney, and Patrice Evra. Please make some noise for our guests.
Good.
Wow, here we are. Here we are. All right. Well, this is an incredible panel. I am thrilled to be here. I think you all know that we are talking about something that deeply affects all of us, but we have a lot of expertise here, and that's the cost of going viral. An incredibly overused term, a very powerful term. But in Mick Mulvaney and Patrice Evra and Cassie Ho, you have, I would say, the epicenter of the trajectory of going viral. We'll get into the conversation, but I wanted to give a little more bio information. Mick Mulvaney is co-chair of Actum, really focusing on fintech, but also was managing the office of the OMB and also White House Chief of Staff to former President Trump. Patrice Evra is, you should know who he is, sort of an incredible superstar athlete, 10 million followers, also a very outspoken and, I think, amazing communicator and using social media. Cassie Ho, incredible entrepreneur, got us through the pandemic with Blog Pilates, and certainly has sort of taken her business to new heights. So here we are, and I think we just are already having a conversation. The cost of going viral, and I think, Cassie, I will start with you because we have talked a lot about control and this desire in a business to have a moment, but the kind of incredible, scary roller coaster ride that happens when that moment happens. And if you can talk a bit about that, I think you talked a lot about what it meant personally and how you yourself were subject to some pretty scary things.
Yeah, so the cost of going viral, there's the good and the bad. I'll start a little bit with the good. I create these design videos talking about my products, the why behind leggings, how they're anti-camel toe, all that kind of stuff. And these videos, when they go viral, completely sell out our product within a matter of hours. So that's the amazing fun side. But then there's the really scary side because you don't have the control anymore. Once your video is in the hands of strangers outside of your community, they can take that and turn it into anything. So I had an experience several years ago where some of my fitness videos were just going into the wrong hands of the other side of the fitness and nutrition community. And basically, I had to get a bodyguard at one point. Our house was swatted. And it was just really scary because I thought I was going to die. Our house address was released online. There were hate videos about me just because I ate differently than somebody else. And so the internet is can be a very beautiful place for you to get weird and find other people that are like you too. But then it's also a place where people can just tear you down so easily. It's really, really scary.
I mean, that's actually an interesting lead into my question for you, Mick. You have chosen to exit social platforms.
For some of the same reasons. I wasn't too concerned about the violence and the threats and all that kind of stuff. You get that all the time when you're a politician anyway, so you're out in the public, you're going to get that type of negative attention. I did it for a branding reason. I had several million followers when I was in the White House and OMB before that. But doing what I do now, which is I consult with large multinational corporations, I don't want 2.5 million people following me. I want to target who I'm communicating with on social media. It lessens my brand to be followed by way too many people who have no idea what I'm talking about and no idea about the substance of the issues that I want to talk about. So now I try and target to just members of the media and just members of C-suites and corporations. I don't use social media broadly, okay? It doesn't help me make money. It actually hurts me if I'm out too much in the public. Trying to be more reserved, trying to be more professional, and 2 million followers sometimes can undermine that.
And just as a follow-up, I mean, you really, obviously sitting in the White House, were in a moment around sort of virality, right? It felt like it was really defined by that.
We did some of that, but keep in mind that President Trump was in a different business. When you're trying to get elected, you're trying to speak as many people as you possibly can, and you're trying to speak to them directly. The great power that we found in social media was that we found that we could talk to our customers directly without going through a filter. We would have polling data. If he gave a speech, the approval rating of the speech, if you saw it firsthand, was 70%, but if you saw it through somebody else, it was 40%. So we just decided to go straight to our customers. And if you're a politician, numbers count. But not all of us are politicians. Not all of us are interested in speaking to as many people as we can. Sometimes we're interested in the quality of the people who are following us on social media more than the quantity.
So back to this sort of central question of the cost of virality. Patrice, you obviously you know, you are this sort of mega star athlete, and we see the power of that. But you also had, you've used that platform to sort of reveal some very personal information. And with that, it seems that you've also been subject to that same sort of barrage of hostility, and have really asked people to think about responsibility and accountability. I'd like to hear more about that experience.
Yeah, but first of all, I feel really lucky about what I'm hearing, because my fan, I don't have those kind of hate.
Yeah.
And of course, being viral is got its good and its bad. And good, you can build like a massive platform, and after that, you can use it like I'm doing right now. I'm an activist of ending the violence against children, so I'm using it in the right way. But you know, you don't control it. When it goes viral, you don't have any control. I'll give you an example. I was with the president of Ghana, and I was talking with him, and someone was filming the conversation with the president of Ghana, and we were talking about, you know, when you got the choice to play for two national teams, it's not easy. And I was saying, you know, for all the young kids out there, when you can pick between, for example, myself, France or Senegal, you have to be careful, because sometimes it's become politics. That's it. The next day, he was in all French media. Patrice Evra regrets playing for the French national team. And I was like, I never say that. So that's what I mean. You don't have any control of that. But I think it's so powerful. And after I retire, I finish my coach license. I can back to football, whatever. But I decide to have an impact on people. And with my social media, I can reach millions of people. But like he say, sometimes, you know, having a lot of followers, it can be dangerous sometimes. And I receive some racist comments, and you can delete them or block people. But it's just like, you know, when someone will send me, I don't know, the banana emoji, I will say, send the gorilla. You know, the gorilla is more strong. So I laugh about it, and I leave it. And sometimes my other followers, they just like answer to that person. But I'll be honest with you, I feel really lucky, because he's one of my 11 million followers. I don't have any hate, because I'm just spreading the positive energy. So all those haters, when they come in they have nothing to do here, and they just don't come, because it's only positive energy.
What do you say, and that's, I mean, that is, I guess, the power of a viral moment too, right? I mean, if you look at what's happening in Iran right now, that is an example of certainly a revolution that people wouldn't be aware of without those viral moments, and that is very powerful, and that is something I think a lot of people obviously seek. But how do you answer that complex question around, there's profit around virality, potentially, right? You're building a business around it. And so when people say, well, guess what? The cost of that is also you get an upside, but you're also going to have to deal with this, the downside, Cassie. You know, you have this incredibly successful business. Mm-hmm. Is this just part of it?
I think it is. Look, I think there's criticism, then there's hateful comments, and you get a little, well, depending on what the subject is, you can get a little of it or a lot of it. And here's the interesting part, because I've been in the fitness industry for over 13 years now. I started posting Pilates videos back in 2009 on YouTube, and it wasn't until earlier this year when I pretty much stopped posting fitness videos, and that's kind of when a lot of the hate left. And so I think it's an industry thing. So I'm telling you, from 2009 to like early 2022, I would get, you're too fat, you're too skinny, I don't like the way you look, why don't you have a butt? Like all this, just negative stuff all the time. And then people making videos about that, writing off of my name so that their content would get views and they would make money. Okay, so there's that side. But earlier this year, really, I had stopped posting my last long form fitness video and just went really deep into my design videos, which I spend 97% of my day designing and in product development. So I wanted to show people the why behind what we're making. And those videos actually have been so positive, have gone way more viral than the fitness stuff. And again, like I said, have been selling out our products within a matter of hours. And so in that case, the hate isn't really there. You might get something like, well, I don't like that neckline or something, but that's not a big deal. They're not making fun of my body. So I think the cost of going viral is different by industry. But I also don't think, I just think it's the culture. It's not the platform that is creating the hate. I think it's the culture that we're in, the industry that we're in, that allows some people to feel like they can say those things, which is weird because I've never had people come up to me physically in person and they've never said those things to me. So it's something about being online, feeling like you can hide and just, you know, saying stuff like that.
The anonymity, that's the part that bugs me, because you're absolutely right. Very few people ever walked up to me on the street and started cursing at me. It's happened once or two times. It's happened 400 times in the last 20 minutes on Twitter. Okay? So the anonymity, is that, do you think that encourages that type of bad behavior?
I do. I do. I think they feel strong without having a face, without consequence, right? Because you wouldn't walk up to someone and just say all these mean things because you see that person reacting, feeling like a human. But when you're just a social media profile, they feel like they can just bash you all day long. Yeah.
But there definitely is energy behind these viral moments. And I wonder, Mick, what you feel. I mean, it's the same way that Patrice has probably seen sort of this incredibly inspiring energy behind virality. There is also some very scary negativity that some people would argue connects to action. And Mick, I feel like you've been close to that. Or
I'm thinking that maybe there's a difference in what we're trying to, what we were, what I was, and what you are trying to use the internet for, okay? If you're using it to sell a product, that is one thing. If you're using it to promote causes, that's another. If you're using it to run for office or sway public policy, that's something entirely different. Mine is going to be 100% negative. It just is. People are looking for people they can hate on the internet right now on policy to say really, really nasty things about them. You're at the other end of the spectrum. I mean, if you've got a really good cause, who's going to beat you up on that? You're in the middle, right? Because you're trying to make money off of it. And I wonder how much of it is that they feel free to beat up on you because you're a woman and not a guy. I don't know if that factors into it at all or not.
So it's interesting. When I was getting the body hate, it was actually a lot of buff gym guys making fun of my body.
Wow.
Yeah. Not really the women. It was men.
But did it really affect you? Because I always have to say those people are just behind a screen, and I call them coward because it's easy to abuse people online, but face to face. But me, I experienced, you know, so much abuse during my life. You know, when I was playing and I was 70 years old, I used to play in a stadium where every time I get the ball, people was doing the monkey nose or throwing banana on myself. So I experienced that in real life. So that's why. But now, I'll be honest, I will be lying if I say I get abused online. I have quite never have any abuse on life. So that for me, I'm learning today, and your experience and threatening, I can see in the media, but this is not my case. The people, you know, they follow me, they know they want to have an impact to the world, change the world, being positive, no matter what's happening in your life, you know, stay up, never give up. So that's the kind of follower I've got in my page, so I have nothing to complain.
Good, good, good.
do you think, knowing though that in these viral moments, there is often an expression around, as you mentioned, misogyny and potentially racism. I mean, you know, we're left with this interesting question about, can you manage it in any way? Is there any way to kind of professionalize the environment around social media? And I know a lot of people have that question that they're asking now that Elon Musk has resumed full control of, or not resumed, has taken full control of Twitter. You know, those are big questions that people are asking, like what is the scope of responsibility and what is the potential damage that needs to be limited? I wonder what each of you think. Is this just a platform and truly not something to be managed?
It's a little bit different than what we were going to talk about. I'm talking about this a little bit longer tomorrow in another panel on the impact of American politics on social media. There's going to be a real discussion in Washington, short version, about Section 230, which is the one that immunizes the platforms against defamation clauses. There are very few people in Washington right now who have absolutely zero friends, and big tech is one of them. So they're going to have a problem moving forward because they're going to start to look at that anonymity. They're going to start to look at whether or not Facebook and Twitter are entitled to the types of protections that they've had for the last 20 years.
I guess what I'm asking is just, and that's interesting because I know certainly in Europe that conversation around regulation and control has advanced. It's very different in the US. But I guess what I'm asking is, do you have a right to an expectation of some sort of protection from these platforms? You know, in these viral moments, you know, in the same way they amplify the good. Should there be some sense of responsibility around the bad?
I think the platform can always improve, but I'm someone I don't like to find any excuse in life. And you can delete comment, you can block people, or you can walk away from the social media. Nobody forces you to be in, but I think it's not fair to be being abused online. So the platform can do something, because when it's another cause, you get flagged or whatever, but about the abuse online, the bully, the racism, it's too many things. And sometimes you feel like some of the platforms, they let those people spreading that hate. But like I say, I will never blame any platform I am on it, because this is my choice. And I accept to be on it. So I'm going to be viral. I don't have any control of it. I'm not doing things to be viral. I'm just trying to reach the most people I can.
So during that time period in my life when I had the death threats and the swatting and everything, I kept asking myself, what is the point of all this? Because it was extremely painful and dangerous. And what ended up happening was that I was at a YouTube summit, and I brought it up to the CEO, and it turns out that this was kind of happening in different verticals on YouTube. And because of that, it created policy change at YouTube, which then I was like, okay, fine, I guess that was the reason for why this happened to me. Like you said, Patrice, I think there is always room for improvement. However, I think there is a really fine balance, because I have noticed that other social media platforms may already be, what is it called, like downranking your video because you said something that they may not think is appropriate, whether or not it is, and that really hurts your video as well, and it really silences the speech. So there is this fine line with where do you police and where do you let things like keep going. I don't know the answer, but I think we have to be careful, everybody.
Right, and I think obviously clear-eyed, and there's a lot of room for discussion on this. We are, sadly, coming down to only 20 seconds left. So I think we could have this conversation for a lot longer, but the clock is ticking. So thank you, Mick. Thank you, Patrice. Thank you, Cassie. Truly a fascinating conversation. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was amazing. Sofia, agora. Will be my last year at Web Summit, I think. So I thought, yeah, it's here, Sofia. You can take the picture now. This is the one. Yeah, cool view from up here. Nice. This will be my last introduction. Not my last one, but probably last one this year. So I had to tell you, the next speaker. It's truly an honor to be here with him at Web Summit. And I've just met him backstage. So I love courage people. I have people with courage. And so in recent months, let me tell you who he is. In recent months, a career lobbyist who led Uber's efforts to win over governments across Europe, the Middle East, and Africa, has come forward to identify himself as the source who leaked more than 125,000 company files to The Guardian. Yes. This kind of sounds like a plot to a movie, right? But it is not. In our next talk, Uber whistleblower Mark McGann and The Guardian's head of investigations, Paul Lewis, will come together to shine a light on Uber's murky practices and what those documents reveal. So please, please, welcome on stage our next guests.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having Mark and I. I should begin by saying we're here, obviously, to discuss the Uber files, which, as the speaker, the MC, just said, was a leak of more than 120,000 files to The Guardian. The Guardian shared that data with more than 180 journalists around the world via the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, reporters at the Washington Post, Le Monde, the Toronto Star, the BBC. And together, we were able to reveal the unethical and sometimes illegal methods underpinning Uber's rise under the tenure of its former chief executive, Travis Kalanick. How it broke the law, how it evaded police, how it used under-the-radar tactics to court billionaires and media barons and oligarchs, and how it exploited violence against drivers. And we know all of that and more because of the man who's sitting on my right, Mark McGann, who has been on an extraordinary journey over the last 12 months. So I wanted to start, Mark, by asking you about that journey. You know, the old version of you was a quintessential tech insider. You would have been out there in the audience networking. You might have been on the stage extolling the virtues of Uber. What would the old Mark McGann think of the new Mark McGann?
Wow. Great question to start with. I think he would ask himself, how the hell did you get into this situation? Why did it have to be you? You know, tech is a force for good, mostly. Uber is a fantastic company, mostly, filled with amazing people, mostly. Why did it have to be up to me to speak up, to blow the whistle, to be revealed as the source of the Uber files when so many other people kept quiet and so many governments and regulators turned a blind eye? So I think the old me would say to the new me, well, I hope it works out for you.
OK. Well, I want to talk about the process that led you to the point that you decided to leak this data. So if we could begin at the start, as in the start of your time at Uber. 2014, the company's trying to begin to make inroads across the world. What were you hired to do? What was your mission?
I want to take you back a little bit before that to an amazing piece of tech Web Summit folklore. Back in the day when Web Summit was in Dublin, and an early investor, Sherpa Capital, managed to be allowed, not to agree, but managed to be allowed to invest in Uber over a couple of pints in Dublin in a pub called Bruxelles. And that was, what, 10, 11 years ago. In 2014, I was taken out for a pint of Guinness by Uber in the real Bruxelles, right, the capital of Belgium. And I was convinced to come and join the company. And you know, this was the most famous startup in history. No other company had raised so much money or had scaled so fast. And the company had gone around breaking things, you know, breaking into cities, breaking laws, breaking the rules, causing utter chaos in the expectation that out of all that chaos, they would be able to go into the market, occupy that market, you know, winner takes all, right? Own that market. And I was asked to come and, you know, fix some of the things that were broken, including and especially a very toxic, hostile relationship with governments and regulators all over the world.
But you must have very quickly realized, because we've seen it in the leaked files, that Uber executives knew they were openly flouting laws. I mean, there were people joking that Uber were comparing themselves to pirates. They were saying, what we're doing is just effing illegal. How did senior executives of a tech company justify that kind of behavior?
So, I mean, there was, and this is not new, right? There was this absolutist zeal, this libertarian streak that we knew better. I mean, so many people at the company believed in the mission. We thought we were on almost a noble purpose to try and improve cities, to try and make it safer and cheaper to get from A to B, to try and build so much economic opportunity. And we all knew that we were breaking the rules. Now, there's people that would say, well, it's a bad law. So if it's a bad law, don't worry about it. And at some point I realized we're breaking rules, breaking laws, and we were actually breaking democracy itself. We were told to, don't take no for an answer. Do whatever it took. My favorite was, it's better to ask for forgiveness than ask for permission, very Jesuit. And at the same time, drivers were getting fined, drivers were getting arrested, cars were getting impounded, drivers were getting beaten up, drivers were getting shot and killed. And the mantra was, Uber on.
Okay. I mean, you talk about the backlash against drivers, and obviously that was intense during the period you were at the company. And I just want to pick on this, because it was actually one of the most extraordinary revelations in the leak that this relates to, which is, obviously there were riots all over the world, legacy taxi drivers, workers' rights groups, angrily reacting to Uber operating unlawfully in many places. And in Paris in 2016, Travis Kalanick had this idea of staging a counter-protest. He called it civil disobedience. He was advised by other executives, including yourself, not to do this, because if you send Uber drivers, the counter-protest was using Uber drivers, sending them back onto the street, it would endanger them. They would be at risk. And then he then said, I think it's worth it. Violence guarantees success. What did Travis Kalanick mean by that?
Well, I mean, you didn't really have to read between the lines, Paul. He meant exactly what he said, that, if governments were blocking Uber, such as the French government was trying to, didn't succeed, then it meant that they were in cahoots with the old taxi monopolies, probably getting bribed, probably on the take. And the taxi drivers who were terrified for their living, their existence. How were they going to feed their families when this global behemoth coming from Silicon Valley with billions of investor money were going to come and take over the market? They were in the streets. A car is a great mechanism to get notice. You set it on fire. You block streets. You block traffic. You honk the horn. You make a lot of noise. And taxi drivers were doing that from Barcelona to Joburg to Paris to other cities around the world. And that was attracting a lot of media attention. And this is where I talk about, it is possible to disrupt without destroying. But at the time, we were in such a rush, we didn't take any notice of that. So it was all about getting media focus on, literally, on the fires that were burning. And if the taxi workers were doing it, then the Uber drivers had to go out and do a counter-protest with no regard whatsoever for the well-being, the safety of those drivers. And I said this when you interviewed me for the Uber files. We were weaponizing drivers. Fast forward to today, my understanding from talking to lots of drivers, a lot of drivers, is we sold them a dream, and we lied.
Okay, I want to ask you a bit more about that. And I should obviously say, both Kalanick and Uber say they never wanted any drivers to come to harm. But people were being harmed and threatened, and you yourself were, right? So you came under quite serious threats, even attacks at certain points, as the public face of Uber in Europe, the Middle East, and Africa.
Well, look, people were very, very angry in so many parts of the world. And I was in the media all the time, and I guess I got one of those faces that you just want to smack. And the founder was sitting in San Francisco, so I was in the front line. And yeah, I got tons of online abuse, death threats. I got a lot of physical violence at airports, and
people followed you to your home.
Train stations, yeah, and people sort of issuing kidnap threats. The thing is, I want to know where the investors were. Some of the most prestigious, the biggest venture capital funds in the world had given us tons and tons of money. And rather than do what a VC should do, a responsible investor should do, you go in, you coach, you give guidance, you stand back, don't interfere, unless there's a real need to course correct. So the silence from the investors was deafening when people were being put out onto the streets and getting attacked. Uber's attitude was not to change the behavior. So if our dude in Europe is getting attacked and he's bodyguard protection, I mean, it's like a really bad movie. It's totally surreal. The response was not to maybe dial it down or sit down and think, how can we actually peacefully achieve our amazing ambition to scale across the world in cities and towns? No, the response was to give the guy bodyguards.
Yeah. I want to ask you a difficult question, because you were, and the files show this, aware at times of the attempts to exploit for media gain some of the attacks on drivers. You were aware of another tactic that was revealed in the disclosures about using this thing called a kill switch to conceal data from police when police raided the offices. So you were, to some degree, complicit in and aware of the wrongdoing you're now seeking to expose. How do you square that?
Well, I mean, hindsight is a wonderful tool. Maybe instead of drinking so much of the Kool-Aid, I should have stuck to the Guinness, right? I was running around from country to country to city to city, putting out fires. My colleagues were getting arrested and put in prison. Some of the guys, including people who've risen to the very top of Uber today, were getting arrested in Paris, put in prison, having their shoelaces and their belts removed from them. That was not really, the sort of message we were telling the public about Uber is a brilliant service and Uber is the future and Uberize the economy, etc. So
could you have done more at the time you were working there, at the time to speak out?
Look, if you questioned the company's practices, you were viewed with suspicion. This concept that best idea wins, that was total BS. We had this beautiful code of ethics as far back as February 2014, and we paid total lip service to it. So, I could have spoken out more. I would have been told, there's a door, don't let it hit you on the way out. And ultimately, after attempting to a couple of times, I finally resigned.
Okay. Fast forward a few years after your resignation, you and I meet on the shores of Lake Geneva. This was January this year. I come with some colleagues. You come with 2 suitcases filled with hard drives, notepads, laptops, iPhones. What was going through your mind at that point? What did you hope to achieve?
So I was not sure that you guys would find the content interesting. I didn't know what sort of approach you had in defining what is and what is not in the public interest. I was afraid that the public had heard so many negative tech stories about big tech that people were just going to switch off. I was also constantly questioning myself why I was doing this. Why is it not somebody else? Why is this politician not speaking out? Why is that former senior executive not speaking out? But there's this old saying from Einstein about if you have the privilege to be in the room and witness things, then you have a duty to speak up. And maybe in the act of speaking up, you will find the seeds of some new knowledge. And what I mean by that is, my purpose here is, first of all, to speak for people who have no voice. They don't have this platform. And that's the millions of drivers and delivery workers who are just asking for basic decency, basic human rights, basic social protections. And the second thing is really to, governments and democracy are losing this battle in trying to regulate, sensible regulation of big tech. So I have a duty to bring my experience, bring my knowledge from the inside to try and make sure we have good legislation on both sides of the Atlantic. Some of these tech firms have become too big to govern, too big to regulate, and are richer and more powerful than some of the states that are trying to regulate them.
Well, let me ask you about that, the states that are trying to regulate them and what they should do, because the impact of the files has been far-reaching, headlines all over the world, the protest in Italy and elsewhere. You were at the European Parliament last week, I believe 2 standing ovations from MEPs, but what exactly do you want them to do? What are the specific regulatory changes that you think will make a real difference here?
Don't write your rules in isolation. Anyone in this room who is a parent owes an enormous debt to Daniel Motong, the whistleblower on Facebook and Meta in Southern Africa, to Frances Haugen, who spoke up about what's happening inside tech firms. Regulators, legislators, they don't have access to all this data. They don't have insights. So they're trying their best to come out with balanced legislation that doesn't choke off innovation or economic growth, but at the same time makes it a safe place for people in the streets, makes it a safe place for people online. So I'm just saying to governments, look, it's a small list of big tech whistleblowers. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. I'd love to go back to my life prior to July. There's no going back. So we now have a role to try and make sure that the legislation and the regulation is smarter.
Uber said when we published It Says Now that it made mistakes in the past, but it's changed. It's gone from an era of confrontation to one of collaboration. It now is licensed in more than 10,000 cities around the world. Do you agree with that assessment, that the company now is completely different to the company when you worked there?
Look, I can't speak about what it's like inside the company right now. Obviously, as you said, I'm no longer there. I want to believe it has changed. The culture has changed. It was rotten to the core. So I do believe that Dara Khosrowshahi and his partly new executive team have done a lot of good. They have so far more to go. You know, I can only talk about anecdotally about the existence of drivers today, but Uber is pumping tens of millions of dollars in Europe, in the States, in other parts of the world, fighting legislation that gives these platform workers basic social protection, not you know, super high-level labor rights, just basic decent human decency. They're fighting ballot propositions in the US. They're drowning these lawyers, these drivers in litigation. These people who want to be considered employees to have basic income and social protection. So we went out there and we said that we would create so many economic opportunities. We were very careful that we wouldn't say jobs, because that implied that people would be employees. And we said to 3 different audiences. To investors, we said, invest in Uber now, you will make so much money in such a short time. We said to consumers, with Uber, you get the cheapest, safest, classiest ride to get to A to B in the cities. And we said to drivers, if you come and drive on the platform, it's the American dream, man. You can have an amazing job, you're self-employed, you've got your own company, you can be raking in thousands, in some cases tens of thousands of US dollars per month. And that's, you know, Margaret Atwood said in The Handmaid's Tale, better never means better for everybody. It always means worse for some. So my message to Uber is, you've done well, you can do so much better. The current model is absolutely not sustainable.
Okay, we're coming. I can hear a ripple of applause, which is nice. We're coming to the end. So, very quickly, Mark. I'm told there's 70,000 people here, and many more watching on the broadcast web. I'm guessing there may be 1 or 2 out there who work at tech companies who maybe are concerned about the unethical or illegal practices going on, who maybe even are thinking, should I do something about this? What would your advice be to them?
Remember why you joined. Remember the power of technology, the power of telecommunications, the power of brilliant software. And don't let a few bad apples screw it all up. You don't have to be public. You can contact amazing whistleblower organizations like the Signals Network. You can talk to the media. You don't have to, you know, change your life and be the public face to try and correct the wrongdoing. But if you stand back and you say nothing, then you're going to have that on your conscience for a long time.
Okay, Mark McGann, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So much, Mark. That was fascinating and crazy courageous. Okay, so now we are traveling to space. Yes, space has always inspired a passion for discovery and for pushing the limits of technology. That much we know. So aside from competitive commercial racing, what promise does space tech actually hold right now? So ready backstage, in conversation with Fast Company's Brendan Vaughan, are Delian Asparuhu, co-founder and president of Varda Space Industries, and the co-founder and CEO of GeoComply, Anna Sainsbury. Please welcome them on stage right now.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to start with an incredibly hard-hitting act of journalism here and ask Delian, in space, will everyone have 2 different shoes on as you do right now?
That's the rule. If you want to be an astronaut, you gotta match it. Got to be a little weird.
All right, all right. Space is going to be weird, and everybody's going to have 2 different kinds of shoes on. Very cool. Okay, so getting serious. The title of this session is Space Isn't Just for Billionaires. That's a provocative title. I like that title a lot. It's open to interpretation. It could mean a lot of different things. So I'd love to ask both of you, how do you interpret that statement? Let's start with you, Anna.
Sure. I mean, coming to this amazing event this week has been quite a journey in terms of preparing for what does space mean, what is this topic. And I think at the end of the day, it's about technologies really being innovative. And that the reality is, if we don't all see ourselves as able to accomplish new marvels in terms of getting to space or solving these huge problems that we have in the world today, then we're never going to get anywhere. And I think space in particular has been essentially run by governments, and space exploration has. And now we're starting to see these billionaires going into space. But if you actually look at all of their individual profiles, many of them are saying they came from humble beginnings, they solved problems here on Earth, and they're now using their money, time, energy, connections to move those innovations into space.
And what about the aspect of it that space isn't just for billionaires anymore? What has changed there?
Yeah, I think Anna, touched on this, where space used to be just the domain of governments and state organizations, versus now I think you're starting to see for the first time in the past 5 years, you can list a variety of different startups that have been started that don't have billionaire Elon Musk type co-founders and are quite successful. Relativity Space, ABL Space, Impulse, Hadrian, Varda, the company that I work at. All of them have been started by co-founders that, yes, are passionate about aerospace, but aren't coming back from billions of dollars. And why is that? It's because the Elons of the world have made it so it's so much more accessible. Right before, you would have to go and build your own full rocket system, versus now you can kind of book it. Speaking of the last talk, kind of book it like an Uber. It's not quite there, but it's almost there. Elon's launching a rocket basically every 6.5 days, and so you miss your ride, you can just show up on the one the week later, and that's what lowers the barrier to entry. And so I think it's a super exciting time to be working in space, where now everyone can actually start a space company.
Can I ask you, Delian, to get a little bit more detailed about the costs of the things that have changed, the economies of scale, the sort of, thanks first mover, Elon and others that spent all the money on the R&D that people now are benefiting from. I'd love to hear just a little bit more about exactly what's cheaper, how much cheaper, those kinds of things.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, a decade ago, a rocket launch was basically on the order of about $100 million. And so if you're spending $100 million to get up there, you better spend at least like $100 million building the damn thing, the satellite that you're going to put up there. Because you spend like $5 million and it fails, you're going to look like a fool for having spent the $100 million to go up there. Now, it costs way less than that to go up there. Varda is an example. Our ride to space with Elon Musk is about $1.9 million. And so because of that, it kind of looks insane to spend $100 million on a satellite. Instead, we should probably spend roughly $1.9 million and then just send 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. And yeah, if one of them fails, not as big of a deal since we didn't spend $100 million taking it up there. And so I think people are aware that the space access costs have come down a lot, but because now our satellite has to cost $1.9 million, all the individual components that have gone into it are much cheaper as well. So whether it's the flight radio, the batteries, the solar panels that are rated to go up to space, all of those various cost curves across the entire supply chain in space are experiencing meteoric drops that are way more aggressive than the Moore's Law curve. And so we're just at this precipice where Elon sort of turned on the tap, and now all other parts of the supply chain are really starting to flow as well. And so if you play it out a decade from now, it's going to look insanely different. It's going to cost on the order of $50,000 to $100,000 to send a very large satellite to space. And satellites will probably largely be built out of the same components that we have in our iPhone, rather than these very custom sort of government-run supply chains.
So we have inflation on Earth and deflation in space. Another reason to go to space. Anna, let's pivot to here for a second. I'd love to hear you talk. I'm going to ask you both to talk about your companies in particular. Thanks for the great, just kind of table setting, in the big picture, industry-wide. But GeoComply, which is your company, uses existing GPS satellites for geolocation on Earth. Love to hear some use cases, especially that the audience here might not be aware of, and how you see your industry evolving in the future.
Sure. So when I first set out to start GeoComply, the main problem that we were solving was how can you create virtual borders on the internet? But as we started diving into that, we started realizing actually that who you are and where you are both very key elements of ensuring security. And that is a major element in terms of cybersecurity and stopping money laundering. And so a lot of the data that we initially relied on, especially what governments would consider to be hyper-accurate geolocation, was GPS data, because it was run by the US Army, and federal and state governments in the US were comfortable with that. And so over time, we have been able to hyper-accurately verify where people are, not just with GPS data, which is of course very helpful, and we are fortunate that we don't have to launch any satellites, but we get to use the GPS data that's out there for us, so that's a cost-saving element as well. But we actually start focusing on other types of data that we can pull in. So a lot of the time that you're using Google Maps or Uber, in terms of the session before us, they're actually locating you based on Wi-Fi triangulation. And so all of these different elements we pull together to make sure that we know where someone is. GPS is frequently overlooked as helpful to all of us here on Earth, as it's used a lot for emergency services. So 80% of 911 calls in the US are actually coming from assisted GPS data points, so that they actually know where to send emergency services to. And I think if you look at, on a global scale, how much advantages we've had from this technology, it's quite tremendous. We have an office in the Ukraine as well, and we were so thankful at the beginning of the war when we received the Starlink service, and that we knew we could be in contact with our team there, and that we could use that as a secure way for us to verify that our team are in a safe location, or for those that could leave the country, that we could facilitate that. So I think there's so much benefit that space has for us on Earth that we don't all have to go to space to get those advantages.
Yeah, I'd love to follow up on that with just a little bit, to ask you to just cite a few more, if you could, industries where that hyperlocation is crucial. You know, the one you cited is probably the most crucial of all, which is we need help, and this is where we are. But in across your sort of client universe, what are some other industries where this is especially important?
Yeah, so for many of you out there, you're probably sometimes trying to watch TV or sports content that is in different jurisdictions, and there might be some geolocation restrictions that are on you, prompting you to want to use a VPN to obfuscate the location detection. That is one of the main use cases that most people here are probably interacting with. But if you look at anti-money laundering regulations and how to actually verify who someone is online, that's very applicable to online banking, cryptocurrencies, anyone that wants to make sure they are offering protections around sanctions. And so all of the fintech, online banking is a big market for us.
Thank you. Delian, let's get into your company, Varda, a little bit, which Varda makes things in space for use on Earth. I think it's tempting with sci-fi and all of our sort of Hollywood visions of the commercialization of space, all the press about space tourism and all of that, to imagine that what we're talking about is stuff that is eventually going to be either used in space or some sort of experience in space. In fact, we're not there, and the real benefit of this kind of work is to benefit us here on Earth. So tell us about in-space manufacturing, why it makes sense, and what are some of the advantages, just from a physics perspective, of making things in space and then bringing them back to Earth.
Yeah, I always say, I really look forward to the day when like asteroid mining and lunar ice mining and habitat building and all of that actually makes sense. But unfortunately right now, most commercial and capitalist markets are down here on Earth, and so that's where the customer base is, that's where you got to focus. And so that's what Varda is primarily doing. It's manufacturing materials in very low Earth orbit and then bringing them back down. It's predicated off of work that has been done on both the ISS and Skylab over the past 3+ decades, showing that across a wide variety of materials, that there's a lot of benefit to the unique physics of microgravity that improves the material quality. So I'll highlight a handful of examples. The first that was actually done on one of the very first space shuttle missions was a fiber optic cable, where it was shown that you could actually make a much more basically clear fiber optic cable, which has a ton of different applications down here on Earth, whether it's higher powered laser systems for use in sort of cutting of ceramics or glass. You could use it in communication, improve basically bandwidth, and lower the cost of internet. One of the other use cases that was done in the Skylab was semiconductors. You're basically able to make much more defect-free semiconductors, which leads to obviously higher performing computer chips. And probably the third use case that has been the most studied is pharmaceutical drugs, where you can actually manipulate the form factor of a drug to make it so that maybe a drug that before wasn't possible to be inhaled as a part of a lung cancer now could be inhaled and could treat the actual patient. And so we started the company about 2 years ago, basically with the focus of the International Space Station is a great place to do research and show the promise of materials, but fundamentally that's not the place where you can go scale production. It's a multinational, bureaucratic, who knows what the Russians are going to do anytime soon. Putin might try and shoot a missile at it, and so not the best place to put your manufacturing line, versus we decided, okay, let's make something that's much more small scale, only costs $2 million to launch, fully autonomous, much cheaper because of that, as well as our own reentry capsules that bring basically those materials back down. And the reason that the sort of, you mentioned, diving into the physics and the chemistry as to why, the very simple analogy is basically, if I take a candle and light it here in front of us on Earth, you're taught basically hot air rises, right? That hotter gas is less dense, goes up. Take that same experiment on the ISS, light the candle, well, what happens? There's no up, there's no down, there's no gravity. Instead, that hot gas slowly diffuses. And so if you take that macroscopic analogy of the candle and shrink it to the microscopic level of individual molecules having reactions, basically that same thing is happening. No convective currents, which allows you to much more precisely control chemical reactions.
Gotcha. Okay. That is fascinating. That is super interesting stuff. Let's get to a question that is discussed a lot around, 1 million op-eds have been written about this. People get very heated about it, which is the question of, is space exploration just a kind of ego-driven, indulgent plaything of billionaires? We've got huge problems here on Earth. Why are we wasting our time up here? I would love to hear both of your reactions to that and what you think about it. Anna, please start.
I mean, I think we have these discussions in any industry. Even, why we're all here today talking about our companies, right? We all feel that they all have a vision and a mission that's worthwhile. One of the things that I've experienced when running GeoComply is that really to do things sustainably, you need to have regulation and guidelines. And one thing that I had learned in preparing for this session today is that we have something like 20,000 pieces or 27,000 pieces of space junk in space at the moment. And so if we look at our impact here on Earth and some of the consequences we're seeing in our own backyard, like the DuPont issue that we have in Virginia, poisoning the water for so many Americans, and that's a highly regulated jurisdiction. So it's how can we go into space where we almost have a clean slate, and how can we bring our new movement for sustainability and responsibility to that market so that we make sure we don't just pollute another area outside of Earth.
Okay.
I always think it's funny when the mainstream media, and it feels like space gets a lot of critique relative to the amount of value that it provides, relative to something like crypto, where you have millions of people sitting around all day trading donkey JPEGs and basically just wasting space, time, and electricity. But I think the best way to basically sort of prove the point is just show people the benefit effectively. Like one of the things that I always say is I can absolutely guarantee there's going to be a pediatric patient 10, 12, 15 years from today whose life is saved because of a drug that was only manufacturable in space. I think you'd have a hard time staring that kid in the face and saying, hey, your life was saved, but that might have been like a waste of effort or slightly pollutive to this environment up there, which, pollution to me seems always a little crazy, where it's like, life is this, or the universe is this like entropy producing thing. The only way of really reversing it is life, humans, and so our job in some ways is to go out and spread it. And so yes, it causes some pollution along the way, but it's nothing incomparable to like a black hole exploding. That causes a hell of a lot more pollution.
Okay, so let's stay on this for a second more. So, is it a good use of our time on Earth, specifically for the part of this that is about making, Elon talks a lot, he's been talking for many, many years about this, about making humans a
multiplanetary?
His phrase is multiplanetary species. So maybe that's a byproduct of the good things we're doing, maybe it's the point. But what are your thoughts on that, Anna? Let's start with you.
I mean, I'm sure it comes from a place that every entrepreneur here has, which is that it's always good to have a plan B. But my general focus is to try and make sure that plan A works out, or that at least we exit plan A nicely. And so I think as important as it is for us to continue to innovate and for our minds not to be limited just by what's here on Earth, but it is important, I think, for us as an economy to make sure that we're putting more time and effort and these valuable resources and creativity to make sure that we can do what we can to clean up our oceans, clean up the air, and preserve what we have on this wonderful planet.
No amount of cleaning up the oceans or the air is going to prevent the sun from swallowing the Earth in about 4 billion years. And so either way, got to get the hell out of here.
All right, we're going to end on a little long-termerism there. So thank you, Delian. Thank you, Anna. Great session. Really appreciate it.
Okay, welcome everyone who is arriving right now. Thank you for being here, everyone. We're now talking about fashion, actually. So we can say that supply and demand in the global clothes industry have faced, well, many challenges, which have only intensified in recent years. That much we know, yes. But Donald Tang, the executive vice chairman of Shein, shares the evolution of digital trends in the global fashion industry and discusses how the industry can leverage technology to up its game while remaining competitive and relevant to today's consumers. So please join me and welcome on stage Donald Tang, everybody. Here he comes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This is not something I usually do, so I'm a bit nervous here. I'm thrilled and excited to be part of this tech-savvy crowd today on behalf of Shein. It's not Shein, it's Shein. Shein, she's hot. The Web Summit is the cream of the crop of tech world. I'm honored to be here. I'm here today to share with you how we have successfully embedded technology into our unique on-demand business model to dramatically improve our customers' shopping experience. Shein was founded a decade ago with our founders selling just a few products online. Today, we have grown to reach customers in more than 150 countries with a range of products from apparel to skincare, beauty, home goods, and pet gear. Our customer-centric approach is our North Star. We always listen to our customers and their self-expressed ideas, fashion ideas, and one of our key goals is to help democratize the fashion process. To meet customers' needs, we offer a variety of on-demand products while managing inventory levels to prevent costly access. It is very hard to do, and I will explain it to you in the later slides how we're doing it. Our vision is we're committed to making the beauty of fashion accessible to all and disrupting and breaking the traditional fashion industry and retail model through technology. Here's the Shein's business model. We are an on-demand engagement company driven by technology and powered by big data. Technology is driving a seismic change in the entire fashion design, manufacturing, distribution process, etc. But these changes are largely technology to create the next-gen retail operating system, a seamless and interconnected user experience all the way through each layer of the supply chain to how we engage with manufacturing partners. We're turning the retail chain, value chain on its head. So now I want to talk about Shein's two chain and the innovative app on both ends. The traditional fashion industry has a lot. They want large variety of choices. They want rapid refresh and release. And they want affordable. When you satisfy customers' demand by building a very large variety of inevitably built up access, unsold inventory in the order of, in the industry, over. What is the solution to this impossible trilemma? We need two super bookends here. We start with a super supply chain. At Shein, we have built a software that supports what we call it order, ladder. That system, which is used by thousands of our suppliers. We have the software, and we connect thousands of our supply chain collaborators together, and they're all on our network. And I'll go into more detail a little later. On the other hand, we use our highly engaging, data-driven app. In particular, our loyal customers spend time mostly browsing, discovering, and reflecting on their own ideas on our app, instead of search and quickly decide. It's two different crowds. And we are listening to every single move of theirs, and then sending those signals directly to supply chain units to predict and satisfy our customers' needs. These two bookends join forces and reinforcing each other to create a virtuous cycle that we created, and that powers our flying wheel. Our ladder system allows for batch size as small as 100 to 200 units per order, and it takes on an average of 10 to 14 days from design to manufacturing. At the same time, we consistently keep our unsold inventory to a remarkable 2%, below 2%. The triangle of large amount of SKUs and rapid refresh and release, as well as minimal inventory, is like a three-leg stool or a triangle. And if one side falls away, the triangle collapses. And if you can have the triangle to stand up, you win in this fashion business. So this result of solving this trilemma is significant efficiency gain. We pass on this efficiency gain in the form of lower prices to consumers. And we also pass them to our supply chain ecosystem partners to derive better quality outputs. Now, let's talk about the one we just launched, called the Shein Exchange. Through our mobile app, we regularly survey our customers to learn more about their purchasing trends, patterns, preferences, and to better test new products or platform ideas. It's through this model that we developed and launched our newest technology offering, the Shein Exchange. We announced this new platform in the United States 2 weeks ago, where we are piloting a program and getting feedback and measurements, and we want to eventually roll out to all of the markets we serve. Shein Exchange was inspired by our Shein community. They expressed interest in a one-stop resale destination where they could buy and sell previously owned Shein products. A recent survey of our Shein customers found that nearly half of them have sold their previously owned Shein items online, and many have purchased a previously owned Shein item. Shein Exchange creates an opportunity to not just bring this community closer together, but also making it easier to buy and resell our stylish and accessible items. Our survey also showed that some of the biggest barriers to participating in a resale platform are the hassle of listing and high listing fees commonly associated with other platforms. So we created a streamlined resale experience for our items with our trademark everyday low prices. Shein Exchange is a one-stop platform where the Shein community can shop and sell pre-loved Shein products, extending their life and lowering the impact on the planet. By leveraging our existing Shein app, the exchange is able to simplify the resale process, so it is easier for sellers to list their items. Now, the technology makes fashion more equitable, sustainable, and inclusive. At the heart of our company lies the interaction of technology and data. This company was built on technology. Without tech entrepreneurs like you, without web, without mobile apps, there isn't Shein today. For that, we're indebted and grateful to the web practitioners and participants. To us, data not only drives our initial design and production volume, but it also drives iterative design and a continuous product improvement. The unique iteration of technology and data drives the following outcome, in our view. A, better value and affordability for the customers. That means lower prices without sacrificing quality. B, efficiency gains enable us to pass our savings to customers and suppliers. More importantly, it causes lower waste because of less than 2% unsold inventory. Less than 2% unsold inventory, that means less than 2% waste at the pre-consumption level. less unsold inventory, and e-commerce evolution, it now becomes part of our identity. And indeed, technology is a central and integral part of our company, and it is driving our business to make fashion more equitable, sustainable, and inclusive. Our company have 10,000 associates. Half of them, they're all tech entrepreneurs like you. So if you guys like to join us to make the world more sustainable, more fashionable, more fun, please partner up with us. And thank you very much on behalf of Shein and myself.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are back. Thank you so much, Donald. So we have like 3 minutes, and I thought I would do something I did last year, which is, Victor, are you there, mate? Is Victor gone? Yeah. Which is, I think everyone wants this. People are running from me. Which is free publicity. Stage. My challenge is you can do it now. So if you want to pitch your company, lift your arm and I will talk to you. If you have an idea. Yes, hello, sir. Courageous people, yes. What's your name? You do a round of applause for Hans because he's very shy. It's not an easy. This is your co-CEO.
Yeah, we're both CEOs.
Yeah, you're a professional. Just grabbing the mic, go on. Okay,
I'll
okay.
give it to you. You can
For
have
me?
one.
So this is Andres, your co-founder, yes?
Copenhagen.
You're 29. Yes, I'm 25. Hans, so you have. Why are you laughing? This was not funny.
I don't get it either. In Denmark.
Okay, so enjoy Lisbon. Enjoy the food.
Andreas?
No, that's not a good start, man. You don't start a pitch with, oh, come on. Do not start a pitch to the biggest tech event in the world. Okay? Rule number 1. Go on.
I sincerely apologize. This that will drop dead when your indoor air quality is bad.
Wow.
So you have to open your windows and ventilate, and then we'll pop right back up.
Repeat the name of the company.
Canary.
Canary. Thank you so much. Big round of applause for Hans and Andreas. I want my canary. Can I take one?
Yeah, sure.
Give me one. Wow. Canary. A canary that drops dead. If isn't it like, oh my God.
Okay.
Thank you, Hans.
This is the.
No, the time is finished. Fine, no more time. Can we kiss? We here in Portugal? Yes. Thank you, man. You will never forget me. Trust me. Oh my God. I have a canary that drops dead. Oh, hello, you. Anyone else? It's just one more. Yes? Make some noise if you want me to go. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. Anna, do I have time? Yeah, we do have time. This is amazing. We should do this. Oh, there's my former boss. Wait. This is my former boss. Hello, sir. Yes, yes, yes. Well, I was asking for a raise, but hello, sir.
Hi, doing all right?
You are very tall.
Yeah, thanks.
Yes. Nazar,
Yes.
is this your glasses? Can I wear them?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, you don't see shit. Oh my God, in Hans' words. So Nazar, where are you from, sir?
Yeah, originally I'm from Sudan, born in Cardiff, lived in Pakistan, lived in the Middle East.
Oh my God, your time is up, sir. Bye-bye.
I live in Oxford for the last 26 years.
Okay, yes, sir.
Oxford City.
What's your company?
Keme Tech.
Okay,
Keme Tech.
what do you do? 10 seconds.
We're all in software development. We toward artificial intelligence and smart cities.
Are you a genius?
No, it just happened to me. I'm a product of all those countries, Sudan, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and Oxford.
It's in Oxford, yeah.
In Oxford for the
yes,
last
it wasn't
26
expected, that one.
Yeah.
Are you a millionaire? Are you rich?
Yeah, no, I will be a millionaire if I fulfill my all charity works, which is I works with the local community in Oxford, which is a diverse city.
You're amazing, Nazar. It's very nice to
Thank you
meet
very
you.
much.
Yeah, do you know my name? Christina Freire.
Christina, I will never forget this.
Yes, it's not. It's Mina. Very nice to meet you. Big round of applause for Nazar, please. Very nice. Fascinating. Where's Hannah? I'm taking my... Oh, hello, sir. How are you? Very nice to have you here. Hannah, do you have time for one more? Yeah, one last one. It's just, hey, it's me. Ah, yes, yes. What's your name, sir?
Miguel, from Peru.
Oh, Miguel. We're talking to Miguel. Okay. Just say you're a girl.
What would you say if we can generate electricity from plants for all the building? Plants, green.
You
we
do?
Have a gadget that generates around 500 watts per meter square.
Okay.
So, contact me.
Do you have a souvenir for me?
Not electricity for flowers now, but in the future probably.
Thank you,
yes.
Miguel. Let me just see. This is. Because you had a lady. You are very right, my lady. So we have time for a woman. Yes, I know. We need a woman. Do you need? Does anyone want to talk to me? See, I'm trying. We need a woman. Yes. Patty's gonna fire me. Oh my God. Yes. Okay, Natalia, where are you from?
I'm from Estonia.
Okay.
And I'm building a 10-step
Wait.
quest.
There's people from Estonia here? Woo! Yeah. Make some noise, Estonia. That's amazing. I feel like Eurovision.
you.
Eurovision was here. So, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm building a 10-steps quest to help people find purpose. And it's mylifequest.io.
Oh my God, I didn't understand anything.
Do you have a purpose?
A purpose in life?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, see? Does everybody here have purpose?
Yep. Yeah.
Oh my God,
So,
you're not my target audience then.
Natalia, you're
I should
fascinating.
not be handing out any business cards. I'll save some trees.
Natalia, let's do this. Let's have dinner today, okay? So I can
I have a
understand.
reservation at season.
Oh, don't talk. I'm very. Oh my God, that was that was a bit scary. Natalia, everyone, a big round of applause. Thank you. That was fascinating. mylifequest.io. Thank you. Well, people are sending me up, so I have to go. Thank you so much. It's not easy. I know. I will talk to you in a bit. It's not easy to have the courage to just come up and talk to me. I'm a bit scary and incompetent. So thank you so much, everyone, for your generosity. I love my canary. Okay. Yes, I'm back. Okay, so now we are ready for our next guests. And thank you so much, everyone, for receiving me. So such a warm welcome there. In the audience. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, we should do this more often. I have dinner plans now. I have a canary. So, yeah, we are now. Well, actually, our next talk it's very interesting and it's very pertinent. Let me explain. We are in the midst of the worst market downturn since 2008. Yeah, so the effects can be felt everywhere, as we know, from a cost living crisis to startup valuations. We can all feel it. So when it comes to hedge managers, not many have ignited as much controversy as our next speaker. Okay, she has built her brands on running against the crowd, from the early embrace of tech stocks to her outspoken political views. So as one of the world's leading investors, ARK Invest CEO, Cathie Wood has been through downturns before. Yes, she did. In conversation with Ann Curry, Cathie is going to discuss the lessons that come in crucial moments like this. It is a true honor to welcome on stage Cathie and Ann. Big round of applause, everybody, and thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome, Cathie Wood.
Thank you.
It's your first appearance here at Web Summit.
It is. First Web Summit. And fantastic.
And what a time to hear from you. I mean, okay, the bad news. Markets are falling. Startup valuations are dropping. Interest rates are rising, and so is the cost of living. So are you still bullish on tech?
I couldn't be more bullish on tech. And the reason is you just laid out a bunch of problems. Innovation solves problems. It becomes more important during these times. And if the globe is in a recession or going into a recession, in the case of many people think in the US, we're going to have that many more problems to solve. And the earnings and revenue growth rate of problem solvers far outshine the economy. So,
do you agree that we're going into a recession, like Jamie Dimon, by so many economists? You do agree?
So I think we're in one. And I think we've
already
been in one since the beginning of the year. In the US, we had 2 down quarters, interrupted by a positive here. But that was imports coming down, inventories, because inventories are too high, so imports are coming down. That's not a great recovery. It's not a recovery. We're in recession.
So already all the people predicting are still predicting. You're already saying we're already in here. But okay, so that begs the question. Betting on tech, your flagship ETF, your flagship fund, soared 150% in 2020, but it's now down a whopping 75% from its February 2021 high. So given what you just said, that this is a time to invest, let's talk about hedging. Should you have done more of it then? Should we do more of it now?
So ARK does one thing. We don't pretend to be an asset allocator. Our clients are the asset allocators. And our clients decide for their clients how much risk can this client tolerate. So we focus exclusively on disruptive innovation, research, and investing, nothing much. We're not distracted by anything. So it's really up to asset allocators and to individuals also to assess their risk tolerance. The great thing about young people and today is they are cutting their teeth on cryptocurrencies, crypto assets, which are extremely volatile, much like our funds are. They understand if you keep your eye on the prize, you're going to win.
But the question is, how much time is that going to take? And so let's talk about your question about the point about tolerance, because in spite of how tough, how chaotic really these times are, you have come up, you and your team, with a new kind of fund. It's basically a venture fund that doubles down on tech, as you just talked about wanting to do, and is also attempting to offer investments that were once only available to venture capitalists, to Tom, Dick, and Harry, to me, to anybody out here, for a minimum of $500 investment. So this sounds like there is a big catch and also a big responsibility, because you're talking basically to an increasing number of young people.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, what's fascinating about young people today is many of them are natively digital, natively interested in technology, and understand that technology does solve problems and make our lives better.
But do they understand the risk?
I think they certainly do after the last year and a half. But even before that, as we were going into COVID, in a 1-month period, we were down 46%. If you look at ARK's entire lifespan, its fund span, roughly 8 years now, you'll see that there have been risk-on, risk-off periods. And our client base, our asset retention has been phenomenal because our clients know that you average down into periods like this. And they also know and are learning as they study the various benchmarks and indexes out there that they don't have the kind of disruptive innovation that our funds do. We are a great diversifier. We think most individuals and institutions are short truly disruptive innovation and that we can help diversify them.
Now, why are you so sure about this? Based on what?
Based on what? The last 20 years, 22 years, have been characterized increasingly by a shift towards passive investing and benchmark-sensitive investing. Why is that? It is because of the tech and telecom bust, and then again, 08, 09. And many people saw these benchmarks, the passive indexes, doing better than investors who actively manage their portfolios. Well, this was part of a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you have the pendulum swinging towards these benchmarks and towards passive, they probably will outperform. But if we are right, and for the first time in history, we have 5 innovation platforms, 14 technologies, the seeds of which were planted more than 20 years ago, all ready for prime time now, all ready for exponential growth opportunities. What that means is the traditional world order is going to be disrupted. How? These 5 innovation platforms, they are going to impact every sector, every industry, sub-industry company.
This begs again, how do you know? You're saying not benchmarks, so what are you using instead?
So we use our research. The screen for our portfolios is not a backwards-looking index. That would defeat the purpose of investing in the future, right? The screen is our research, and we give it away so that our clients and others can understand why we're investing in these technologies, why we think they're so important, and why they should get on the right side of change. This is part of our mantra. Many people think they are exposed to our kinds of strategies, the disruptive innovation with NASDAQ 100, for example. They are not. If you look into that index, which you find FANGs, NVIDIA, good company, Tesla, we own the last 2, but we have not owned the FANGs for quite some time in our flagship strategy. And if you look down below in the other 50% of that portfolio, you'll find food stocks, you'll find brick and mortar retail, you'll find utilities, you'll find energy.
But that's to make things safer in the long run, to diminish the risk usually.
You know what? If people want innovation, they should invest. Someone should provide them with innovation and not a hedge. Their advisors can hedge, or they themselves can hedge. You can hedge with cash as well.
Are you suggesting that traditional houses that sell these kinds of products are doing less research than you? Are you suggesting that your research is somehow better than theirs? I mean, we know that you have broken the mold in terms of using social media and other platforms to essentially be transparent in a manner that is unknown in the industry. But what makes your research any better than anybody else's, and especially when we talk about these big names that are offering these products?
Well, if you think about innovation that's going to disturb the traditional world order, who are the big banking clients of these banks, right? The traditional world order. They give them a lot of business. And these littler companies, smaller companies, are nipping at their heels, and they're basically dismissing them. And so we are the only company, I think, doing the depth of research on truly disruptive innovation out there. And we are also doing something else that traditional research firms do not do anymore. They used to when I started in the business. We are focused on a 5-year investment time horizon for our public portfolios and now for our public-private crossover fund, longer still. This is what's missing in this market, this very short-term behavior that has forced management teams into basically catering to short-term desires like buying back shares, paying dividends, instead of investing in innovation. I do believe that during the past 20 years, we have been through the most massive misallocation of capital in history.
Okay, that's a big
in
statement.
history.
Okay, defend your argument.
This move towards indexation, what is it? It's investing in the past. The companies at the top of these big benchmarks are there because of past success. If we are right, and there are 5 innovation platforms, which include 14 different technologies, all evolving at the same time, and S-curves are going to be feeding S-curves as they converge, then the traditional world order is going to be, we think, severely disintermediated, if not destroyed.
Okay, if I think long ago, humanity has moved away from people who could tell them the future based on crystal balling, right? Could look at the crystal ball. So you're talking about having some sort of access to understanding the future. So talk to me about what focuses, where you're focused in terms of what you think is going to be transformative. What areas are you really focused on?
Well, first, let's discuss how we get there. We focus on something called Wright's Law. Wright's Law is a relative of Moore's Law. Moore's Law is a function of time. Wright's Law is a function of units. And Wright's Law is working better in the semiconductor industry than Moore's Law is these days. We center our research around understanding how technology learning curves are going to translate into cost declines, and how soon these technologies will become inexpensive enough for broad-based access. So that's what we do, technology by technology. The 5 major platforms right now are, one, we used to call it DNA sequencing, or the genomic revolution. Now we call it multi-omics, because we're not just talking about DNA, it's RNA, it's proteins, it's, biology is extremely complex. This is going to, we believe, bring about cures for disease. We're already seeing it with CRISPR gene editing in beta thalassemia, sickle cell disease, ATTR. These are cures. And one of the companies in our portfolios is sure that they will have the answer, meaning cures for diabetes, which is one of the biggest costs in the healthcare system around the world today. So multi-omics, robotics, which we don't think is going to replace jobs as much as increase the productivity of human beings, especially collaborative robots that are covered in sensors. Energy storage, so electric vehicles, artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence training costs are dropping, according to our estimates, by 60% per year. And the breakthroughs in AI are astonishing even us. We expected, for example, computer programmers to increase their productivity with AI, with something called Copilot now. In 10 years, it happened in 6 months. So again, truly disruptive. And then the last one is blockchain technology, which, if you think about the internet, many people say to me, oh gosh, that's where, we were in the tech and telecom bubble right now. We beg to differ. Blockchain technology basically is providing us what the internet was lacking when we didn't understand that it would involve commerce. And if you look at the cost declines associated with each of these technologies, you look at, and Wright's Law says for every cumulative doubling of units produced, costs decline at a consistent rate for each technology. DNA sequencing, 40%, or if you're talking about long-read sequencing, 28%. Robotics, 50%. Battery technology, 28%. Artificial intelligence, I just mentioned, we're getting our arms around what this is, but AI training costs dropping 60% per year, and these breakthroughs, astonishing breakthroughs.
But with this fund, what you're doing is you're essentially by saying, venture capitalists shouldn't be the only ones making the money on the future. It should be everybody who has $500 or more who wants. But the question is, let me just ask it this way: you're the daughter of immigrants. You were raised Catholic. I know what it's like to feel guilty as a Catholic. This is part of the deal, okay? Whenever you do something wrong. You're speaking to an audience that loves these technologies and is excited about these technologies and really wants to be a part of the future and really wants these new companies to have the time needed to develop. But do you not have a tremendous responsibility to make sure, especially young people with not the money, the same amount of money as a venture capitalist, doesn't lose too much? What is your responsibility, and how are you going to live with yourself? How are you going to live with the guilt if you're wrong?
So again, our research, we believe, is the best in the business. We have two very important proofs of concept here. Tesla, we were ridiculed for our forecasts on Tesla. Why did we get that one right? Because we understood where battery technology was in terms of cost declines, hitting tipping points that would increase access. And so Tesla did go up 20-fold. This is so exponential growth is what many people in the traditional world, not this world, but many people in the traditional world are scared to death of exponential growth. Why? Their first exposure to it was in the tech and telecom bubble, and that ended badly. Investors were flocking. That was the time to say, wait a minute, the technologies are not ready and the costs aren't low enough yet. This can't happen. Today we're saying, hey, the technologies are ready. The costs are low enough, and you've got investors not running into these technologies, but running away from them, which, by the way, I've learned from very early in my career. If everybody is looking in this direction and thinks this is the way it's going to work, and you see evidence building, data building, suggesting this is the way it's going to work, you're going to make a heck of a lot of money.
What's the time horizon?
The time horizon
How long?
This is 5
How long
years.
do people have to keep their money in this investment? And by the way, just give me the number, because I need to ask you one more question before we finish. We're running out of time.
Sure. Number. So we believe...
How long do people have to
5 years is our investment time horizon. We believe these technologies are going to scale in the global equity markets from $8 trillion now to $210 trillion by 2030. And if you want to see the building blocks for this, go to ARK-Invest. Our big idea is 2022, and you'll see the building blocks for that $210 trillion number.
Meantime, you keep talking about Tesla, which of course makes us think of Elon. And so the question is, do you think that he is qualified to run Twitter, which we know amplifies, accelerates propaganda, misinformation, and also outrage? I mean, how bullish are you on what he's going to do with it, not just as an investor, but as a user?
So we are public now. We did invest as he took it private. We're very excited about he believes in vertical integration. And I think he's thinking about a super app like WeChat Pay. Remember, he started in the payments industry, PayPal. He sold his company to PayPal. He and Jack Dorsey working together, I think, could turn this into a super app. And
super app in terms of money making, but is it the super app?
No. I mean like a digital wallet. So you do all your banking there. Maybe there's something they're doing with Cash App. You do all your shopping there. You get your loans there. It's your bank branch in a pocket. I think they have a good shot. And one of the reasons, as I've watched Elon, he truly believes in vertical integration. That would be a magnificent vertical integration. And remember, he already has designed and is manufacturing the ultimate mobile device, the internet on wheels. It's called Tesla cars. He knows how to do this. He knows how to do this.
But does he understand how to do social media? Does he understand how to do outrage and deal with the reality? People are quite concerned as users about a kind of darkness seeping into Twitter that is there, but maybe not in the amount that it will be based on what he's been saying.
Yeah,
what are your thoughts about that?
I think the darkness was in their opacity, Twitter's past. Like, we didn't see the algorithms and how they were working and what they were.
So you think it's going to make it more transparent?
Of open source, transparent. This generation, we know this. We built ARK on top of transparency and true democratization. They want the transparency.
Okay, the lights are flashing. I can't ask any more questions. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you, Kathy Wood.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
What a true pleasure to hear from you. Okay, so what an incredible day we have had here at Web Summit, second day. So most inventors will agree that the closest thing Europe has to a super app so far is Revolut. Yes, he is here tonight. So with over 20 million customers worldwide and 54 products, Revolut is often one step ahead of its rivals. But with a global recession looming, can that be maintained? Join FinTech Trailblazer and Revolut CEO Nik Storonsky to discover what happens next. Here he comes. So Stefania Spesati is leading a conversation with Nik Storonsky, everybody. Let's go.
Can we have the video?
Yeah.
Revolut your way into all things money. Download Revolut now.
Great. So Nik, that was a great video. It shows a bit of the mission of Revolut, which is like going, breaking barriers, introducing maybe a new way of doing banking. So can you talk about, what's the message that you wanted to send, with this?
Well, ultimately, we just wanted to build a good commercial to attract attention. But overall, so what we really do, we simplify things, and then we build products that are either free or much cheaper compared to banking competitors.
Mm-hmm. So Revolut, went through a long journey. It's a seven-year journey. Obviously, you went from 0 clients to nearly 20 million. Obviously, you had a very high valuation. You've been fundraising in 2021. So obviously, you're no longer a startup. So I wonder, what's the next step for Revolut? How do you go from here? How do you become an established company?
Well, I hope we never become an established company, and we always, push through. We always be in startup mode and always building. And what's next for us is new countries, new products, and actually going deeper in every single country where we are polishing the product, ensuring that the product is as local or feels as local as possible. Because obviously there are different requirements from customers in France compared to UK and compared to US. So I hope in 5 years' time we'll be in more countries, we'll be much more local as well.
Mm-hmm. So you've been expanding geographically quite a lot, and obviously you have a very ambitious mission, which is, having banking license in as many countries as you go. So my question is, how do you keep a lid on cost while keeping expanding geographically so aggressively?
I think we do the same as corporates do. We calculate IRR on every project, on every country, and then we expand if it makes sense from capital point of view.
And when you expand in other countries, do you actually hire locally, or do you tend to hire in main markets like in the UK and then send people abroad? What's your philosophy?
So the way the model works, obviously we run as much centrally as possible, but then when we expand to a new market, we always hire according to our playbook. So we need to hire CEO, CFO, Chief Compliance Officer, Chief Risk Officer, and then people below them. And then their job is to basically get a license for us to operate in the country, and then run a business. It's effectively like a franchise model. So we give everything. We give our software, we give our playbooks, our process, and then local teams, they first get a license, and then they grow business by optimizing metrics and then acquiring customers and then retaining customers.
And talking on local markets, today you announced that in Portugal, Revolut has reached 1 million clients, nearly 10% of the population, and this is double from last year. So how did you achieve this? It's been, through advertisements like this that we have seen, and what kind of activity you see from the clients in Portugal?
I think it's all together. So we obviously focused on building the best product, and I truly believe our product is much better compared to local competition. That's number one. And number two, we also started investing in marketing, in building brand, in performance marketing. So I think a combination of all these factors led to double or us growing 100% in Portugal this year.
So is this, your expansion to Europe? You have a banking license in Lithuania that you are using to basically offer banking services to other markets. Where is this project? How is that going? And what kind of banking products do you plan to offer?
I mean, the way it works, yes, we do have banking license, but then we branch it out in every single country. In Europe, that means every entity in any European countries is actually regulated by a local regulator. And it took us 2 years, but then we see huge results from this project because obviously customers get deposit insurance. They are much more active on their accounts as well.
And what kind of products, banking products, do you plan to offer? Because now you are probably active in Poland, so offering loans. So do you envision also maybe getting into other markets like mortgages?
So yes, we have loans, we have buy now, pay later products, we have credit cards in 4 or 5 markets in Europe. And as we grow, we expand in more countries. But then mortgages is also on the roadmap, maybe in 2023, 2024.
So obviously you went through a very, very fast expansion. So you went from 0, really, to 20 million clients. And also the headcount of your company has been growing exponentially. So you have 5,000 employees, I think, at the moment. So how does a startup cope with so much pressure? How do you keep your people motivated to work as hard as you want them to do?
I think we just all have a lot of fun, right? Building products, expanding, and then taking market share from legacy banks. It's a lot of fun.
So your valuation in the last rounding fund was probably higher than NatWest and Barclays. Is there anything that you would like to acquire from a traditional bank?
No, not really. Maybe empty license, but almost never possible.
And talking about license, banking license, in the UK you have been waiting for, I think, 18 months now. Probably has been a bit slower than what you expected. Can you tell us what the process is? If there is
I believe we're very close to the end of the process, or as close as we've ever been with regulators. So hopefully, like anytime soon, or like maybe in several months, we get all done.
Was there any particular issue from the regulator side that has been slowing down the process?
I mean, there were certain frictions, on both sides, but we managed to kind of solve them and just put the process back on track.
And in terms of, so why is that important for Revolut to have a banking license in the UK?
So at the moment we are in 39 countries. So we have a bank in 30 countries. And then the way it works outside of Europe, so for example, if you want to have a banking license in the US or in Australia, US regulator will look at our HQ regulator and grant us license subject to HQ being granted license. So effectively, UK is a bottleneck for other licenses as well.
So it's a milestone, it's a crucial step.
Exactly, yeah.
And you stay committed to it, like you're not going to give up on that. You're just going to wait for the...
Yeah, not now, no.
And in terms of profitability, with waiting for your financial accounts to be published soon, can you give us an anticipation? Is that Revolut going to be profitable?
Yeah, we are profitable now. We're profitable last year as well. Yeah.
Where is the profitability coming from?
Well, I mean, we have many revenue lines. So I think largest lines last year were obviously trading volumes, crypto volumes, payments. So this year, obviously, crypto revenue disappeared, but then we have a huge bounce back from payments, subscriptions, business accounts.
And talking about crypto, last time we talked in London, there was a bit of the winter of crypto. The market was going down. Now it's been stabilized. So what do you think of this asset class? Is it here to stay? What's the commitment, the Revolut commitment to this asset class?
Of course, it's here to stay, but doesn't mean you need to buy crypto. As a tool or instrument or technology for payments, for financial system, for investments, is great. As an asset to buy or to sell, I don't know.
And in terms of, if you could give an advice to all the entrepreneurs out there that want to start a startup, what would be your top recommendation?
Top recommendation? Think twice.
Right. Would you do it again if you could go back in time?
Personally, yes, I would, yeah. But I would be much more cautious.
What would you not do?
Oh, many things, yeah.
And in terms, where do you see Revolut and yourself in 5 years?
Well, hopefully, as I mentioned, we become more global, more countries, more products, more mature, and better product as well. So I would love to find a way to simplify all this complexity that we have in the financial system and present it in a very simple, intuitive, personalized interface.
Would you ever think to sell Revolut?
Probably no. I think we're just scratching the surface of what is possible. So we're just in the beginning of the game.
And would you like, let's say, over maybe 7 years, would you like to see Revolut listed, maybe in New York or London?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it will happen one day, but that's not the goal.
It's not in the. Do you have a plan?
It's not really a goal, right? It might be a solution to certain problems, but not a goal.
Which kind of problems?
I don't know. Like, for example, to make stocks more liquid, right? Obviously, at the moment, it's a private company. So public market allows stocks to be more liquid or enable financing at a cheaper rate. So all these, financial problems solved.
Are your investors a bit nervous about, the kind of the climate of economic environment? The capital markets have been drying out. So are you planning another fundraising soon, or are you nervous about it?
No, we're not planning fundraising because we don't really need it. But obviously, investors are nervous about their portfolios, and I think it's a difficult time for venture industry.
So your plan for now is just to hold on and not fundraise?
I mean, you fundraise as a tool to achieve something, right? And then there is a price for this tool. If price is expensive, there is no point to use this tool. There are other tools.
So is there any latest technology that makes you hopeful for the future?
Latest technologies, I think a lot of latest technologies is things forgotten from the past, but it's just because of computer power or excessive computer power, we can calculate things much faster. As a result, all these algorithms and models known in 1950s, 60s, that we call now machine learning, is actually available to us through excess computer power. and which I'm personally quite excited of what is possible to achieve with algorithms rather than human judgment.
And are you incorporating this kind of technology in your products?
Yeah, of course, all the time. Yeah.
So today you also announced the launch of this chat. So can you talk about it and why did you actually start this product?
It's very simple. So what we notice is that whenever people send money peer-to-peer, they always add like a smile or like stickers. And the next logical step is to allow them to chat. And we silently launched a chat function with Revolut. So if you select your contact, you can send money, but you can also send a message. And the results are pretty amazing. So we see actually now like a lot of people sending more messages than sending payments.
So
we're now like a messenger now.
So is this like to maybe increase the retention of clients on your app and having them spending more time on your app?
We just do what makes sense for a customer to add value. If we see that they want to send stickers, okay, we add stickers to the payment.
So this maybe goes under the concept of super app, right? Revolut wants to build this super app. I don't think you are the only company that's looking at it. Like I'm thinking about Uber, maybe they also have Uber Eats, etc. Why do you think the super app is going to be successful for you?
So in my mind, super app for financial services is what we do, right? So we have all these complex products. We package it in a very simple, nice interface. All these products talk to each other. So it's not like, I have brokerage account in one bank, I have credit from another bank. It's just not efficient. And then I also need to go through all the KYC process and onboarding process of different institutions, not very efficient. Also need to fund every account, not efficient. So just packaging everything in one single app, having one simple onboarding process where you got access to all the products that also talk to each other and are also highly personalized dependent on your needs. I think that's the winning strategy. So that's super app in finance, but then having super app for everything, I think it's a bit more complex task, and I'm not sure if there are positive synergies, I don't know, between messaging and food delivery, right? So it's hard to say.
I think, this concept was also, years ago with banks that were kind of trying to offer all the kind of possible service, and then clients get, oh no, this is actually a rip-off. I can get an insurance for my car that is cheaper somewhere else. So there was like another trend that it was more like the client being charged and choosing the services where it was cheaper and more effective. So now we're seeing, so you're basically betting on the fact that this trend is going to be reversed, and that you can offer all the kind of services in one app only. Is that right?
Yeah, because as I said, it makes sense, because problem before was banks didn't really have digital infrastructure. As a result, everything is manual. You got like a salespeople calling you to selling insurance. You got account managers selling you credit. As soon as you have very smart interface where everything is within a few clicks, so I think this problem of a lot of costs and a lot of friction is solved. Then you can provide products at a much better price as well.
As a founder of a company as Revolut, you obviously have to deal with many challenges, also geopolitical challenges. So I'm thinking of war in Russia. So you've been giving up your Russian citizenship. I'm sure this is not a decision you took lightly. Can you explain why you did it? And
sure. In reality, I lived in the UK last 17 years, so we've got global business in 40+ countries. And obviously, with recent events, it didn't really make sense for me to hold citizenship.
Was this a business decision?
Personal and business. Obviously, I don't support war, and business-wise as well, it makes sense.
And as my last question, so what's the hardest lesson you learned so far?
Hardest lesson I learned so far? There was always even more harder lesson in the future, right?
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Much, Nick. We've had an amazing first day. Thank you for being here. My name is Filomena Kautel. If you want to find me tomorrow, we have Airbnb, Mercedes, and Apple representatives. Enjoy Night Summit, everybody. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.